No one understood when the main character would finally get back on his feet, because many people earn millions by hunting monsters, and he still works part-time in a restaurant. But for the guy, it wasn't just a part-time job, because he was learning and working and was ultimately going to open a store in the future. The girl didn't have enough patience and poured soda right on the main character's face. She didn't see the point in the guy's successful life. The main character was categorical in his words and added that he works as best he can so that he has enough to live on. And regarding the profession of a hunter, he will never become one. But for the girl, these words no longer made any sense because she was not going to live his way. At this time, in the center of the city, the sky was torn by a giant hole. Terrible sounds were made, and the entire city was covered in darkness. These sounds could only mean one thing. Creatures came from another world who were eager to take over this land. This territory was swarming with terrible monsters who were ready to crush anyone who stood in their way, and in response, people were given to these monsters to exterminate them. After all, no one was able to resist these creatures. These were the only hunters who could somehow cope and stop them. The main character lived an ordinary life, but he had to face a horde of merciless monsters. His life was no longer the same, and everything was thanks to one and only button called Auto Hunt. As soon as he pressed this button, his body transformed into a powerful ranger who had high defense, maneuverability, and fighting strength. And thus the main character became an auto hunter. The main character was holding a phone with a game in his hands, and did not understand how it could amuse the guys. But the guys immediately brought up a bunch of advantages. After all, you could watch how their character easily and quickly gained levels. It was cool and fun when artificial intelligence did everything for them, and it relaxed them. But the main character did not see anything good in this. He tried to explain that there is no pleasure in the fact that artificial intelligence plays for him. Then one of the guys replied that he didn't understand anything. After all, if you set up an artificial machine correctly, it can do anything. Only in front of the monsters did the main character remember these words, and would never have thought that he would understand this right now. But this was not a game at all. It was a fight to the death, and everything happened absolutely live, and unfortunately there was no save cell to later go back and try to fight the monster again. One warm and sunny day, the main character headed straight to a cafe along the road listening to his favorite band. When he arrived at the place, a girl was already waiting for him, and asked how long he planned to work part-time in some restaurants. Singh tried to explain that this is not a part-time job. He is studying while working, and plans to open a small restaurant in the future, and is trying to constantly save money. His girlfriend was of little interest in this. After all, she had one question. When will it all happen? Because she was not going to wait until 30 so as not to even travel together, and did not see any point in living like this further. It was always difficult to argue with a girl. He agreed with her point of view, but did not understand what the journey had to do with it, and imagined that in this case she was right, but that she could add about her own successes and goals. The girl could not have expected such a direct question, and pretended that she had not heard him, and asked to repeat it again. Singh's patience was at its limit, but he found strength and repeated the question, "What does she do to improve herself?" and asked, "How about Miss Jill, who has a diploma, work, and everything else better than him?" It was difficult for the girl to find the words to correctly answer this question, and she silently mumbled something. The main character had completely different life goals. They were not filled with hopes and dreams as his girlfriend wanted, and in his opinion it was not funny to ridicule his efforts to improve his life as an excuse for breaking up with him. The guy suggested that she stop beating around the bush and say it straight out. Maybe she was embarrassed to talk to her friends about Singh's work, or she got along with her ex again. The girl immediately stood up and loudly slammed her hand on the table and screamed that it was very awkward, and the guy didn't understand at all what she was talking about. All the girls around her were bragging about how great their boyfriends were while her boyfriend dropped out of some college just to work as a waiter in a restaurant, and still made a big deal out of saving money on some damn measly salary. The main character did not think that he attached special importance to this. But for the girl it seemed completely the opposite because she never told him about her own standards. Singh always made as much effort as possible to improve his own life, and hope for something beyond reason was not improvement, but rather greed. Then the girl couldn't stand it and said that every time he talks to her like that, she feels like she's some kind of selfish and arrogant girl. The main character replied that her behavior shows something completely different, and in the end, she is who she is. After these words, Singh received a portion of a fresh drink right on his face because his words turned out to be too rude for the girl. She couldn't believe that her boyfriend could allow such things to be said about her, and asked him to forget about everything that happened between them, and wished him good luck in continuing to clean the beautiful grill on his own for the rest of his life, because she would never be able to live like that. At that moment, the main character felt loneliness and melancholy. But the worst thing was that the sweet soda flowed straight down and stained all his clothes. That same evening in a small cafe, the main character talked with a friend about relationships, and they discussed what his ex-girlfriend was trying to tell him. The man was outraged by her actions because, was she really going to marry some rich guy like a doctor or a lawyer just because she studied abroad for a little while? But Singh could not tell her about this directly. They talked about it just recently about how she was invited to a bunch of blind dates with hunters, and in this case, nothing could be done. If some doctor or lawyer appears, he will never surpass the hunters and eventually. The guy wasn't going to show her that he had given up, and didn't want to show her that the weight of cruel reality was pressing on him, and he understood what she wanted to tell him, because she couldn't brag about him when she wanted in the company of friends. The main character didn't understand what to do with it. After all, everyone starts with more different strengths, and no one can do everything in the end. The only thing he manages to do is try his best. Before Singh had time to think about these thoughts, suddenly there was a noise, and he turned around to see what was happening there. It turned out to be a powerful sonic boom that came out from the street and threw the two friends straight to the floor. After a few seconds, the guy did not understand what had happened and what could have caused this phenomenon. But as soon as he stood up, he saw a terrible picture before his eyes. A huge hole, like a hole in the sky, appeared out of the blue and destroyed the city in an instant. Singh could not believe his own eyes because in front of him there was a huge crack, and it seemed like on the news he had not heard any forecast or anything else that something so mystical could appear in the sky. The guy was enveloped in shock because the weather forecasters did not find out about this crack. He immediately began to wake up Rick and shouted at him to get up immediately. There were minutes to come and monsters could appear here, but it turned out to be too late because a humanoid shark heard their smell of fresh prey. It was a complete nightmare because it was too late to do anything further, and the main character was confused about what to do, whether to run away or not. There was no way he could leave Rick to die here alone, and he had to protect him with all his might no matter what. And the main character decided to confront the evil monster, and he had only two options: live or die fighting him until a hunter arrives to help him. The shark screamed loudly and ran towards the enemy to properly taste human flesh. But I immediately met the protagonist's fist. He hit straight into the monster's body, and he was very surprised that it was incredibly soft, as if he was fighting with some kind of dishwashing sponge. And this thought was completely unnecessary, because as soon as he was distracted for a second, the monster immediately responded with a direct blow right to Singh's jaw. Unfortunately for the main character of this monster, he could not defeat him. And there was only one question left: how to hold out against him. When the shark came close to the Singh, she grabbed his face with a huge hand, and the guy tried to tell her to let him go immediately. The main character was very surprised why the monster didn't do anything to him because he really didn't want to die. But to defeat this monster he didn't even have the strength to run away from it. And immediately after these words, a strange button appeared in front of the main character, on which was written auto hunting. Singh had little time to make a decision. In any case, he was dying from the monster, and so the guy decided to try his luck and press the cherished button. But as soon as the main character lightly touched this button, it immediately lit up red, and he saw the inscription that it was activated. His body was no longer under his control because he could not make the slightest movement, and could not move on at all. Singh continued to remain in the clutches of the ruthless shark monster, and still could not understand what was happening to him, and why his body still did not move. At one point, the main character regretted that he had already pressed this button because nothing was happening, and in the depths of his soul he screamed for the auto hunt to somehow make his body move or do something to save him. At one moment, Singh's eyes lit up with a bright red light, and now he had already become a puppet in someone's hands because his body was still uncontrollable, but he was moving slightly. His hands began to spontaneously move and grow at high speed, and he did not know what was happening to him until the end. It felt as if someone had completely seized control of his body, and at some point he realized that he was defeating this monster. But how could his body be capable of this? Soon, Singh, with a powerful kick from his foot, threw the shark away with such force that after a few seconds, it found itself 10 meters away from him. For the main character, this was something incredible, because his body was being hunted by this enemy in no time. Apparently this was called auto-hunting. At that moment, the guy heard the hunters starting to approach, and he decided to leave it all to them and run away far away from here. The guy still didn't understand what his body was trying to do. And at that moment the monster began to rise again, and the main character decided to urgently get out of here. But everything was not so simple. After all, the shark began to attack the young guy, and screaming, decided to kill him. But much to the monster's surprise, the guy again attacked in response with several powerful blows directly to the shark's body. Thanks to a successful series of blows from the protagonist, the monster lay unconscious right on the earth. Singh looked at his own hands. Cold sweat was running down his face. He could not believe that he had actually defeated the monster on his own. He once again drew attention to the button with auto-hunting, because with such force he could. But at that moment his muscles began to sharply contract. There was unbearable pain, and the guy literally fell to his knee. The main character lost consciousness, and remained lying next to the monster whom he was able to defeat. A few hours later, the main character opened his eyes. He looked around and could not fully understand where he was. When he looked at the ceiling, he realized that he was in a hospital and remembered about the sudden rift in the sky. The young man began to remember in horror about the shark-headed monster, and how he tried to protect friend Rick. He immediately jumped out of bed because he needed to find out what condition Rick was in now. A pleasant female voice warned the main character that his muscles could still continue to hurt, and he should not make sudden movements. This girl's name was Sharon, and she was the second general manager of the Special Protection Bureau of the Social Security Administration. She handed over the business card and added that she was here to see the two victims of the sudden rift and provide compensation for the monster attack. The main character was very surprised that the Special Protection Bureau was somehow connected with hunters. The girl added that the government will bear full responsibility for the damage caused to the victims of the sudden rupture and their medical bills. Lost potential income and compensation for the restoration of the store will be fully paid. All these documents included invoices for compensation, and if the main character signs this confirmation, they will release it all as quickly as possible. At that moment, Singh asked how his friend Rick was doing, and if everything was okay with him. The girl made the guy happy by saying that he simply lost consciousness from a sudden shock. And fortunately, after the examination, no problems were found in him. The girl decided to explain to the guy several points from the compensation list, and asked him to take another look at the document. Since he was hunting a monster, they must pay him a reward in accordance with the threat level of the monsters. This document implied that he would receive the compensation that the girl mentioned earlier. The compensation was $400, and it was too little considering that the life of the main character was at stake. But unfortunately the girl could not help him in any way, because the amount of the reward was based on hunting standards. The monster that Singh fought was a shark monkey, and now it becomes his property. From this moment he can sell it in the hunter's store. Since there was no license in the hunting store in Singh's name, they created a temporary account and transferred ownership of the property. When the girl was about to leave, the guy asked the last question. How much can you sell the body of a monster for? But Sharon had no idea, because the carcass of a basic second-level monster was valued very cheaply, and in any case it would have been too little money considering that Singh was risking his life. Young woman added that this usually happens, and instead of assuming it would be much better if the main character finds out everything on his own. Sharon seriously confused the guy because he didn't even intend to work as a hunter, and there was absolutely no point in going to their store. Then the main character remembered what about auto-hunting and, to his great surprise, she was still here. It was really this button, and he thought that it seemed to him that it was still there, but for some reason it was gray. The main character decided to try to click on it, but he did not receive a response back because it seemed to him that before it was blue, and perhaps this was due to the fact that there were no enemies nearby. Singh decided to let go of the situation, and decided that sooner or later he would still find out whether it was his imagination or not. The main character decided to check on the trading platform how much his monster cost, and the prices surprised him very much, because they were willing to pay $3,000 for the carcass of a killed monster, and as much as $100,000 for a living one. Then he began to remember Sharon's words, because she said that the cheap corpse was approved to be checked with his own hands, and perhaps a living shark was his monster. The young guy decided to check his list to make sure once again whether he was right in his beliefs or not. When he opened the status, he grabbed his head because it was a shark that was caught and was caught alive. The guy was holding the phone in his hands and couldn't believe that he had earned a huge amount of money. As soon as the main character was discharged from the hospital, he immediately ran to the office to cash out the monster and get the coveted money for it. The man was infinitely pleased with the transaction and thanked the guy for his cooperation. Satisfied with such a large income, Singh went to watch the sunset because in his pocket there were $420,000, and after taxes, all $320. He could not understand how easy this money was for him, because he had barely earned $10,000 over the past 9 years as a part-time worker. And then he caught just one live monster and received $300,000 right away. The guy looked at the sky and realized that making money was nice. But it seemed to him that he had lost something, as if in the blink of an eye he had lost the purpose of his whole life. The main character didn't know what he wanted to do now. After all, thanks to this amount, he could easily open his own store, as he had planned a few days ago. Perhaps you should try to become a hunter, but how difficult it is to do this because the main character barely beat a second-level monster. The voice of his ex never left his head, screaming that the guy would never get better living like he did now. Sing shouted loudly for her to stop grumbling and get out of his head, because now he is making the most important decision in this life. And then he realized that money is very good, and it's worth a try, because at that moment it didn't seem so difficult for him to become a damn hunter. The next day, the guy came to the sports gym where he decided to start the path of becoming a hunter, and he definitely remembered that this button glowed blue, but now it is still gray. Sing came to the conclusion that perhaps the color of the button depends on whether the enemy is near him or not, and then the guy decided to test it on a punching bag and shouted loudly that this was his enemy, and to the great surprise of the main character, the button reacted to everything that he designated as dangerous and immediately lit up blue. Sing decided to make a check and activated the button, and immediately his body began to mercilessly beat the punching bag. It was a merciless workout, but unfortunately his muscles began to ache like crazy, and he collapsed straight to the floor, and this auto hunt turned out to be too hard for his body. The guy began to understand that the auto hunt was activated every time the guy felt danger and could turn it on simply by pressing a button, and it turned off after the enemy was destroyed. But the problem was severe muscle pain that did not go away, and moreover, continued to remain. And Sing realized that this was all for a reason, and first he needed to properly train his own body. The first rule of auto hunting is that it is activated when a person senses danger. They use techniques that are comparable to his physical training, and if the enemy is defeated or Sing tells him to stop, it turns off. If his body reaches the limit, it can also turn off. Auto hunting will never exceed the body's physical limit. After a lot of repeated training and effort, the main character brought his body into excellent physical shape, and this became the starting point for becoming a hunter. A hunter is a person who hunts monsters that invade this world through cracks. The government sets the highest standard of knowledge of endurance and even survival when recruiting a hunter. During training, Sing gave his all like a fierce beast. He thrashed one punching bag after another, leaving no chance of fatigue. Fortunately, the guy passed the written test on the first try, and his further fate depended on the physical test. But since he had an auto hunt, he didn't have to worry about this problem. But difficulties remained with him because it was a little difficult to move as much as he wanted without an auto hunt. If he had used it, this pair would have turned into chips in the blink of an eye, and this was the big difference between him and auto hunting. The main character did not know when this power would disappear, because he had to be prepared when it happened. After all, the guy had a huge gap in what he was striving for. The next day, the examiner handed out the results from the last physical test and ordered that when he called their name, they would immediately come forward. Exactly 4 months have passed since Sing decided to become a hunter, and he put a lot of effort into this, and it would be great if he gets at least the minimum passing score. Suddenly, the examiner called Sing's name so that he came forward and handed him the exam paper. Much to the surprise of the main character, he scored 98 points out of 100. But unfortunately 100 points was the threshold. On his first attempt, the guy scored 63 points, and after 4 months his score increased by 35. The hunter's license standard was just level 2 monsters, meaning the main character's body was almost on par with that shark head. The examiner continued to name the names of those who passed the test. Sing looked at the ticket with the hope that if he continued at the same level, then everything would be fine. Unexpectedly, the examiner named the last participant who passed the test, and it was Sing. Now he will be transferred to a special class before the end of the year to obtain a hunter's license, and he will learn more details later after the class. The guy was very surprised that even without reaching the threshold score, he still ended up in a special class. But what could that mean? In the huge gym, everyone met Coach Kim, who taught in a special class. There were only 4 months left before the test, and therefore he offered to do everything possible to ensure that each of the participants passed the licensing test. One of the students was skeptical about his words because not everyone could pass this test, because there were people here who did not even reach the threshold score. Kim replied that points are not the only thing by which a hunter is judged. The internal struggle is the most difficult part that will happen here. These were the words of Jack, who agreed with the coach, and his physical test was 135 points. Sing immediately realized that it was about him, because it seemed to him that he was the only one here who did not score points above the threshold. He didn't understand why this guy spoke so badly about him. After all, they were completely strangers. Suddenly, before his eyes, Sing saw the auto hunt button, and it was strange why it suddenly turned on because there was absolutely no enemy nearby. All this was because of this asshole. But the main character did not have time to worry about him, because he pursued only one goal as soon as possible to find out how this button works, and become the greatest hunter. In a special class, all studies were divided into 4 programs that each participant must undergo. There was physical training in order to overpower the monster, survival training for reconnaissance outside the crack, training in the use of weapons that allowed them to be used against monsters. The last program was that no one will become a good hunter just because they can kill a couple of monsters. Everyone will become a great hunter only if they have complete control of their own prey. The coach asked the students that everyone entered their academy with the goal of becoming a hunter, and asked why they wanted to become one. One of the students shouted out that he heard that these guys are making a huge amount of money out of the blue, and that is why he came here. Coach appreciated the honest reason because students make as much money as hunters, but no one fully knew where this money came from. The hunter's salary was determined mainly by the type of monster the carcass was. There was no way you could get money for a completely spoiled monster. That is why this part of the lesson was simple. And for the sake of a rich life, the students will have practice to maintain the integrity and value of monsters. And this will be the practice of physical training with the help of a monster dummy. He asked the students to look at an excellent doll and a punching bag that will help everyone practice because it recovers from injuries and quickly returns to duty. Teacher Kim warned that this doll would not simply take blows. Despite the fact that it was difficult to get used to it, it was a strong monster no matter what, and it would go against anyone who attacked it. Then the teacher invited everyone to try it in turn, and asked if anyone here wanted to try it first. Jack was the first to volunteer with 135 points to try to beat this monster. This was the person who had the greatest potential to become first. At first glance, it might seem that in front of him was a really weak mannequin that could be killed with literally one blow. But much to Jack's surprise, the dummy successfully blocked his blow, greatly angering him. After this moment, Jack literally lost his mind and began kicking the dummy so that it would die as quickly as possible. The coach could no longer tolerate such bad manners, and asked Jack to leave the ring because from that moment he was disqualified. The guy was shocked by this outcome of events, but the coach reminded him that the purpose of today's lesson was to preserve the value of the monster's carcass. After Jack left the ring, the trainer asked someone else to come out and show him how to do it. Suddenly, among the crowd, Coach Kim saw a hand. It was the hand of the protagonist who decided to try his own strength here and now. Coach Kim was absolutely fine with Sing being the next one to try and fight the dummy. Jack was too angry about this because he worked hard for this moment, and did not understand what this guy was doing, who didn't even get a passing grade, and asked the coach to give him another chance. The coach could not tolerate such impudence, and asked the guy to just keep quiet because he was disturbing not only him, but the whole class. Sing carefully and slowly climbed into the ring because this was his first time doing this. And now the long-awaited moment of truth has come when the main character will fight with a mannequin and show a real masterclass. Despite the fact that Jack broke it almost completely, there was not a single scratch on the mannequin. Suddenly the coach shouted that if Sing was ready, they could start training right now. A few seconds later, the coach gave the command for the fighters to attack, and the fight began. When the dummy began to attack the main character and did it very quickly, as it turned out for the others. But the guy managed to very deftly dodge this blow. With a light and sharp movement of one hand, he knocked out the mannequin without damaging a single part of his body. All the students who were in the hall and watched all this were shocked because the guy simply knocked out the dummy with one blow. When Sing looked at the mannequin, he realized that by turning on this button, he could use its movements as an example. The only thing that disappointed him was that he could do this only once, or if he asked to repeat the training. When Coach Kim looked at the main character's performance, he clapped his hands loudly and shouted that it was simply excellent, and that this was exactly what he wanted to teach others. He turned to all the students and focused on how Sing calmly found a weak spot and immediately attacked it. And if he was lucky, he would even be able to grab him, and this was an incredibly impeccable fighting technique. As the trainer said earlier, monsters are money, and if everyone wants to become as wealthy as the best hunters, then they need to try to do everything that they just saw. Suddenly one of the students raised his hand and asked that everything happened too quickly, and if they could show them this again. The coach was surprised by such persistence and asked Sing if he could try to do it again, and the guy gladly agreed and asked to add difficulty. Setting up this dummy was at the first level, and was quite difficult. After all, if the trainer adds a difference of one level, everything may be unexpected for the main character. Single is absolutely confident in his own words because even if he fails this test, he would still like to try again. Coach Kim picked up the control panel and programmed the mannequin to a higher level, and warned that if it was difficult for the guy, then let him immediately warn. And so the second round began between Sing and the dummy. And this was already the second level, which was the same as the shark. And this was the standard to which the guy had to strive. Last time his body was completely out of shape, and therefore now it will not be a problem at all. And all he needed was to just try to remember as many movements from the auto hunt as possible. The teacher immediately started a fight with the mannequins, and he rushed like a bullet straight at the main character. and for him it seemed even too fast but expected. It all ended much faster when the main character was against the shark, but the second-level monsters were much stronger and faster. But thanks to the auto-hunt feature, it was all like a walk in the park, and Sing, after a few seconds of battle, laid the dummy on the shoulder blades, which did not pose any difficulties for him. All the students couldn't believe their own eyes. After all, they didn't know who this guy was and how he could defeat the second level so easily, because a 2-level monster was much more difficult. Jack could only swear in his own head, because he didn't understand where this guy came from, because he didn't pass the threshold score but won the second level, and it all looked like a fixed match between a coach and a student. The head coach praised the guy because he was much more experienced than he expected, and as an instructor of this academy, it was the first time he had seen someone who could so easily defeat second-level dummies. At one point, all the students began to unanimously clap for Singu. One guy even asked if the guy had studied any martial arts, but all the main character answered was that he didn't study anything and just trained a lot on his own. The coach had difficulty calming the crowd and asked everyone to concentrate on the lesson, stand in a line and take turns entering the ring. After that, he once again approached Sing and asked if they could talk after class. The meeting was scheduled in the conference room where Kim happily talked with the student and kindly treated him to a cup of tea. The main character asked that despite the fact that a week had passed in a special class, he did not understand why he was put here. Then the coach showed the students a card and said that he had all the skills and even more. And all this was quite simple to understand. The total points were slightly lacking, but overall the guy had all the skills, and there wasn't a single indicator that was missing. The guy equally trained every part of his own body, and today there were simply the results of his training that he wanted to show Sing. Kim said that he has a more attractive offer that will be much more profitable for the guy. After a successful training, the guys went to celebrate this event in a cafe near the school. Everyone unanimously discussed how difficult and at the same time interesting it was to go through this stage with a mannequin. One of the guys asked why the main character doesn't drink alcohol. Sing proudly replied that he was not going to drink until he passed the most important test. One of the classmates noted the good physical shape of the main character and asked whether the guy had thought about which company he would go to when he received a hunter's license. The main character never thought about it, but he heard that there are companies or groups that hire several hunting teams or something like that. But the guy replied that he had not thought about it, and this caused great surprise in the girl, because she believed that he had received an offer a long time ago. Then the main character remembered the coach's words about that lucrative offer, and from that moment on, he thought seriously. When the guy came to the coach, they sat down opposite each other because a very serious conversation awaited him. Coach Kim offered the guy a very good offer, from which he would definitely not lose anything, and asked if he wanted to hear it. Sing was really interested in this situation, and he decided to go to the end and asked what the proposal was. The coach revealed his own secret to the guy, that he planned to be an instructor for the time being, and then open his own hunting agency. That's why he was looking for famous hunters who could work for him. But those who were really worth the money had already been dealt with by other agencies. The guy just moved superbly in training and with such actions caught the attention of the head coach. The coach waved his hands happily and added that he wanted Sing to join his hunter agency that they would create in the future. The main character was quite surprised by this proposal, but it was he who was seen by the trainer as a skilled hunter. The guy was worried about another fact. The fact that he was not even a hunter yet, and his scores were not at a very high level now. But the coach never chased high scores from his own students. In general, among all the students, Sing had amazing stability in physical terms. The guy's physical balance was absolutely flawless. It was the most ideal body that was trained without any negligence and could be classified as a representative of national athletes. The main character realized that all these achievements were thanks to the auto-hunt button, because it was with its help that he trained so well. The movements he showed in class, given the current potential of his body, were a great technical feature. That is why Kim decided to make such a lucrative offer and suggested calling it just some kind of first love, and they immediately laughed. The coach added that Sing is not yet a hunter, because for now this is a plan for the future because he has to pass the final test. But this was not a problem, and the final test could be easily solved if the main character accepted Kim's offer. At one point, the coach reached for the envelope and said that everything was really easy, and the guy just needed to pass the final test. The man added that all the information he would need on the final test would be in this envelope. The state invested a lot of money to conduct the final exam for a hunter's license, and the trainer had the final version of the test in his hands, and even the supervisor did not know about the contents until no one printed out this document. The guy could not fully understand how Kim managed to do this, but the head coach of the school had his own methods that Sing could not even imagine. The man added that what is in the envelope is incredibly important, because thanks to this, you can cope with any parts of the test. Having mastered such information, Singh had a 100% chance of successfully passing the exam, and the main character could only accept his offer, and they would immediately make him a hunter who would be better than everyone else. Kim had no doubt that the guy would agree and extended his hand to him as a sign of legitimizing the deal. At that moment, the girl tried to hear at least a single word to her words. But Singh seemed to be frozen in his own thoughts and immediately woke up. The guys asked the guy not to fly in the clouds when communicating with each other and tell him how he conducts his own training. But Singh had nothing to answer them because his training had not changed since he defeated the dummy and he trained alone. At one point, Jack loudly slammed his beer mug on the table and shouted at the guy to be honest with them because, in his opinion, he was clearly taking private lessons at home. Singh was a genius who could do everything well even without training, but Jack didn't like this answer much. At one point, the main character realized that his friend was too drunk and decided to retreat first. The guy decided to leave the bar so as not to irritate his opponent again and avoid any fight. But this angered Jack even more, and he grabbed the guy right by the shirt and lifted him above him. The guy realized that although Singh moved better, he was much weaker than him, and decided to simply grab him and throw him to the ground. But then Singh turned to Jack and asked what he wanted from him and why he was doing this to him. Did he really want to fight with him right now? The guys were the same age and understood everything, and before attacking, Singh asked him to think again whether he could cope with someone who was much stronger than him. From such a menacing look and words, the guy fell to the ground, his arms and legs trembling like those of a small dog. Singh apologized to the guys for such a misunderstanding and thanked everyone for inviting him to the company, and slowly began to leave the bar. When the main character went outside, he looked at the sky and once again remembered the dialogue with Kim. Singh thanked the coach for this opportunity, but was forced to refuse and asked permission to leave the office because he was in a hurry to join his classmates in a cafe. The man was too disappointed with this answer and tried to convince Singh that becoming a top-class hunter is now very difficult. The guy replied that he never believed that he could become one, and still made this choice to become one on his own. When Singh walked alone along a lonely street, he replayed the coach's words in his head, and was extremely pleased that he acted so wisely in this situation. At this time, Kim called on the phone and said that he had found the ideal candidate who had not yet become a hunter. But however, he was confident that this guy could become the best of the best. With 1 month left before the final test, Singh was in good physical shape. All he had to do was be prepared for any difficulties and overcome his own weaknesses. At the moment, his problem was in general physical strength, and he decided to focus on this until the end. And at that moment, unexpectedly for the main character, a yellow square appeared before his eyes. This square looked like a slot with things for potions or something like in a computer game. But, unfortunately, Singh did not have a single thing, and he did not understand what was from him. Although then he came up with the brilliant idea of trying to move a bottle of water there to occupy a slot for an item. The guy was shocked that the bottle ended up in this free slot and everything looked pretty cool. But he didn't fully understand how it could all be used back. But all he had to do to activate the item was blink once, while looking directly at the slot he wanted to select. And when Singh did this, a stream of water suddenly poured down his throat with great force. At one point he realized that it would be good to learn how to regulate this process. Everything was very clear, and the consumption after the first attempt decreased significantly. And then the main character decided to check something. The guy found the instructions for the slot and began to carefully study it to understand the principle of operation. It was a great thing because with its help you could quickly and without spending much time use food during auto-hunting. Thanks to this, it was possible to increase the strength and duration of auto-hunting, which sounded pretty good. Exactly a month has passed, and the long-awaited day of the exam for obtaining a hunter's license has arrived. A luxurious black minibus pulled up to the doors of the main entrance, and everyone was waiting for what was happening. Kim shouted loudly and clearly for all students to go out and wait near the entrance. One of the girls approached Singh and noted that his body had become even more powerful and athletic. The stadium they arrived at was quite huge for such an event, and a large number of people expected to see all this, which greatly surprised the main character. All these people came to recruit new hunters as soon as the results were announced. There were small and medium-sized firms that were weak in hiring compared to large agencies. Jack could not withstand the pressure from the audience and began to show everyone his excellent form. The main character looked at all this with contempt and warned the coach that he would go and warm up before the start of the test. Suddenly loud sounds of a turbine were heard. Shots were heard from many blocks, and a red Ferrari, just like an Italian car should be, appeared in the distance. When the car stopped and its doors opened, the crowd began to greet the DJ with shouts. People could not believe their own eyes, because everyone saw him for the first time and only heard about him. Even Kim did not expect the great DJ to come to this test. The DJ was a lone hunter and was known as the best of the best in this business. Next to him was an equally crazy person whose success was on par with a medium-sized company. This is his younger sister. They came here for his sister to take her hunter test, and DJ asked if she was worried today. The girl replied that not at all, because the test results were already clear, which greatly surprised her brother. She was sure that she could easily cope with the test for obtaining the first rank of hunter. The DJ liked these words because his sister turned out to be very self-confident, as always, and he believed that she could cope with all the difficulties. When the couple approached the bus, they saw a company, and they thought that in front of them, there were guys who could take a maximum of the 3rd rank. This was a very loud statement, and it all sounded very rude on her part. The DJ immediately apologized for his sister's words because she had a very long tongue that she rarely watched. At one point, the main character noticed DJ in the distance and wondered what he was still doing here. It took literally less than a second for the guy to come face to face with the main character, which greatly alarmed him. The more the guy looked at him, the more amazing he looked. Soon the DJ could not stand it and asked Singh where he got such an ideal body, which put the guy in a slight stupor. In front of the entire crowd, he began to ask the guy questions about how he was able to achieve such a body. Singh continued to be tormented by just one question. Why was he asking so, and why did he begin to slowly approach him? When the DJ came close, he asked if he could touch his body if the main character, of course, was not against it. Many people were surprised by this turn of events, but not his sister, who had already been disgraced by such behavior on the part of her brother. The DJ continued that he saw an amazing body in him and was very curious about how he trained. The main character could no longer resist this, and allowed him to touch him. And then the fun began because the DJ couldn't stop for a second without figuring out how he was able to pump up his muscles so evenly. After the whole procedure, the guy turned to the coach and expressed his great appreciation for the main character, because getting him into such shape was a very difficult process. The DJ was very interested in this mode and therefore suggested discussing it in some less crowded place. He handed over a business card and kindly asked to contact him when he finds time for this. The guy continued to praise Singh and his body. He was not sure if he had great abilities, but even without them, the guy could rise to the rank of hunter simply by maintaining the condition of his body and improving it. At that moment, his sister approached him and asked him to stop this concert, and they immediately left, wishing everyone good luck in the final exam. This guy was quite eccentric, and few people knew him to distinguish between normal and abnormal behavior. When the guys were returning, the DJ warned his sister that it might be difficult for her, and that she should always be on the alert if she wants to get first place. The exam was about to begin soon, and the candidates who were given special suits had to go to the briefing room. All candidates were greeted by the chief operator who will explain further details of what is happening. The girl began to talk about the testing ground that was about to begin, and all the actions would take place inside one dome where the participants would have to fight monsters that were selected at random. This field simulated various environments and included the creation of monsters. All these survival conditions were as close as possible to hunting. That is why they collected confirmation from everyone that everyone is responsible for injuries independently. The exam was about to start any minute, and the girl explained a few more things before they entered the field and met the monsters. Over the past 28 exams, the threshold score gradually increased, and despite this, the cracks became more and more dangerous, and the losses of hunters grew rapidly. The organization was able to discover several monsters with distinctively high mental abilities. There have been enough requests to change the exam format, although it is very difficult to recreate the simulation of an intelligent monster. The organization included the strongest and most developed monster, and this time, the choice fell on a jungle location where hunters will have to survive for 72 hours without any outside support. And this monster was all the hunters who were in the hall, and who would have to catch each other alive. Some participants began to be indignant at this, because the capture of a person alive was very brutal. But no one was going to change the rules. Everyone had to go out onto the battlefield and hunt each other. The suit that was worn by each participant was the most ordinary and was modified for their test. This was the minimum necessary protection, as well as the hunter's restraint, which could absorb some of the shock. But when the suit reaches the threshold, it will stun the wearer with an electric shock, and everyone will be able to use this effect when hunting. Everyone was outraged by this except the main character, because no one had used such methods in a test before. The girl reassured the participants by saying that this would be the first time, but facing the unknown is also part of the hunter's job. No one was ready for such a test, because the test participants were preparing for a completely different task. Technically, it was a battle royale of survival, a fight to the death where everyone hunts each other, and the last one standing is closest to passing the exam. Much to the surprise of the main character, a blue auto-hunt button appeared in front of him, and right behind it was the DJ's sister. The girl was very serious about winning, and therefore Singh could not stand in her way, and she wanted to prove this to everyone present. All candidates were required to proceed to the entrance to enter the examination field. The anonymous suit was activated as Sing got closer and closer to the battlefield. 1 point was given for one person, and if a guy grabs a person who has a lot of points, he will take all of them to his own account. And that's why he decided to hunt those who have a lot of points. Only the 10 people with the highest scores within 72 hours will pass the exam. When the main character came out into the light, he saw that there was a real jungle with the same flora and fauna. All candidates entered the field and the bugle sounded, signaling the start of the hunt, or how to correctly say the hunter's exam. Sing adopted the strategy of not jumping headlong into the hunt, but first getting to know the area and finding something to maintain his stamina. One of the hunters appeared on the path of the main character, who greatly panicked and screamed in fear. Sing didn't even feel him and simply knocked him down with all his might until he lost consciousness. The guy panicked because this was his first real battle, unlike the main character. He immediately remembered the past times of battles with monsters that gave a serious impetus to pumping up his own skills. Otherwise, this was only the first ball for Sing, and it was impossible to stop there, and he began to follow the strategy further. At this time, everyone was watching the events from the spectator lobby. People noted that the level of participants grew higher and higher each time, and the first changes changed everything a lot. No one had planned to announce any unusual simulations like this, but they all found it quite fun. The man immediately noticed one of the participants, who was the DJ's sister, and was fighting with 2 opponents at once. This young girl had enormous potential. She had excellent command of fighting techniques, and her flexible body helped to deftly dodge the attacks of her opponents. They saw little sister Lee in her normal state, and already at this stage she seemed quite capable of having the lead in points. There were rumors that she made a deal with the organization to awaken her skills, but few believed this story. There was also another version that the DJ, while skipping work, trained his sister for 3 months, and therefore she can calmly fight 3rd-level monsters in her normal state. The man laughed loudly because now it became clear why, after such a demonstration of skills, such rumors began to circulate, and companies no longer wanted to look at anyone. Everyone was too interested in getting this huntress, because at that time she was in great shape and was like a super rookie. Unexpectedly, a DJ approached Kim and said that his sister was already an excellent hunter, and when she gained more experience, her basic knowledge would become an even greater advantage. The guy added that he deliberately pretended that he did not know the coach as a former colleague, so that he would not feel insecure in front of the students, because a lot of time had passed since that moment. The man replied that everything was fine and rejoiced at his former exploits, and noted the magnificent talent of his sister. The DJ knew that his students were not so bad in battle and could show something. His sister showed signs of talent, which is why he is looking after her. But this time the exam will not be so easy for her because Kim's student can be a good competitor. The men exchanged compliments and went their separate ways, and promised to watch the broadcast of each other's students. The DJ was very interested in who would take first place. Deep down he hoped that his sister would wipe everyone's nose and win the battle. It was the beginning of the exam, and out of 72 hours only the last 24 would be the most skilled, and therefore Sing was obliged to survive to get a chance to pass the exam. Kim was extremely focused on Sing, and looked forward to him showing everyone his true potential. Exactly 68 hours had passed since the start of the exam, and now there were only 4 hours left, and already the pursuit of skilled recruits seemed very boring to everyone. Everyone was confident that Lee would take first place, and everyone wanted to try their luck and offer her something after the exam. When the men entered the spectators' lobby, they saw the shocked faces of all the observers. They couldn't understand what was happening here, and why everyone was looking so closely at the screen. When they looked up, they saw something that no one could have expected. Something that could turn the hunting industry upside down. A few minutes earlier, Sing had been collecting supplies to replenish his food inventory, and had done it quite successfully. He collected exactly 17 dumplings that were made from plants found in the jungle. They had an analgesic and invigorating effect, as well as a sufficient amount of calories. The tips he learned during the course at the academy were quite useful, and if he hadn't remembered it at that time, it would have been much more difficult for him now. Thanks to the knowledge gained, Sing was able to make protective equipment for the suit from scrap materials. Of course, dumplings made from plants would be difficult to carry around the jungle if not for auto-hunting with an item slot. Suddenly, the main character began to feel very dizzy and weak. Due to the fact that he did not pay attention to rest, he was overtaken by a very high thirst for sleep. In this place, there was no concept of day and night, and therefore Sing lost the sense of time and waited impatiently for the exam to end. He had only one single thought in his head, to come home as soon as possible and lie down in a soft and cozy bed. But soon the guy found the strength to say no to weakness, because if he does not continue to hunt, he will be captured instantly and ordered not to give up, no matter what happens to him. As soon as Sing began to concentrate on the exam, he immediately saw the auto-hunt button that changed color from blue to red. It was as if a hurricane had formed right in front of him. He felt nothing, no presence until the auto-hunt turned on. It was Lee who came for him. She was surprised at such a good reaction from Sing, and it seemed to her that he was better than the girl expected. She immediately rushed to attack, calling his name because she knew that no one could resist her attack, and Sing would be another opponent in this survival exam. The main character was very surprised that she called him by name, and later remembered that it was precisely the girl from the briefing who constantly showed some kind of hostility towards him. The guy had no idea that it was there, but she definitely didn't like him, and most likely she was quite energetic. Sing accepted her rules of battle, and decided to anger her a little, and showed her with his hand that she should attack because now he was ready for this. Lai could not have expected such insolence from the guy, and, releasing all her anger, she went straight to the guy. It was an equal battle between two well-trained fighters, attack after attack, blocking the blow and counter-attacking. But with each new blow, Lee understood what kind of enemy was standing in front of her, because Sing parried absolutely every blow. Thanks to the protective equipment made of vines, the guy had a good head start, and there was no way the girl could hit him in his vulnerable and weak spot. Sing was extremely surprised at how deftly and quickly Lee attacked him, without allowing him to take the slightest break, and thereby not allowing him to make a retaliatory attack. At one point, the guy became interested in how long she could hold out making such attacks, and immediately launched a strong counterattack. In the spectator lobby, people clutched their heads. Everyone considered the guy to be an ordinary newcomer, until they saw the ruthless battle on the battlefield. Everyone who was present there watched the development of events with great excitement and interest. Kim also watched this confrontation. He knew that the guy occupied the leading position throughout the entire exam, and it turned out that now these two were fighting for primacy. After several hours of battle, Lee could not believe such a stubborn opponent who did not stop and continued the battle. Sing asked the girl not to complicate her own life and end it there, because both participants understood how it could all end. For 3 hours, the two best candidates fought each other one-on-one, and finally there were only 20 minutes left until the end of the exam. Sing realized that her strength and speed were absolutely magnificent, and the protective equipment was already useless while the guy's stamina was already at its limit. Auto-hunting tried to do something and help Sing in some way, but his exhausted body simply did not give in to it. At some point, Lee waved her stick and shouted that she agreed with the DJ's words, because he was right that Sing was really good at fighting and would definitely take first place. But this would have been the case if he had not met Lee on his own way, and she immediately attacked the guy. The girl was simply unstoppable. It seemed that she had been bitten by some kung fu fighter in childhood. Otherwise, where did such endurance and perseverance come from? The main character's defense could not stand it and burst in an instant. At one point, she simply disappeared right in front of the main character. The girl used exactly the same instant movement technique as her brother a couple of moments earlier. It was clear from whom she learned it so well. And suddenly she turned out to be faster than an unfinished thought, and was already ready to attack Sing, and successfully coped with it by hitting her opponent right in the neck. Despite the fact that Sing noticed how she ended up behind, it was too late to do anything, and the blow could not be avoided. Was this really the end that awaited the main character? Was this the result that awaited him? Or maybe he just could have given up to get some rest. But she still wasn't someone who could be easily defeated. At this crucial moment, the main character remembered the trainer's words about what to do during a hunt if he found himself in danger. The trainer's words said that the key factor in increasing the chances of survival is thorough preparation. But what to do if danger strikes suddenly? Kim replied that this is a fairly common question, and there is no specific answer to it, and hunters will always face such a danger. Even if it is the isolation of the team, or a battle with a superior enemy, or a lack of supplies or a food problem that someone has found. You always need to be prepared for any opportunity. But there is one way that has always helped head coach Kim, and that long-awaited advice spoke about enduring with all one's might. These are the words the main character wanted to hear. Even if the situation seems hopeless and hopeless, it is best to endure and take a step forward, and then you can see that there is still hope. And remembering these words, Sing began to endure. Endure as he had never endured, and endure all the pain no matter what it cost him. If a guy loses even with such an advantage as auto-hunting before the enemy, then it is unlikely that he will be good for anything else. Lee looked at all this with surprised eyes. She was confused at the moment because she didn't fully understand what to do since she put all her strength into this blow. But the main character continued to stand on his own 2 feet. The guy grabbed the girl's weapon and held it tightly with his hand. It was time to deal with this annoying wooden sword. After these words, Sing destroyed his opponent's weapon with a sharp and quick blow of one hand. At that moment, she didn't understand where this guy came from and who he was, because this test was supposed to be a step towards achieving her goal, and Sing turned out to be a big boulder on this road. Could the DJ's little sister really give up just like that because of some worthless guy in a suit? The competitors were so exhausted by each other that there was no longer any strength for anyone to carry out a good and powerful attack. At one point, Lee was ready to finish this and intended to make a final attack, but then she was met by Sing's knee. The entire spectator lobby was horrified by what they saw. No one could have expected such a dramatic outcome of events. The main character expected that he would finally finish with her, but she still struggled and moved. Moreover, the electric shock had still set in for her, which meant that the opponent was not completely defeated. But fatigue had a strong effect, and the girl's desire to survive was incredible. Sing decided to end this fight and deliver the final and controlling blow. And exactly at the same second, the bell rang, which meant that the exam had already ended from that second, and all participants needed to stop any actions and follow the instructions. Exhausted from the battle, Sing held Lee's hand and looked up. He could not have expected that the exam would end like this. And suddenly the guy fell to the ground along with Lee. They turned out to be the participants with the highest score. They both passed this exam and ended this battle in a draw. No one from the spectator lobby at that moment could believe that the favorite would lose in this test, and Sing would be the only one who would manage to stay. It turned out that the main character passed the exam because he scored the most points. But he had to wait for the announcement of the points earned by each participant in order to identify the best participants in the test. There was still the slightest chance that Lee could take first place in this exam, and soon everyone would know about it. When the results were announced, Sing beat Lee almost twice. He scored 581 points while she scored 247 points. There was a lot of hype around this moment as the guy appeared out of nowhere and was able to defeat the main contender for victory. After the ordeal, all participants rested in the common restroom and awaited further action. At this time, people rushed into the locker room who wanted to get Sing into their own team. They argued and swore at each other over the right of who would talk to the guy first. A serious verbal altercation ensued between the two men, because no one wanted to give up first place with the opportunity to get Sing on the team. One of the young guys interrupted the men to say an important thing, but they didn't like it much, and they rudely attacked him with shouts. The guy continued to say that Sing had not been here for a long time, and that they should try to look for him in another place. The men could not believe that someone could get ahead of them so quickly and take such a hunter into the team, and then the decision was made to immediately catch up and catch him. Other hunters with a smile on their faces watched all this from the side. It looked very funny how everyone was trying to get the one who took first place, but it was worth it. But that's exactly how it was. The guy became the most unexpected winner in recent times, and it will be incredibly difficult for the rest of the hunters since all attention will be focused only on him. Quietly on the side was Lee, who was rewinding fragments of the battle in her head, and could not believe that she was faced with such a very dangerous hunter. While everyone was running around the stadium and trying to find Sing, much to his surprise, he fell asleep right on the toilet in the men's room. After some time, he woke up and realized how long his sleep had lasted, and it was already 3 a.m., and the guy decided to call a taxi. Suddenly, a car appeared on the street and a DJ got out. The main character remembered this guy who was before the exam, but what he needed at such a late hour. At that same second, DJ shouted for his sister to get out of the car and come to them. A girl came out of the car, all in tears and in a very bad mood. She moved slowly towards the guys. And then it dawned on the main character, because he remembered her. She was the girl with whom he fought in the exam. The DJ turned to Sing and said that from now on, Lee is in his debt. It was clear that the girl was unpleasant to say this, but she recognized this battle as a good experience, and thanked Sing. Sing was very surprised. He immediately told her to stop thanking him because he hadn't actually done anything. Lee continued to apologize, and added that her rudeness before the exam began was quite unnecessary. The DJ added that his sister is quite harsh, and certainly not bad, and if she did something rude to Sing, then he asked for forgiveness. Thanks to this battle, the girl realized that the world is huge and unpredictable, and if she goes through this, she will become a much better person. The guy congratulated Sing on winning and passing the exam and shook his hand. The DJ offered the guy a ride home since he saw that he had nothing to get there, and offered to sit in the passenger seat in the front while his sister climbed in the back. But in this way, the main character would have died of shame and thanked the DJ for his kindness, and added that he had already found someone who could give him a ride. The DJ came like a bolt from the blue, and it was expected that the guy was already waiting for someone and offered to meet him at some other time. At that moment, the instructor approached Sing, and the guy kindly asked him to give him a ride home. Kim could not have expected such impudence given the fact that he was waiting for him all the time to talk. Singh laughed and offered to put his name on the academy's flyer in return, because he had passed the exams so brilliantly. The coach accepted the protagonist's offer because it was scary to imagine how much profit it could bring him. Singh added that all the things Kim told him during training helped him a lot during the tests. The coach was pleased with all these words, and he offered to go into his car to discuss everything else. When Singh got into the car, he immediately began checking his mail because he had received a bunch of proposals for cooperation. One of these teams was the FTP company, which greatly surprised the coach, and he paid special attention to this. FTP was an elite national hunting team that only the best of the best could join. 8 months ago, the main character could not even dream of becoming a hunter. And now the top teams are trying to get him. Singh's head coach asked him if he had been chosen which team he wanted to go to. At some point, the main character realized that this trip with the coach was not at all accidental, and it seemed that he had almost figured it out. Singh asked the coach if he really tested him the last time he offered to make a deal with him. Everything was exactly like that, and Kim apologized to the guy because it was important for him to understand what kind of person he really was in front of him, in addition to physical qualities, and had to recognize human ones. The main character still didn't fully understand that even then, Kim asked the question directly from him. And then Kim asked the guy if he had ever heard about the concept of purity and core among hunters. In a special laboratory, Singh was given an injection. He was in a special flask and unconscious. One of the scientists noted that 40% had been introduced, and the first stage was completed, and the next one should begin. The doctor noted the incredible level of absorption that for him it was something fantastic. The core is the energy for further improvement of the body. A person receives it as soon as he becomes a professional hunter, and purity is the state of the body in which there are no additives. The main character remembered all this, and kept it in his head since the lecture at which Kim told about all this. When a guy becomes a professional, he will be able to improve his own body by introducing this energy infused into the core, and having the opportunity to improve his skills to Superman. There were 2 ways to enhance it. Firstly, you had to purchase the ingredients necessary for improvement, and pay for the procedure yourself, so that the introduction of the nucleus into the body was possible. Secondly, the hunters who had already gone through this transferred their own strength, just like in martial arts. The main character noticed that all the proposals that he received had a topic related to improving improvements. And the first method that people usually chose was quite resource-intensive and incredibly expensive, because a newly minted hunter could not afford such a price. So they accepted the deal and worked for them for a couple of years. But for less successful people, this method did not work. However, there was another way out. Exactly 13 years ago, Kim became the best candidate like Singh. He worked and was a fairly famous hunter, but everything collapsed as if with a snap of fingers. It was poison that greatly weakened the coach, and he was played like a fool. It was too late to take the medicine, and his entire body, except for the core and its energy, suffered terribly. After this situation, Kim did everything he could, but he couldn't become a hunter again. It felt like there was a huge amount of fuel in the garage, and the car was completely broken, and it didn't matter what was done to achieve progress. And in the end, Coach Kim retired, and fortunately during his work he accumulated a lot of money, and therefore he had something to live for, but he still felt drawn to work in this industry. Kim was slightly disappointed in his own achievements, and for his inability to become the best of the best and the strongest hunter, and therefore wanted to find someone who could finish his job. The coach found a person who could finally take his core, which greatly surprised the main character. His core was an unfulfilled dream. The doctor barely managed to shout to Coach Kim, who was so lost in his own head. The procedure was about to be completed, and the doctor called the trainer to show him something. The absorption rate was 64%, which was an incredible number because the absorption rate of a used core was on average 60%, since it had already stabilized in the human body at some time. In fact, this was the second injection that the doctor made using another core, which he had purchased in advance for personal money. Kim hoped that the young man would become the strongest hunter, but the doctor doubted and thought that he could not easily spend all his energy until he saw the young guy's talent with his own eyes. The man decided to check it, and as a result, the absorption coefficient of the nucleus was 20%, and if the absorption coefficient stopped at below average, the doctor tried to persuade Kim to give up, otherwise everything would have been wasted. But the main character's level was 64%, and no one underestimated this, so the guy received a double dose. He looked absolutely physically stable, and, to his great surprise, his absorption level became higher and was equal to 100%. Kim picked up the microphone and asked the guy how he felt his body, whether there was any pain or side effects. Everything was fine, and Singh felt only a slight heaviness, and he was warned that as soon as it stopped, they would immediately introduce the next part. The guy had an excellent level of absorption, and so they will gradually continue to do this step by step. The chief doctor asked Sing to relax, but the main character sharply refused. To begin with, he wanted to thank them for providing such an experienced specialist and giving him energy. And this was the kindness for which the main character would not be able to pay a cent, and therefore, he would be in debt for the rest of his life. This was not quite like the guy, but he continued that when he reaches great heights, he will definitely repay all the bills. The trainer replied that he understands everything, that he is asking too much, but until Sing becomes a great hunter, he will not stop training him. It might not have been much, but the man thanked the guy for accepting him. Suddenly a loud siren was heard. All the walls and floor began to literally rattle and collapse. These factors could only mean that there was a new warning about the fault in the city. All the hunters who were involved in eliminating and solving this problem began to arrive at the scene of events. Sing, along with other hunters, was inside. He carefully studied something on his phone and waited for the attack command. One of the hunters, who was sitting not far from the main character, noticed a popular guy who took first place. But the guys found something strange in his clothing items because there was absolutely no team or company emblem, which only meant one thing: the guy was going to work alone without outside support. For the rest of the hunters, this was unthinkable. Despite the fact that the guy is a beginner, he couldn't be so reckless even though he took first place in the exam. After all, it is precisely such people who usually cause problems because their pride overflows. The guys found something funny in this and decided that if it was true, why don't they, as veterans, give him some advice? Right at that moment, information was announced through all the loudspeakers that a monster had appeared in the fissure next to the control center. It was about a monster called a gray ant. The average size of such creatures reached about 2 meters, and the most distinctive feature was that they moved in columns. After listening carefully to this information, the main character realized that after they arrive at the place, the main goal of this hunt will be to search for an ant. But just a few hours earlier, in the clinic where the experiment took place, the trainer asked Sing how he was feeling. The guy felt his body much stronger, but due to the long immobility, his shoulders became numb, and a certain heaviness remained. All this was due to the fact that it did not take root in his body, since the procedure had just ended, and in order to get rid of the discomfort, the guy should have used his own as often as possible strength. While riding on the bus, the guy thought only about this thought that he should use his own strength, and then why not give it his all? The ruthless ants that came out of the portal practically captured the entire area. The hunters screamed in horror for everyone to get ready for battle. After all, no one fully understood what to do with them. One of the guys saw Sing in front of the equipment, and was furious that the main character looked very confused. At that moment, he shouted for the guy to do everything according to the instructions, because he doesn't know what to do with the energy of the nucleus, because he had just been given an injection. The man continued to destroy him morally by asking whether Sing knew how to use aura correctly. And if he did not have the money to afford all this, he suggested that he at least use a good weapon. The main character hesitantly began to approach the equipment and drew attention to one of them, but the man was still dissatisfied with it and asked what he would do with this junk. Then Sing realized that everything had to be carefully thought out, and he was offered, since he was a newcomer without a team, not to be on the front line to create problems, but rather to sit quietly somewhere in the back. But to his great surprise, the guy did not listen to the man and replied that this weapon would not be useful to him at all. Sing took his starting position and was ready to start with the auto-hunt button turned on, surrounded by an aura that he had never used before. But as the auto-hunt against these ants assured, the guy did not need any weapons, and he rushed straight at the mighty flock of these monsters. Other hunters could not find an explanation for such an action, only to note that the guy was simply crazy, or had gone crazy and shouted for the others to prepare reinforcements. The main character fought mercilessly with the ants. They were strong enough and dodged his attacks well, but thanks to his new strength, the guy managed to find a weak spot. With one powerful movement of his hand, Sing managed to pierce the ant's skull right through. After the guy managed to deal with one of the monsters, he immediately set to work on the rest, and didn't think a bit about what to do next. He just confidently ran towards them. For the rest of the hunters, this seemed like absolute madness because it was impossible. Since these ants were at least second-level monsters, and they could not completely believe that a newcomer, whose milk on his lips had not yet dried, could destroy these ants on his own. At one point, the hunter took binoculars and looked closely at which monster would be next for the main character, and he screamed in horror. At that second, the centurion ant appeared in front of the Sing. It was the strongest monster from this flock and had the 3rd level. The rest of the ants received a signal to avoid the guy and head straight to the city center. There were more and more of them, and they began to pose a truly serious danger to the entire city and its population. The main character was surprised that the ants were trying to avoid a skirmish, or they had another goal. But no matter what, he had already given them a signal, and that only meant one thing. There was a centurion in front of him. Singh didn't think for a second about what he should do, and he attacked the monster, and his only concern was whether the instructions mentioned anything about ant poison. The main character deftly jumped out and instantly found himself behind the ant, and immediately grabbed it by the head with both hands so that it could not in any way spew poison at Singh. The monster tried to resist the main character, but the guy was persistent, and his strength simply overwhelmed him, and at one point he simply tore off the ant's head. The hunters who happened to be nearby opened their mouths. After all, they had never seen such a thing, and would most likely never see such a thing from a newcomer. Everyone was sure that the guy was just a reckless newcomer, but the main character turned out to be a real monster. No one could believe that Singh simply tore off the head of a centurion ant, because it was incredible, and it seemed to many that this guy was not absolutely pure. The crowd of people could not stop discussing this moment, but at one moment someone shouted for everyone to stop chatting and finally get down to business, because the centurion ant had just been killed. The ants had lost their own leader and could now be absolutely furious and needed to find the ants that had strayed from the colony and catch them. The command was received to split up and not allow the new guy to take away all the laurels personally, and the hunters reorganized the reconnaissance and carried out everything according to the plan. Since other hunters were busy with ordinary ants, the guy could take a break because it all turned out to be too easy for him. Hunting had never been difficult for him, and finally all the discomfort disappeared, and Singh had exactly half the energy left. Suddenly there was a loud crunch of a human body, and the guy looked in that direction. There was a huge ant that clung like a vampire into the neck of one of the hunters. It was an unusual ant because it was not mentioned anywhere in the instructions. Its characteristic distinguishing feature was that it had a lighter color and wings at the back. All the people and hunters were absolutely horrified. The situation was out of control, and no one understood what was happening here, and what the hell she was doing here. After all, right in front of them was the Queen of Ants. It was a monster that had reached the 4th level, and it was not clear what to do with it. One of the commanders began to encourage the other hunters so that they would not drift away. After all, they are bronze hunters, and probably would not be able to overcome a level 4 monster, and therefore decided to call for reinforcements and immediately leave this place. However, now they were obliged to save the hunters who were near the Ant Queen, and the order was given to prepare for the attack. When the hunters opened fire from under the monster, the guys managed to get their partner and immediately began to run away from the Queen Ant's attack zone as quickly as possible. When they fled from her, they thought that they would already stay there and die because they did not expect to meet her here. But unfortunately, the monster caught up with the guy and pierced him right in the chest with a sharp wing. The hunters were horrified because it was impossible. Despite the incessant shooting, she was still unharmed. The team immediately regrouped and gave the order not to shoot at her as she was using his body as a human shield. At one point, the monster threw her bloody body right at the other guys and began to approach the rest of the hunters. The monster's tentacles were initially aimed specifically at the leader of these hunters, and he never thought that they would fall so quickly. But fortunately, Singh came running to the call for help, and literally in a split second was able to repel the monster's attack. With a powerful blow, he threw the Ant Queen straight to the side. Singh asked the captain if everything was okay with him, and he thanked him with great gratitude and surprise for his help. The men cannot fully understand why the guy is still here. After all, he told everyone to leave immediately. But the guy was not going to follow his instructions, and this time decided to help him without any permission. In addition, everyone should have kept a closer eye on this Queen of Ants. At any moment, she could launch a surprise attack. Thanks to the auto-hunt button, the main character ordered a kick to her head. But it seems that it didn't really do anything because it felt like he hit a piece of iron. It only seemed that with such actions the guy angered the Queen of Ants even more. When the captain asked if the guy was planning to fight her right now, he immediately received a positive answer. The man couldn't believe these words because it seemed to him that the guy had lost his head and didn't understand what the Ant Queen was talking about. After all, the Ant Queen was a 4th level monster, and the risk here might not be justified. It was simply unthinkable after all the efforts. The Queen was still unharmed. The monsters of the 3rd level were no match for her, and they didn't have a chance here. No matter how strong the guy was, this was his first hunt, and he was offered to feel at least a little bit of the atmosphere and finally understand what horror was going on here. At some point, Singh also didn't mind getting out of here. But the fact was that this creature was unlikely to allow them to do it so easily. If the task was to leave here, then someone would need to delay her, but not a little, since there were still wounded here. The man asked the guy one last time to follow the plan and leave here immediately, but the guy replied that he would try to stop her, because hunting a 4th level monster would be an excellent opportunity for him, of course, if he mastered all this. In the eyes of the captain, Singh was a complete madman, because he really was going to fight her. Of course, someone needed to restrain her, but the man did not understand how he could be so calm next to this creature. But unfortunately, they had no other choice, and the captain told the guy to do what he wants, and leave the monster with the same monster, and win them a few precious minutes until they call for reinforcements. The man immediately ran to the others and shouted for everyone to leave this place immediately. If they were not injured, then they should help the others. Everyone had to run away from here while Sing held the Ant Queen. At that moment, the monster screamed terribly with a nightmarish scream that pressed very hard on her ears, and this only meant the beginning of a new fight. But the main character was absolutely calm and confident in his own abilities, and he only waited for the Queen of the Ants to come as close to him as possible. The long-awaited battle began. The guy was very surprised that the Queen had too strong armor, and his attacks did not affect her at all. Sing could hardly avoid massive damage by exposing his body to such a blow, and leaving the auto-hunt on was clearly a good idea, but he had to do at least something before his strength was exhausted. Suddenly, the guy received a huge surge of energy, and at that moment he realized that this was his chance, and now he could end it all with one blow. But much to the surprise, the monster managed to stop this blow and grab the guy right by the hand. Unfortunately, part of the energy had already been used, which was quite bad in this situation. It was not just a 4th-level monster. After all, she has such powerful attacks as the main character believed. However, the whole point was in her armor, and also those hands on her stomach. Thanks to them, she was unpredictable and Sing should have been much more careful. Right now, it was quite problematic to make a decisive blow. Besides, he didn't even have a third of his energy left, and he clearly wouldn't last long here. At this time, not far from the battlefield, a camp was set up to provide assistance to those affected by the monsters. At the Hunter Council, they said that they managed to regroup, but they had suffered huge damage, and help had already been called, and so they just needed to wait a little and then join them. But the other hunters didn't understand whether it was normal to just sit here like that, while the new guy was fighting alone with the monster and he clearly needed help, because there were still those who could fight. Despite the fact that the guy easily defeated the Centurion Ant, he was alive, and they offered to move forward to help him. But the captain did not want to say this, because all actions were powerless against this creature, and if they thoughtlessly went there, they would only suffer even more casualties. No matter how many of them there are, they will not be able to do anything, and they can only hope that highly qualified hunters will be among the help. The Queen's level was higher than that of the Centurion Ant, and for some reason everyone thought that she was only level 4. Despite the fact that her abilities were superior to ordinary ants, the main problem was completely different. Her main advantage over people was that she could easily fly, because people were incapable of this. At one point, Sing realized that now the monster began to take him seriously. She rose high into the sky and sharply down. As if like a hawk, she pounced on the main character, and he barely managed to stop such a pressure of force. The flying monsters were much stronger than ordinary ones, and in this situation, the main character's neck could easily be damaged. All this greatly irritated the guy, and he relied only on auto-hunting to survive, but his energy was almost zero. This monster was incredibly dexterous, and there was absolutely no point in trying to escape from her. And the guy tried to come up with something else. Suddenly, right before the eyes of the main character, the auto-hunt button appeared, and he saw a notification that a new ability had appeared, and in order to change the mode, he had to blink while looking at the screen. Sing was surprised that this thing was here again, but he didn't fully understand what it was needed for. But since he still had no choice and no time, he decided to rely on this button. And since auto-hunting always helped him out, he decided to change the regime. And much to the surprise of the main character, the mode was changed to attack mode. All remaining energy began to concentrate at one single point, and thanks to this, his right hand began to accumulate enormous power of energy, with which he could deal a crushing blow to the monster. This is how it all happened. Having accumulated sufficient strength, the guy was able to pierce through the neck of the queen ant with a sharp blow of his hand. When the queen fell, poison began to flow out of her body. The guy couldn't believe that he did it absolutely alone. After some time, other soldiers decided to help the main character and went to his aid, shouting that they would soon capture the queen. The soldiers ran very quickly and confidently. They did not understand why this monster was left entirely to one newcomer. At some point, the squad leader shouted that they had come running to Sing to help him in this unequal battle. At this moment, the main character was exhausted. Drops of sweat were running down his face. He could barely catch his breath. All the hunters immediately stopped because what they saw shocked them. Right before their eyes was Sing and the queen ant lying dead without a head on the asphalt. None of the soldiers could believe that this newcomer had defeated a level 4 monster. The detachment commander thought, of course he assumed all this, but the guy really dealt with this monster. Several soldiers did not understand how this was possible, and began to suspect the guy of some kind of deception. It seemed to them that another detachment had been here about which they had not been notified. They attacked the guy with a bunch of questions and demanded that he immediately explain what happened here. The man didn't understand why the guys had such a reaction to this young man. Was it all because they didn't see him in action? The commander asked everyone to calm down first, but at that moment one guy interrupted him and said that they can have no doubt that this was the merit entirely of Singh. These were the words of a guy from the squad. He added that they arrived a little earlier than their team, and therefore had the opportunity to see everything with their own eyes, and if the others still do not believe all this, they can request camera footage from Singh. Many soldiers had questions about who was in front of them and how to contact them. But as it turned out, these were the guys from the QR Corporation. When the main character heard who was in front of him, he was too interested in this name. One day, Singh did strength training on his legs. Today, he set a personal record for squats with a barbell. At one point, a trainer came into the room and asked how, after such exhausting work with the flow of energy, you can immediately rush to train, almost regaining all your strength. The man thought that the guy Chutka was going too far and suggested that he rest for a few days. But Singh replied that his own body feels strange when it does nothing. And this made the coach laugh a lot. The ability that appeared during the battle with the Queen of Ants was called attack mode. It is something like acceleration, after which a huge amount of energy is released. For now, the limit of the main character is a high-level skill that overworks the flow of energy, and therefore he needs to train more, and then he will be able to access other auto-hunting functions. Thanks to this power, the main character's possibilities will be simply endless. Everything depended only on the efforts made. In any case, the guy's coach believed in what he was doing because he clearly understood that Singh knew what he was doing. And at that moment he took out a folder with the results of the protagonist's first hunt and offered to talk about it. The main character was a little uncomfortable that the coach gave him his own energy, and now works as his manager, and perhaps it was worth at least telling him about auto-hunting. Well, as soon as Singh decided to tell him about who he is, a real man replied that he listens carefully about how the guy manages to fight so well. Kim asked whether right now the guy really needed to tell about all this, because in any case, he had some reasons for this. The young man did not understand what the head coach was getting at, because the past that the guy did not want to reveal was a secret training method, and maybe the fact that he is a genius of this century. This was completely different from what Kim took into account when choosing a candidate for energy transfer, because skill and talent greatly depend on luck, and he was very lucky in this. The men really knew what was important at this moment, and pointed his finger directly at the main character's chest. If there is nothing inside, then no matter how lucky a person is, he will definitely fail and fail. Perhaps the main character is not the person who could cope with the power received from Kim. But Kim just threw up his hands and said that nothing could be done, and maybe he was mistaken, and it was all his fault. When the coach is sure that they already completely trust each other, he will ask about it again. After these words, the man opened the report and looked at how much they received. In total, 67 monsters were killed, 65 of the second level, and 1 each of the third and fourth, and the total amount was $33,000. After taxes, the cost of each second-level soldier ant was $1,000, and the third-level centurion's ant was $4,000, and the queen's was $20,000. They managed to collect 66 ant glands and 1,400 kilograms of their exoskeletons. All this was on the hunter's market, and could be put up for auction at any time. Kim also thought that the guy would be interested in looking at these indicators. The head coach hasn't put it all up for auction yet, but if the guy wants it, they can sell it this very second, or do it as it was written in this form. And the main character's answer was the second, and Kim knew that the guy would answer exactly that way. Suddenly the guys remembered that the guy had an appointment, and somewhere around this time it should already be. At that same second, Kim's phone rang. He picked it up and asked what happened. The man was horrified because this time he would definitely be fired. And we were talking about the head of the QR Corporation at that time. He was right in the clinic in their city. Exactly 12 years ago, a 6th-level Korkodon monster appeared on the southern border, which was underestimated in his time. The situation was comparable to a national catastrophe. However, one hunter gathered an assault group and defeated him. It was a feat that ranked 5th and 2nd in the world, and Asia respectively. This hunter was awarded the Platinum rank, the highest at that time. And at the moment he is an advanced hunter, strategic director, and head of the best company in Korea called QR Corporation, and his name was Connie. In his office, the head of the corporation was glad to meet him and enjoyed getting to know Singh. Connie called the guy into the office to have a serious conversation, but Singh immediately interrupted him. The main character was sure that here they would be disturbed by talking about the doctor's work and suggested changing the place. Connie fully supported this idea and admitted his guilt and assumed that the doctor was the one who was looking after Singh, but the doctor was just his doctor. And then the guys decided to head to another place. Namely, on the ground floor there was a cafe where they would continue the conversation. While they were waiting for the elevator, Connie turned to the guy and said that he hated long and meaningless conversations, and, with his permission, he would like to get down to business right now. He did not drag out this topic for a long time and decided to say everything as it is right away and invited Singh to join his corporation. The guy was slightly surprised by this offer because he was a beginner, and getting there was problematic for that level. But the head of the company said that the team members who achieved the same thing as him on the last hunt are his right hands and the ones he trusts the most. And having met Singh personally, the man got rid of all doubts and is now completely confident that in 10 years he will easily be able to surpass him. The man was ready to support him at any moment, no matter what, and extended his hand as a sign of joining his company. But the main character kindly thanked for such an offer, but he had no desire to become part of his corporation. Initially, the guy was not going to work alone, but during the last hunt, he realized something, that following the commands of others was absolutely not his thing, and he wanted to somehow limit the auto hunt, and if he joined the team, it would only be after he had reached the limit of the auto hunt's capabilities. In addition, the main character already has a person who supports his hunt alone, and he is devoted to him, and is also sure that continuing his career alone with him is much more profitable for him. Such a speech shocked the head of the corporation, and in this case, he could not help him further, and wished him luck, and moved to the newly opened elevator doors. But as soon as he entered the elevator, he turned to the guy and asked if he wanted to become the second master of hunters. Singh was very surprised by this proposal, and even asked if he had heard it that way. But it was all true. The main goal of the Connie was to create a second and then a third master of hunters. At the moment, there were many different organizations of teams and companies in the world, such as the Chinese Elite 10 and the English Glorious 7. But they were all sad. But what people most often mention in the news is their personal favorite and not the real reality. Even if we take Korea as an example, a person is worthy of mention in the news more than any organization, then who could he be? And then the main character realized that we were talking about Lee. Everything was right. We were talking about Lee, who was a genius of all times. Even someone called him a born miracle. The star is infamous for his own successful victory over a tornado-level crack, and is called a one-man army, and Connie wanted to raise a second Lee to create a star and a team that no one would look down on. The head of the corporation gave the guy contact information that could help him in many ways. As Connie said earlier, his goal was to raise a genius, and therefore it is logical that he would like to maintain relationships with all potential candidates. The company's plan was difficult to change, but there will always be a place for qualified people in it, and within 2 months there will be more rifts. And then he will send a certain team of hunters with sufficient potential directly to this center. These words greatly puzzled the main character, because how can you send a newly formed team to the epicenter of the rift? The closer to the crack, the more difficult the hunt becomes. In the center, mostly high-level veterans work, and complete newcomers cannot be sent there. If the main character agrees, then he will be enrolled in a group with other hunters, and there is no need to sign any contracts, rather than simply dividing the spoils in accordance with the work done, while his freedom will not be affected in any way. This event was quite dangerous, but it could turn out to be very profitable and useful for the guy, because working together in the center of the rift is an excellent opportunity to get acquainted with the hunting tactics of the QR Corporation, and it was an incredible chance. The man decided to leave and added that if the guy decided to do so, he would definitely let him contact him. The business card indicated not some work number, but directly his personal one. When the guy was left alone, he began to breathe. His blood was seething inside. Goosebumps were crawling on his skin, because we were talking about hunting in the epicenter of the rift. The ever-mighty Connie couldn't ride the elevator with some newcomer. It was like being in an interview and trying to get the upper hand over the interviewer who was debating whether to close the elevator door or not. The man thought that the boy really had character and seriously caught him. And when he arrived on the first floor, he thought about who was behind him, since the doctor he met was an ordinary person. When the elevator doors opened, the man saw Kim. They both nodded their heads kindly and walked past each other. When the elevator door almost closed and he didn't understand who was in front of him, he remembered, well, until that moment he couldn't do it, because he hadn't seen this man since that resignation. It was another genius who reached such a level as, or but only 4 years ago, it was he who was the man behind the Singh. This guy could really surprise him as well. Refusal. And now this information that came to light was very unexpected. When Kim went up to the Singh, he ate a delicious donut and added that it would be good to go there. The main character could not have expected such a development of events, because he was not going to sign a contract with the QR company. But the guy apparently forgot that this was not required. Moreover, he wanted to experience what it was like to hunt in the epicenter of the rift. Singh replied that he really wanted to plunge into this atmosphere and learn all the secrets that were kept in his body. Then the coach said that they had little time left, only about 2 months, and if he plans to go there, he should learn something and told the guy to follow him. When they arrived at the training room, Kim began to actively ask various questions. First of all, he inquired about the issue with his lecture on what classifications are used for the use of nuclear energy. Singh began to remember that the man said that they were divided into 3 types. The first was called the key method of fighting, in which the energy of the core with the help of one's own body or weapons and auras enhances strength and mainly includes martial techniques. The second was called PSI. Its unique abilities manifested themselves in connection with the innate talent of everyone, namely the mental impact of ignition, freezing, and others. The third was tech, as opposed to innate talent. This technique was passed down from generation to generation. Thanks to such a technique, it was possible to combine it with the energy of the core, and this could be taught, but the possibility was extremely small. Right now, the coach was going to show him the KE technique he personally developed, and he only did it once, so he warned the guy to be careful. At one moment, Kim took a step onto another locker and abruptly walked straight along the ceiling, and after a few seconds found himself above the main character's head. The man called this technique the body maneuver technique, which was what Singh had to learn in 2 months. The main character couldn't believe his own eyes and what he just saw, but he looked really carefully, and for him it looked simply amazing. And since they're going to go national, Coach said he should change the name to something cooler. At that moment, Kim sharply began to scream. Blood poured out of his mouth and he could barely stop it. The main character noticed how the trainer's veins were very swollen. The man went too far. But everything was in order because he took the right medicine. Singh turned to the man and said that he had overexerted himself and that he should not neglect his own body so much. But such words of the coach were not convincing, because otherwise he should have taught Singh, and if he cannot show this by his own example, then how to learn? The hunt will take place in the center of the rift, and therefore its outcome cannot be accurately predicted. In addition to this, the main character will have to compete with the hunters of the QR company. If the main character wants to stand right at the top, then he needs to have the appropriate skills. At one point, Kim stopped everything because first the guy would forget his demonstration. He offered to analyze it in more detail and asked what he thought about his walk. It all looked too cleverly like defying gravity, and all normal people could not walk like that. But everything was not at all as he said. It was not some kind of skill or deception, and it was impossible to play with gravity. Each person has their own unique way of walking, a gait that suits their body type. The man noticed this obvious fact and thought that walking like an ordinary person, that is, not using his aura, would be a waste of his capabilities. Therefore, the trainer created a walking style that could benefit aura his body, and in the eyes of others, he was able to defy gravity for a while, and if he increased his skill level, he could use them anytime. The man shared this information, namely a description of the demonstrated technique he had just seen. And now I'm starting right from tomorrow. The coach will show the main character the basic movements to achieve the same level. The guy tried to stop Kim. His terrible condition was visible. The main character drew attention to the coach's veins, and they clearly could not withstand such pressure from his energy. But in any case, he showed him his own developed technique with core transfer. All he does is use the last grains of chi remaining in him. With auto-hunting, having only once seen the skill, he could already learn it. But even so, the guy did not stop training hard because he did not want to become a puppet for auto-hunting, and he should not rely on it too much. And now, in order to pay tribute to Kim, he must learn this skill on his own, and he had 2 months to do everything about it. Exactly 2 months passed and a new flash of a rift appeared in the sky in the city. This was a storm-level rift, and compared to ordinary rifts, it was an extremely dangerous place, and clearly different from the one with the gray ants. And this time Connie invited Singh to visit the camp near this fault, and he agreed with pleasure. As they passed by, he noticed that this was quite a large operation, and in addition to the hunting team, there were hundreds of support staff here. These were professional logisticians equipped with special means of communication and ready for all kinds of situations. The guy realized that it was not without reason that he was bragging about all this, because the operation was really very large. And at that moment, he realized what such companies represent. When they entered the tent, the toucan was pleased to introduce him to the new team that he had mentioned earlier, which was an ambitious project of the QR company. This was Team Alpha, created from the best newcomers on the entire planet. When the head of the corporation introduced everyone to Singh, They did not greet him very friendly. But despite this, they responded with some kind of reciprocity. For Singh, this was a completely expected reaction. After all, they were not happy with the fact that outsiders like him were joining their ranks. Soon, Anya decided to leave and asked the guy not to be shy until the hunt began. They could each chat with each other. As Connie thought, Team Alpha was skeptical of him. They were used to working together with each other and therefore could not easily accept an outsider. But in this case, nothing could be done. The Alpha's amazing teamwork with the company's support system could definitely change Singh's mind. And that's why he can become the leader of the beta team that will be created shortly after the Alpha. That's why he introduced them to each other. Everyone in the group tried to avoid the main character, but one of them, who was the leader of the Alpha team named Chan, became friendly with him. The man noticed that the main character was not wearing a single piece of equipment, and he saw only basic protective equipment. The man pointed his finger at the others and said that they were in the center of the rift, and weapons and protective equipment were purchased at personal expense. But the basic equipment was a little outdated, and if suddenly the guy had problems due to the lack of proper equipment, then he would become a regular burden for their squad, and everyone had at least level 3 protective equipment. Then the man suggested that the guy try to borrow it from others and try his luck. And at that moment, everyone in the tent laughed loudly, as if someone wanted to borrow equipment right before the hunt. But Singh answered everyone that everything was fine and his equipment would arrive soon, and everyone immediately fell silent. At that moment, someone beeped, and it turned out to be the long-awaited sound of delivery specifically for the main character. The man apologized for being late, but immediately said that there were no problems, and according to his master, he had not had the opportunity to work with such a high-quality shell for a long time. So he gave it his all. Sinka replied that everything was in order, because he received it right before the hunt, and that the inspection department quickly finished the inspection. Other hunters noticed the name of this company. It was the best company for the production of hunting equipment, and the shell of the queen ant, in terms of protection, was somewhere at level 4. The man took out the remote control and gladly invited the guy to look inside personally, because it wouldn't take much time, and he would be really satisfied with the quality. Despite the fact that the delivery was late, but if its quality was much better than the requested one, Singh was quite satisfied, and of course he could purchase something ready-made. A unique and rare and at the same time beautiful shell opened right in front of him. It was handmade, and there was exactly one such piece in the world. And the guy really wanted to put on something that was made from materials he received on his first hunt. Suddenly, everyone who came here wanted to see the new hunting equipment, because everyone said that it was simply amazing, and could not wait until they could improve their own equipment. When the main character put on this magnificent equipment, no one could take his eyes off it. After all, it looked perfect, as if it had been created just for him. The guys started showering the main character with compliments, saying how cool he was, and that this suit had changed him a lot. Moreover, this was his first official equipment, for which everyone congratulated him. But only one of the guys was unhappy with this because he wanted to put Singh in his place. But something didn't go according to plan. For him it was like a challenge, and he couldn't wait for the moment when the opportunity would come, and he would see what would happen next to this young guy, because in his opinion, he was a simple stranger here. For the main character, the new suit was simply magnificent. After all, it was the first time he wore something like this. It was very comfortable, as if he had been wearing it all this time. The peculiarity of this costume was that it had a special order, and was even given its own name. And from Latin it was translated as the Queen's Embrace. The main character was absolutely sure that the name for the costume was invented by Kim, and was probably trying to show off. But be that as it may, he was completely satisfied with it. When the squad was heading straight to the epicenter, one of the commanders stood in the center and said that he would now begin conducting instructions, and asked everyone to check the data provided to them. According to the information, 3 giant flagellants were discovered, 2 monsters of the 4th level and 1 of the 5th, and they decided to start the attack with a monster of the 4th level. And if others arrive, the plan will undergo changes, and the main goal was 3 giant flagellants, and they were going to catch them one by one. First, they needed to take a monster harpoon and split into 2 teams. And if you don't count Singh, then the 10 members of the Alpha team will be divided into 2 teams of 5 people, so the main character will not get a chance to participate in the hunt. According to the plan, the bait will lure the monster out and lure it into the area, while the ambush team will use harpoons to immobilize the monster, after which their attack team will have to deal with everything else. It was a level 4 monster, and no one wanted to let their guard down. Everyone wanted to take him alive as soon as possible, and they began the operation. At one point, Singh was stopped, and the commander-in-chief approached him and addressed him. Since they started the operation, the guy wanted to make one thing clear. Right now, Singh was the odd one out in it. and he asked Singh to just watch from the side. At this time, a giant scourge and a terrible level 4 monster was wandering through the streets of the city, destroying everything around. According to the plan, they tried to lure him out as I expected. The monster was stupid and immediately reacted to the bait. In their opinion, Team Alpha was better and the CEO was worrying about them in vain. The guy radioed that everything was going according to plan, and the target would soon reach the designated place and asked everyone to be ready. As soon as the monster passed by buildings with windows, the second team prepared to take him by surprise and shoot him with a harpoon. At that moment, the man shouted loudly into the walkie-talkie so that they would immediately shoot from the harpoons, and the hunters would make an accurate shot. The sharp arrows of the harpoon dug into the body of the monster, and 2 hunters held it as best they could with the help of improvised means. Next, they should have attacked his legs and then finished him off, but everything was not so simple. After all, the monster could still hit back well. But at one point the hunter took advantage of the monster's slowness, and taking advantage of the situation, plunged his sword straight into his body. It seemed that even a flagellant could be easily disabled if you attacked him in his weak points. At one moment it seemed to them that they had eliminated one, and would be able to capture the rest. Suddenly, someone shouted the name of the hunter so that he was as careful as possible. Suddenly, a second monster appeared, and with one blow of his foot, he broke the head of one of the hunters, and he lay motionless on the asphalt. The hunters could not believe everything that was happening, because during the briefing they were definitely told that there was only one in this area, and they did not know what to do. After all, they needed to save their partner. Suddenly, another terrible sound was heard, which could only mean that there was another flagellant nearby who was slowly but surely approaching the hunters. The hunters were in a panic here. According to their information, there should have been only one monster here, and they did not understand where the others had come from. They were ready to give up. After all, they could not save their partner, and at the same time fight 2 monsters. At one point, the main character realizes that he can no longer sit in one place, and he decided that it's time to start hunting. At this time, a huge monster grabbed the guy with its tentacles and instantly began to lift him up. The hunter did not want to end his life like this, but he was about to end up right in the jaws. He waited with hope for his team to show up to save him and get him out of here because it couldn't end exactly like that. Fortunately for the man, Singh came to his aid. Thanks to his new suit and powerful strength, he easily dealt with the monster. When he freed the guy from the monster's tentacles, he immediately began to fall down with a loud cry. But at some point, someone grabbed him by the leg and allowed him to break. When he looked up, he saw this savior, and it was Singh. The guy couldn't believe that the main character had come to him to save him. But how was he going to deal with 2 flagellants now? But the only task was to get out of here as quickly as possible. And Singh shouted to the guy that he had grouped up because now he would be shaken hard. The main character threw the guy with all his strength as far as possible from the epicenter of the battle. After that, thanks to the billboard, he pushed off properly and set off after the hunter and all the flagellants. At the moment he grabbed the guy and continued to drag him, he realized that he had no chance of winning with a trailer in the form of this hunter. Then Singh decided to find a safe place as quickly as possible, and nearby there was just a good building for this. But despite the enormous speed, it seemed that it was possible to easily break away from the monsters. But everything was not so, and even for them Singh was not fast enough. They flew into one of the windows of the buildings, and the guy asked the hunter if he could move to get away from the monster. At some point, they managed to escape, and immediately began to catch their breath after such an unexpected meeting. The hunter was horrified by what happened to him. He thought he was about to die, but miraculously remained alive. The man thanked the main character for his help, and asked if Singh still had strength left. The guy was a little out of breath, but he just needed a minimal break. The situation was dangerous, and they were almost caught. The hunter was interested in one question: how Singh managed to slip through the flagellant's tentacles. But the main character answered that he learned this somewhere. Singh answered as if there was nothing special about it. With such a level of skill, he couldn't just talk about the fact that he learned it somewhere. Suddenly, a voice on the radio asked the team if she was okay, and the guy replied that he was alive. The team asked for forgiveness for not saving the leader because the flagellant appeared, and it was too dangerous. Now was not the time to be angry with them, and the man understood everything, and therefore ordered everyone to return to the base since the operation had failed. Unfortunately for Singh, the hunt ended because 2 flagellants showed up at the same time, and therefore hunting for them was no longer possible. The guy continued to be tormented by one question: how can he now explain the failure of this operation to the general director? The man saw Singh starting to get ready somewhere and asked him where he was going, and he replied that outside. He was furious because he had heard the commander's order for everyone to return to the base. But the guy reminded the commander that when they got off the bus they marked him as an outsider. And this meant only one thing: it was not his concern whether they would retreat or not. and since the squad leader was wounded, Sing suggested that he hide until the rescue group appeared. The main character asked not to cause trouble and just be where he needs to be and interfere with the progress of the operation. Until that moment, Sing had not used auto-hunt and tried to use that skill. But the end somehow let him down, and it seems that at the moment, this was his limit. At least he saw the result of his own training, and now it was not about who did what better because he no longer had any reason to hold back. This is a hunting zone, a place where the strong devour the weak, and to achieve the goal you need to use everything that everyone has in their arsenal. At this time, at the main QR headquarters, they were discussing the successful rescue of Chang thanks to Sing, and that they were currently taking refuge in a building nearby. Everyone watched the incredible movement of the main character, as he skillfully moved between the tentacles, as if nothing had happened. When fighting gray ants, he did not pull off such moves, and as far as was known, this was the skill Kim had used in the past. But Sing did not seem to be at the same level as Kim during the peak of his career. After what he saw, the man gained an even greater desire to bring this guy to the QR company. At that moment, the radio said that the first mission was doomed to failure, but the man said that everything was fine since everyone was safe. The team decided that even after this, the mission would not be feasible, and they contacted him that the head of the company announced its failure. The man did not believe that they were retreating. Of course it would be difficult, but after regrouping, the Alpha team could definitely hunt the scourges, but they gave up immediately after one attempt. If the leader orders them to stay and fight, then they will become ordinary puppets without any critical thinking. But for now, he will have to respect their decision, and the payoff will come later. And so the man agreed with them, and confirmed that they could return home. The guy also added on the radio that Sing was no longer with him, and this greatly surprised the head of the company. The main character went to hunt the flagellants alone, even though they tried to stop him. These words greatly angered the boss, and he then ordered him to drag his butt to the roof of the building and capture Sing on his camera right away. At some point, the man thought that each time it became more and more difficult, and at that moment the colleague said that Agent Chang's camera had started filming. The man tried to interest Sing using the potential of the Alpha team, but in the end they only received help and looked weak. At one point, in the picture from the cameras, he saw how two monsters seemed to be intertwined with each other. The main character decided to start this ruthless hunt with monsters alone. He jumped straight from the top floor onto them. Sing acted according to the instructions, and knew that it was necessary to cut the tentacles vertically. When cutting horizontally, he would simply grow another tentacle. The guy made one attack after another while skillfully dodging the tentacles of the monsters. At one point, Sing confused the monsters so much that one of them hit the other with all his might. They did not consider each other enemies, but they also do not understand how to work together. If you do not take into account the tentacles, they are quite slow, and therefore the main character decided to put the acquired knowledge into practice. When one of the monsters began to attack him, he then pounced directly in his direction and began to rapidly close the distance. Kim's trainer called it a body maneuvering technique, and he decided to change the name. It sounded too old-fashioned, so Kim decided to change it to something more modern. He thought a lot about making it sound cool, and finally decided that this skill would be called the spider step. No one at headquarters could believe it, and did not understand what was happening since this rumor turned out to be true. And this new hunter really turned out to be the genius of the century. Everyone asked the same question why he always dodges and does not attack weak points to grab them. It was hardly noticeable, but the guy carefully controlled his own ki energy. But why did he delay it? Sing had a lot of chances, but he didn't just dodge attacks or cut the tentacles horizontally to increase their number. The man had no idea what he was planning until the end, but he assumed that he was trying to capture them all alive. At one point, he did not understand what had happened, because the flagellants could no longer move, and, moreover, attack due to the fact that their tentacles were entangled in each other. The main character really decided to take them alive by increasing the number of tentacles, and lured them to places where they would intertwine. Thanks to the environment, he confused them not only in the ruins, but also among themselves. And when the team looked at all this, it seemed like something impossible to them. At this moment, the head of Team Alpha radioed that Sing had safely captured the flagellants and asked everyone to report this to headquarters. Sing thanked the Alpha team for their work, but the question remained on the surface. Was this really a hunt in the center of the rift? For the main character, it turned out to be not as difficult as he thought, and the guy was praised for a fantastic job done. The man thanked for everything from saving Chang to capturing the targets alive, and all this happened thanks to the main character, and fortunately, he remained safe and sound. The head of the corporation was tormented by just one question. Was he really disappointed with Alpha's work? And the man decided that he would do anything to get him now. He added that his company thanks him for saving all the people, and now they are in great debt to him. And one could say that the guy saved the future. And so, as a token of gratitude, he would like to do something for him that is within his power. There was one goal, to get him by any means, money, or to provide him with support and information from the company. All this was unimportant. The main thing was that it would help get him now, and he would do it without any hesitation. And fortunately, Singh had one idea which he gladly proposed, and the man was very excited about it. Sometime later, the second area of operation of the QR company where another monster was located. A group of other hunters successfully dealt with him and finished the job. The mission was successfully completed, and the plan that was set at the beginning of the mission was fulfilled. For the commander-in-chief of the squad, it was very fast, and she did not expect that they would be able to finish it so quickly, and further expected results from the Alpha team. One of the hunters said that they should wait because he believed that they did not need to do this. According to them, the second Alpha group was doomed to failure because they heard how luck had turned away from them, and it was surprising how these brats did not die at all. Everyone knew that this would happen, and it didn't matter how many of them came because they were just beginners, and it was very difficult to give them experience on the battlefield and force them to do such trivial things as hunting giant monsters. Didn't the company invest several $1,000,000 in them and that money could have gone somewhere else and it comes out as another waste of time? No one understood why their CEO was trying to train newbies. In any case, they heard about a new guy arriving today with a unique outfit made from the shell of a queen ant. At one point, the girl could not stand it and asked everyone to close their mouths, because their director probably had some kind of plan and ordered them to patrol the area and wait for further orders. The girl was told that this newcomer's name was Singh, and he was also on this mission, which greatly interested her. This hunt is very dangerous. It puts everyone at great risk, and sometimes you may not even be aware of it until death. Therefore, the industry is changing, and during hunting there are only two outcomes: victory or loss. Avoiding any risk, and hunting only where safety is guaranteed has become a trend. A feeling of responsibility for the safety of other people, or anger at monsters for the fact that there are people like those who have lost loved ones. Singh approached the girl and asked if she was Sarah, and she replied that her boss had contacted her about the main character. She was the leader of the first team of the QR company, and they met amicably and quite warmly. Sarah asked if he was really here just to take part in the operation at the center of the rift, and that's exactly what happened. Singh expected to hear from her the same words as from the captain of the second team, that he should sit on the sidelines until he was told what to do. But to the great surprise of the main character, Sarah asked again why he came here, and this greatly surprised the guy. Sarah added that she heard about how the guy successfully hunted 2 scourges, and even saved a member of the Alpha team, and showed a really good result. She was sure that their CEO would reward him well for such a feat, considering what the main character was hunting for. Singh did what he originally planned, namely, he tested the new technique directly in a real battle against monsters, and even spent a fair amount of chi and stamina. However, even this was not enough for the main character. He wanted to prove to everyone that he could. He did not want to be on the preparatory stage. It was preferable to be at the real hunt right in the center. This greatly amused Sarah since the guy came here to get real experience. The girl agreed to these words and understood what Singh wanted, and asked if he had an idea about the positions in the team, and therefore asked to stay somewhere nearby in their team and hold the position. Sarah wasn't sure that there would be more waves with monsters, but they would start, so she ordered to either hide or leave alone. In general, do whatever you want. Singh asked the girl if there were any other things he should be wary of, and she decided to tell him about one more. Sarah knew that the guy was very talented, but all the hunters present here were much more skilled than him. All this could quite hurt the pride of the protagonist, and she added that, so that the guy would never put her teammates in danger, which the guy, of course, agreed with, and this was the answer Sarah expected to hear. The rift began to shake, and everyone decided to go, and the girl once again reminded Singh of her words. At the moment, the crack was closing very slowly than previously expected, and this was not very good news. Other teams exceeded the time limit in which they had to return. Not just any team, but the Maruchan team did not return at the time when the crack opens. The hunters form an interception team to cope with the monster coming out. At the same time, the assault team rushed inside in order to close the crack, and given the number of monsters they had to hunt, it would not be difficult for them to close the crack. The Maruchan team belonged to the best hunters in Korea. Even though they are few in number, their skills are the best of the best. On this hunt, QR was responsible for interception and the Maruchans for the assault, and no one understood what happened there, inside. Suddenly, a signal was received that something began to emerge from the portal, and it was identified as the leader of the Maruchans. The hunters laughed at the fact that this was not the best way to spend their time, because hunting with this little thing can be incredibly boring. But the head of the team didn't just fly, he fell from the sky and everyone started screaming in horror about it. The leader of the Maruchans landed straight on the ground, He was unconscious and everyone was tormented by only one question: what happened inside? At that moment, Sarah shouted for everyone to prepare for the assault and gave the final preparation command. Unfortunately for Singh, he could not participate in this operation, but he was also not around and Sarah thought that the guy was hiding. At this time, other monsters began to emerge from the rift. A new wave. These were the Ga Saints and were level 4 monsters. These rare monsters were only seen on training tapes. They appeared very rarely in North America, and no one understood what they were doing in Korea. Since this was their first hunt, everyone must be extremely careful, and everyone must maintain a formation so that everyone breaks through the rift as quickly as possible. The leader's words drove the hunters into a dead end, because it seemed to them that it was reckless to approach the monster they were meeting for the first time. But she didn't want to listen to anyone and ran forward, and no one understood why Sarah was so impatient, because she seemed like a calm person who put safety above all else. Suddenly the guys heard terrible screams, and when they raised their heads up they saw a flock of ruthless bloodsuckers. Sarah reported to the management on the radio that they, as the first capture group, were going to act first. If this is possible, then they will break through the rift and close it on their own. But if they fail the mission, then she asked to take care of the consequences and request help from the North American team. Level 4 or higher in monsters meant a herd mentality and the ability to instantly capture large areas. The order was to kill as many as possible and forget about being captured alive and not let anyone escape. If these monsters escape from the rift zone, countless civilians will be in danger and they must stop them at all costs. Something strange was happening with these cracks. First a gray ant, then this. All this was clearly not accidental. The head of the company understood that they had done everything in their power. If Sarah's team fails and cannot stop the monsters, the troops will begin an immediate bombardment. Such actions might seem cold-blooded, but it was much better than the escape of the Ga Saints, who in the near future would wreak havoc on the lives of civilians. At that moment, a colleague approached and said that they had contact with the task force, and the man asked to be connected to them as quickly as possible. But the point was that they all requested permission to retreat. Other members of the outside reinforcement request a retreat and say that the situation is unforeseen and dangerous, and since it is not included in their contract, they are not obligated to continue the hunt. For some time they tried to convince them, but they couldn't drag it out any longer, and the guy asked the boss for advice on what they should all do. The boss was furious. He shouted loudly and tore up papers because he considered them children who did not understand what business they were working in. This wasn't just some work, it was preventing monsters from harming the general public. Precisely because this work is dangerous and there were hunters. But they wanted to fool people who put everything on the line with their own lives. He shouted loudly that even if all the limbs were torn off, the hunters had to do the work of the defenders. This did not mean that they could not help but do it. If everyone was in danger, they had to do it at any cost. And since the teams wanted to retreat, no one was going to interfere with them. But in this case, the others would run out of human resources. And then Lee decided to get everyone together, as they were all going to the front line. The assistants believed that this was all recklessness, because if someone like the head goes to the front line, then the chain of command. Recklessness! The boss shouted loudly. He didn't want to hear anything. He didn't care because he was going to stop at least one monster from escaping, and was ready to take all the responsibility on his own shoulders. At this moment, Sarah tried to deal with these creatures as quickly as possible, but unfortunately she alone was not enough. Moreover, there were a lot of them, and with every minute, the number of monsters grew significantly. No one could continue to fight the horde of Ga Saints, and to resolve this situation, it was not enough to simply kill all these monsters. The goal was next, to get into the rift and close it. But with so many monsters, it was quite difficult to get close to it. They would have had a chance if they could instantly find themselves near the fault, but unfortunately, there was no one nearby who could wield such equipment. Suddenly, someone shouted that there was an evil creature right above the leader, and the girl barely dodged the bite and immediately fired a powerful shot. Unfortunately, one monster managed to escape, but fortunately he was overtaken by someone's harpoon arrow. It was Singh who was in the right place at the right time and managed to stop the monster. Sarah was shocked to see him. It seemed to her that the guy was hiding, but all this time he was looking for the necessary equipment that could help him in battle. He needed a harpoon to hunt flagellants, and he believed that thanks to it, it would give some advantage in this situation. The girl was extremely against Singh taking part in the operation since it was very dangerous to be here. But the guy didn't want to listen to her because there were enough things to do here. And first of all, it was about the account of each civilian. Sarah was pleased to hear such valiant words from the young man. She never thought that she would exchange them with anyone else. Based on the situation, the best way out was to close the rift as quickly as possible, and Singh had a fairly effective Kai technique, and therefore he must cope with this task. Sarah said that she would go with him since it was almost impossible to close the rift, and at the same time fight the gay saints. Sing asked if the girl had the same technique, but unfortunately neither she nor her entire team owned such techniques. But this was not the case when the guy could go alone. The guy had no choice but to offer to sit on his back and bent over a little, and at that time the girl laughed loudly as it was too unexpected. Sarah could not argue with Sing, and she could never have thought that the guy was so straightforward. But she replied that she would trust him. The girl turned to one of the guys from the squad and ordered him to command everyone from that moment on as they were going to close the rift. The soldier could not believe that his commander went on such an important mission with a newcomer, and along the way they immediately stumbled upon a pack of monsters. Sing and Sarah skillfully dodged the attack and even managed to attack, and moved straight to the entrance to the rift. When the guys took the first step, they found themselves near the fault. It was hot and damp there, just like in the tropics. The air was too thin to breathe. It became harder and harder to breathe every second. Then Sarah noticed something. What she saw made her breath freeze and her eyes hardly move. There were hunters who desperately fought against the monsters, but there was no way to help them. As expected, the Maruchans did everything in their power to close the rift and went up against the Ga Saints. This only meant that there was a rift destroyer nearby, and it was activated by introducing a significant amount of aura and closed the rift. Judging by the number already entered, the Maruchans had almost completed the work, and they only needed one person, and just had to enter a little. But then a first-class saint, Ga, who was a level 6 monster, appeared. A first-class monster of the 6th level is the alpha essence among all the saints of Ga. This horror destroyed the entire assault group, and the guys had no choice but to defeat it. But Sarah didn't know if she had enough core energy to fight him and charge the rift destroyer. But in any case, she had to do it because there was no other choice. But suddenly her path was blocked by Sing. He said that he would take care of everything, and asked the commander to introduce the missing aura. The girl did not agree because the Alpha team had been fighting here all this time, and it would be rational to fight the monster, and let the guy deal with recharging the destroyer. But Sing used up all the core energy to get here, and therefore his aura will most likely not be enough to recharge. The girl asked the guy to buy her just 5 minutes to introduce an aura and hold him for this time. The monster seemed to be mocking them and trying to tell them that there was no way they could get out of here. The main character did not have much energy and needed to bypass his attacks using auto-hunting and act according to hit-and-run tactics. And at that moment, the monster immediately attacked Sing at breakneck speed without even allowing him to think for a second. Despite the automatic hunt, the guy couldn't even dodge, and if it weren't for the Queen's embrace, he would have simply been torn to pieces. The main character felt as if he had been hit by a truck. For a second, the monster's skin shone brightly as he raised his body temperature and increased his strength. There was nothing to be done. It was necessary to somehow entertain the monster, and the hit-and-run tactics did not quite work, and the main character decided to change it. It was necessary to change its trajectory to recharge, and to do this it was necessary to activate the attack mode. All that was required was to invest all the remaining energy into this attack, and use this as soon as he recharges to attack his weak point. But the risk was that the guy could die if the energy of the core runs out, then everything will end for him. If he didn't stop his recharging, there was no way he could survive. If he didn't attack him in a weak spot, then he would die. And at that moment, Sing remembered Sarah's last words that she completely trusted him with her own life. Sing told her that he would do his best, and therefore he must see the matter through to the end. The main character was ready for the next attack of the monster, and was waiting for it more than ever. They ran towards each other, and it was necessary to make only one blow to complete the goal for both one and the other. They missed each other in literally an instant. If there were other people nearby, it's unlikely that anyone would have noticed how Sing struck. But fortunately, the guy managed to concentrate all his energy into one blow and cut off the monster's paw. No one had ever heard such a loud scream. The blow fell exactly on the monster's weak spot. But unfortunately, the energy limit for his body was almost depleted. The body refused to listen to him, and it was unrealistic to carry out such an attack for the second time. The monster began to try to take off in order to escape as far as possible and begin regenerating its body. Sing could not allow him to do this. He then took the equipment and aimed the harpoon directly at the monster's body. Despite the fact that Sing managed to catch the monster with an arrow, his strength was exhausted, and in this battle the monster already prevailed over the hero. The guy understood that at this rate he simply wouldn't be able to hold him, and would sooner or later let him go. Fortunately, he heard Sarah's voice, who shouted that everything was ready, and the rift destroyer was charged, and in a few seconds, it would be activated. The rift began to close, and they needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. But Sing couldn't just leave this bastard here and asked him to wait because the monster was trying to get out of here at any cost. Then the guy came up with a brilliant idea. Since the monster was asking to come out, why not let him go and fly with him? This is exactly what the main character did along the way, He extended his hand to Sarah so that she would grab him, and they could successfully get out of here. He shouted for the girl to hold tight as they would now break through, and a few seconds later they were on their home planet. Fortunately, they successfully got out, although they were too high above the ground. But this was not enough, and it was necessary to finish with him before he went mad, and asked to aim at the place from which the harpoon was sticking out, and then he could be dealt with using an aura bullet. Sarah asked a good question about how they were going to land from such a height, but there was too little time to solve this question. She bent down a little, took the gun, and took good aim, and fired an accurate shot that threw the monster right onto the floor in the business center. The guys managed to land directly on the floor below and successfully complete their task. Sarah was incredibly happy. She screamed loudly that they had done it and defeated the monster. But Singh didn't hear her. He was lying and moving. When she took off the mask, she saw him unconscious. Then she came even closer and heard quiet breathing, and then realized that he had simply passed out, and she was scared in vain. The two of them were on the broken floor of an abandoned building, and despite the fact that Singh did not hear her, she thanked him for a job well done because it was a great hunt. Information was received about the closure of the rift, and right now the hunt was underway for the remaining Guie Saints, and the medical personnel will be ready very soon. When Lee looked at the corpse of the main monster, he could not believe that these two still managed to do this. The next day, Singh woke up in the hospital, and for some reason felt some kind of awkwardness. It was still painful to get up from the bed, and it was all because of that first-class Senga. Kim's voice suddenly rang out. He added that he heard how the guy managed to pull him out, and also noted his long 2-day sleep. The coach asked about the guy's well-being and joked that he still didn't know what diagnosis the doctors had given him. He handed over the folder and said that big things awaited them in the near future, and wished for a speedy recovery. The main character picked up the box and asked what it was, and Kim replied that now you will find out everything. There were 5 ranks of hunters in total, the lowest bronze, silver, gold, and the most important platinum rank. All of them depended on the results of 2 seasons of annual assessment of hunters. In general, this is the face of the hunter, reflecting his power, wealth, and everything else. And at that moment, the coach handed the main character a box containing a silver rank badge. Singh picked up this box and could not believe that right in front of him was that same silver badge. Kim casually took the badge out of the box and said that it was sent last time, and he was going to hand it over immediately after the hunt. But the following happened. He looked towards the urn and made a gorgeous 3-point shot straight into the basket that stood on the floor. The guy was discouraged by what the coach had just done, but he added so that Singh would not worry because this trinket was worth nothing. This badge was given to the main character for defeating the ant, and at the moment, it was absolutely useless. The man added that for badges up to the gold rank, fake metal is used, but then there was a real one, and a platinum badge was made of a metal such as Platinum Plus. This time the committee worked quickly and clearly and sent it right before the end of the day and handed the guy a green box. Singh could not believe that in his hands he was holding the real highest platinum rank. Only the top 20 hunters in the world received it, and at the moment, he was in 19th place. The coach asked how the main character was feeling now, but he couldn't say anything because his emotions were completely overwhelming him. Kim was completely satisfied with the success of the main character. He winked and added that he is now a ranker, and congratulated him on his new achievement. Singh was on the subway in an official business style and was waiting for the next stop. Next to him was a guy who was watching a live news broadcast from a tablet. Mr. Connie was present at an interview in which he said that a hunter named Paco contributed to the situation, and without him, everything would have only gotten worse. All this time, everyone was actively talking about a guy named Paco, but no one knew who he was or what he looked like. At that moment, the coach said that Singh really doesn't know who they are talking about because they were all talking about him, and the main character, with great surprise, spat out all the food from his mouth. This pseudonym was invented by Coach Kim. He thought it sounded too cool. But the main character didn't understand why it was all. But as it turned out, it was done for the public. After all, they will now see Paco in the ranking instead of Singh. But if a guy wants to reveal his own identity, then he will be like one guy of a public figure and pointed his finger straight at the TV. The journalist asked if they could believe that the Rift case was completely closed thanks to Paco and Sarah. All this was absolutely true only thanks to their coordinated work. They were able to avoid casualties among the population. The journalist did not stop asking questions, and he added that he was worried that some people do not agree with Paco's status, because history has not seen such a quick debut of a ranker until now. But there was no difference in this. After all of Paco's achievements were recorded on the camera of the QR Corporation, and anyone else could be convinced of this. The guy was not responsible for the center of the rift. However, he went there at his own peril and risk, and when danger arose, this guy immediately asked for help. But along with the same brave men like him, there were other people who did not behave in the best way in this situation. Connie did not want to condemn anyone. But unlike those who put their own safety and wealth first, Paco was the only hunter who earned this title. The man did not understand why they give the status of a ranker, because you can become one only based on annual results, and the rank system exists to show that hunters are people who are ready to face evil and protect human society. Kim chuckled slightly at these words and added that this guy does not change, and as a result, the QR Corporation prevented the rift. All this happened thanks to the fact that Paco, that is, Singh, exists, and therefore they had to reward him so as not to fall in the eyes of others. At the moment the whole world is hearing about the long-awaited star, or the second Lee called Paco. If the main character reveals his identity, he can make decent money from interviews. But since he is admitted to a hunt of high complexity, it is better to concentrate on it. If the guy does not show what he is capable of, then his grade will fall every time, and this will be a leak in the dam that he must close. All these words were too expected for Coach Kim, and he knew that it was not in vain that he came up with this pseudonym and added about the great news. The Hunters Association has sent an invitation to Paco, and they are gathering the country's top hunters to create countermeasures against the rift. Fame and popularity for the main character were of course great, but if he gets arrogant, recovery will have to be postponed, including training. Singh must become stronger and focus on improving his own skills and learning new techniques. When he approached a large skyscraper at the entrance, he was met by a security guard who stopped him and said that in order to go inside, he needed to show a pass or invitation. The main character agreed with pleasure and showed him the documents. He carefully read about who was standing in front of him and asked to attach a badge. When he began to carefully compare the documents, he could not believe his own eyes because in front of him was a ranker named Paco. The man shouted so loudly that the real Paco was in front of him that all the people in the area turned around and began to loudly ask who had seen Paco. The guard immediately apologized for such loud words, and the main character was already quite tired of it. Suddenly a guy came out to meet him. He greeted him and said that he was glad to meet him. He introduced himself as De Jong. The guy said that if he came completely alone, then he could keep them company. After all, no one could have thought that the newcomer Singh turned out to be Paco, and everyone was talking about the fact that he had not yet joined any group. Suddenly, from afar, someone shouted Singh's name so loudly that the main character turned around at this sound and saw Lee waving his hand and smiling widely in the distance. The guy was incredibly happy about this meeting and added that it felt like they hadn't seen each other for probably 6 months. Lee was the kind of guy who often missed such meetings, and now, coming here, it felt like he didn't know anyone. He hugged Singh in a friendly way, as if they had known each other all their lives. And since he was alone, like Lee, they agreed to sit together, because being alone at such an event was quite awkward. The guy turned to De Jong and said that he was taking it from him, and hoped that the guy was not at all against it. No one could believe that Singh knew each other so well, and they went to look for a place where they could sit more comfortably, so that they could see the whole stage, or where no one would see them. When they moved a little further away, the main character thanked the guy for helping him out and getting him out of such a difficult situation. Lee replied that it was all nothing because he was completely familiar with it because he pulled him out of there. Everything was exactly like that, because the main character was uncomfortable among all this crowd when a pack of wild dogs surrounded the animal. But as soon as the lion appears, they immediately run away with their tails between their legs. Hence the question arises, which animal will stand calmly when the lion approaches? Only Leo will be this animal that will stand calmly and react to everything in cold blood. The guy liked that they flattered him. After all, if he were a Leo, he wouldn't ask for help. And Lee immediately added that he is not quite a Leo yet, but just a lion cub who is unlikely to ever grow up and become independent. When the event began, the man from the stage thanked everyone who, despite the busy schedule, was able to come to this conference, and suggested starting it right away. He talked about monsters that appear strictly in certain places or zones in their supposed habitat. The chairman of the Special Protection Agency said that monsters had been discovered and would only be found in North America, and yet they recently encountered those who deviate from this norm. Just like hectares that appear only in the mountain ranges of North America ended up in an unusual way on their territory. Due to the recent incident, the Protection Agency decided to take countermeasures and call together the best hunters, and is currently collaborating with other well-known organizations to assess the situation with all available resources. The main character sat next to him, and could not believe the words that Lee told him that he was just a lion cub, who would soon grow up completely. The guy suggested we talk about it later. To be honest, I just wanted to say a huge thank you to Singh. His sister is in China, and when she left, her eyes shone with confidence, and everything was thanks to him. The main character was pleased to hear such words. But in his opinion, he didn't even do anything special. If we talk about China, its representatives will also attend the meeting. And since this is a global crisis, they should also be interested in what is happening. It would be beneficial for the main character to go through this. But the guy didn't understand what we were talking about. As it turned out, in China, there is a fairly large accumulation of everything from people to monsters. The scale of what is happening was very different from other places, and if Sing goes there, he will definitely feel this excitement. Sing still didn't understand why he said that first. Lion Cub, then China, what it was all about. The guy didn't fully understand what he wanted to say. Were all geniuses really like this, and trying to figure out what happened but could offend him? And Sing decided not to do it. This way, the defense agency will take an aggressive stance towards the rifts instead of the usual passive approach. And at this moment, the main character turned to Lee's expression. Therefore, from today, the protection agency will legalize the diving of hunters into faults. And it was simply incredible news that shocked them, while others experienced incredible joy from it. This in the hunter industry meant that for further investigation and hunting, they would remain at the rift site even after it was closed, and when the existence of hunters and their strength became sufficient to crush monsters, humanity began to show interest in the creatures that overcome the other side of the fault. Their study and colonization became possible. People were full of expectations and therefore resorted to risky actions, in other words. They plunged into the rift, and yet the consequences of such ignorance turned out to be terrible. Not only the hunters were being destroyed, but also the army with special equipment was almost wiped off the face of the earth. After all, everyone was fighting on their own territory. The only survivors of this tragedy were psychologically unstable due to trauma, and repeated only these words, after which such actions were declared illegal. Naturally, endless diving was still prohibited, and no one could allow hunters to be unnecessarily exposed to danger. That is why their structure will carefully approach the recruitment of a team of qualified hunters who will purposefully carry out the dive. Also, the participation of the selected hunters is carried out exclusively on a voluntary basis. Whether or not to accept such a dangerous task was a purely personal choice of each, but the dive was the dream of each of them. None of the hunters could miss this opportunity. If you succeed, you will get all the glory and wealth. The atmosphere changed greatly, and no restrictions were imposed on the hunters during the dive. Any actions were allowed as long as they could collect as much information as possible. All the loot and trophies would be received by those hunters who got them. The candidate's turn came and the man named the first group, which was created only from the class of high-class hunters. The man ranked Lee as the first rank as the fourth. Kim Sing congratulated the guy with great joy on this opportunity. And the last person the head of the association named was rank number 19, and it turned out to be Sing, who was discouraged by this decision. Everyone was horrified when they heard about the 19th rank, which turned out to be the lowest, and no one understood what was happening, because the 19th was just Paco, and no one understood why they named Sing, who was a recruit, and received first place in the exam. But the man called on everyone to calm down. After all, they are still in the process of announcing the team, and soon they can ask all the questions that interest them. Suddenly one guy picked up the microphone and shouted that he objected. It was Jeff, who was one of the leaders of the Heaven and Earth Company, and was the owner of the 8th rank. He thought that there were inconsistencies here because Sing was a newcomer among newcomers who received a license no more than 6 months ago. And even though he had a rank, how could they assign a young boy to such an important mission when there were a lot of professional hunters around? The first candidates were appointed based on their survival and awareness. The association also took into account connections with companies. They took those who were not members of them. And lastly, after reviewing electronic media with Sing's actions, they concluded that he was sufficiently qualified. But no one present in the hall saw this, and perhaps materials that had not yet been shown to the public were edited. Lee realized that the director of the company was too powerful a hunter who wanted to promote those who were not on the list. He tried to say that there was no reason to give a chance to newcomers, and since Sing was one, he hoped to easily eliminate him. Thus, he questioned the choice of the defense agency, and it would be nice to hear at least some recommendations or evidence from another reputable group. Then one voice from the audience shouted that he could give all the evidence that could be requested. It was Sarah from the QR company. She officially declared in full competence about Sing, and that there should be no doubt about it, and the girl fully vouches for her own rank. All this sounded like something provocative on the air, and Sarah with the 2nd rank also spoke out, and if no one interrupted her, then this only meant one thing, that the QR company was completely on Sing's side. And Sarah's skill and experience and personal achievements had long been recognized, and since such a person, who distinguished himself while hunting monsters, made such statements, other hunters would no longer be able to help but recognize Sing. and now Jeff no longer had any excuses. He didn't try to question Sing, but he noted that the most important skill for dive hunters was the correct assessment of the situation. From what they saw, he could only use melee attacks, and hunters did not always have the advantage in terrain, but some superior aspects and skills could not be ignored. No one in the hall could hear this speech, which looked like a complete cringe, and others were also not happy. And most likely he noticed this too, but he did not do it for the sake of self-affirmation. At that moment, Sing stood up and said that he also had something to answer to this, and greatly surprised Lee, who was sitting next to him, with such actions. When the guy stood up, he introduced himself and said that those who doubted his candidacy, he completely understands them and apologizes for this. And he said a big thank you to those who supported him. And since it was necessary to demonstrate competence, he saw no reason to refuse such an opportunity. And therefore he plans to cooperate with the defense agency with all his might as a hunter, in order to make the dive feasible. And as far as the guy understood the concerns of everyone who was in the room, with their permission, he would gladly demonstrate his own meager capabilities right here and now, and ask permission from the chairman of the association. And the man from the podium said that this is a great idea, and if he does this, then all doubts should definitely go away, and he fully approves of Sing's proposal, and asked him to act immediately. People were shouting that these were professionals and they were just non-entities and there would be something to see, and everyone wanted to see how Paco fucked Jeff on live television. The man in the hat said that he was almost bored when something interesting began to happen. The main character underwent additional control and inspection, and before starting the test, he was required to choose one of the weapons. Sing immediately chose a weapon called a galley, and it was the second level. It was effective against monsters, and increased the strength of the owners, and was the main one for many hunters, with the exception of PSI types, and those. Everyone was surprised when the guy chose this pistol because Sing did not possess psionic energy, and therefore he definitely could not use it. No one was particularly impressed by this action because it was an ordinary pistol, and no one understood what he could do with it, and what the guy was really up to. Everyone said so. What then and what now is the main thing to learn. And then it will go like clockwork. But sometimes this is not enough. These were the words that Kim Sing said when they were undergoing exercises at the training range. Everyone uses Ki energy, and the main character can lag behind others if he does not train until he loses his PSI pulse. And those are very different from this. They are inherited or innate. So they can do something that Ki energy is not capable of, and Sing will understand this only when he sees it. In addition, they did not have the ancient history of Ki like China or Japan. There were few people in their country who could pass it on to other generations. And so Kim created something special for Sing and transferred his own spider step Ki, because he had used it before, and now wants to transfer it to a reliable person. The coach asked the guy to pick up protective equipment because this would be his second lesson. The main character made a crazy shot with the help of additional energy. The force of the shot was so powerful that it pierced the bullet box right through. No one could believe this development of events, and only for Jeff, everything was exactly as he could have expected from the guy. If a person did not have such energy, he could not control the aura emanating from the body. And yet, Sing adopted the Ki attack that Kim developed, and they both came to a unanimous agreement to give this an unusual name which was called Parasite Ki. Everyone who watched this test was horrified by what happened, because the aura had just exploded before their eyes when everyone believed that it was just an ordinary bullet. Sarah realized that he was putting his own aura into the field and supporting it all this time. There was a feeling that, in addition to the explosion, they were also cutting with a sword from the inside an infinite number of times, and it didn't look like PSI energy or those. It all looked as if the main character had managed this by manipulating pure Kai energy and aura. After this moment, Sing turned towards the hall and asked if he was able to prove that he could cope with the task, and no one had any objections. The head of the association turned to Jeff and asked if he had any questions, because the main character was waiting for his answer. As one of those who asked for evidence, he demanded to voice at least some thoughts about what he saw. The man shouted that he understood everything about Sing's qualifications and the agency's decision, and admitted that his doubts were hasty. Sing liked this answer, and thanked the guy, and on this wonderful note everyone decided to end the conference and move to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, everyone greeted and admired the Sing, because rarely had anyone been able to see this kind of energy before. For Jeff, all this was too humiliating, and he should have stopped when QR took his side. But this did not happen. Suddenly, two men in white suits approached the guy. One of them was President Jin, who greeted the guy and said that they were also invited here. This man was the president of the Korean branch of the TENS Mega Corporation, which expanded its influence not only in China, but also throughout Eurasia. The best place in all of Asia with a huge area of monster diversity and lax hunting laws, any foreign hunter would dream of going to China. but due to the law to protect local professionals, it was difficult for outsiders to get permission. A visa can only be achieved by concluding a contract with such a mega corporation. And this was quite realistic since there was a shortage of labor in China, and the two best hunting groups of Korea fought at the doors of China but unsuccessfully, with the exception of one case. Sister Lee was the only one who was accepted in China, and all because one of the top 10 of the country, third-rank Hurricane Swordmaster Jingon, took her as his own student. Thanks to friendly relations with Lee, who was somehow sent a temporary solution, the decision was supported, and besides, the girl's PSI energy was appropriate to use with Jingon's Ki techniques. Soon they could choose second or even third ones, so it was necessary to ingratiate themselves with the trust of this little man in the hat. He said that coming here was a great idea because he was able to see something too impressive for him. But unfortunately, he was only able to see Jeff's humiliation. But the guy skillfully hid it, and asked if it was really about Sing, and confirmed that it was just an ordinary Kai. But the man was absolutely not interested in looking at his technique. He was interested in something more. He was interested in Sing as a person. Jin knew that the main character received a license 6 months ago, and said that the guy was really great, because learning it in such a short time was at an unrealistic level. From their point of view, it might look like nothing more than child's play. But wasn't it too rude to call such a technique useless? The man didn't think that he would find someone so interesting here, and asked his partner what he thought about this. But only one shadow remained of his partner. After all, no one noticed how the guy went to the Sing. After demonstrating his skills, the main character was in the park and resting on a bench. He was afraid that he had gone too far with his abilities, although they were far from ideal. Nevertheless, he did not make a single mistake. There was a slight nervousness inside him. But in any case, he adequately showed his own skills, and he could already brag about this technique. Suddenly, the main character heard a strong wind from behind him. When he turned around, there was no one there. It was so fast that the man ran around him and ended up right in front of his face, thus confusing him. When the guy finally found him, it was surprising for him to see this man at that moment. He did not understand who he was, and when he managed to approach him. The man didn't say a single word, and didn't even introduce himself. He asked only one question: will Sing go one-on-one with him? But as it turned out, this strange man spoke Chinese, and unfortunately, Sing did not understand a word on his part. He could not expect to meet a person here who spoke Chinese, and this only meant that people from China also attended this conference. Suddenly, there was a loud scream. It was a man with a hat on his head who was shouting at this partner, because he had warned him earlier that the man should stop walking wherever he wanted, because he could again create problems unnecessary for anyone. After the man saw that Sing was not far from him, he immediately took off his hat, and sincerely asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience caused. The main character was very surprised that the strange man knew his name, but as it turned out, he saw his recent performance. The man took out a business card and introduced himself as Jin, who was the president of a large TENS company in Korea. And he was very eager to discuss something with the main character. If a few months ago the guy was told that he would have the opportunity to work in the best group of hunters from China, he would have laughed out loud at it. But alas, this is the reality. The man looked towards his partner and said that this accompanying brat's name was Chira, who was his nephew. He was an excellent hunter, but because of his impatience, he caused inconvenience to many, including Sing. The guy interrupted the man and said that, unfortunately, he didn't even understand him, and that everything was completely fine, and asked what Jin wanted to talk to him about. Although the man was the president of a large company in Korea, he did not come here at all to resolve work issues. He just wanted to establish close ties with the main character. Such a strange interest in the main character aroused great suspicion, and the guy did not answer anything to this. But he was extremely wary. Since Sing became a hunter, he should have an idea about this company, because it was not widely known in general circles. The owner of this company was also a hunter, a man who trusted centuries-tested traditional techniques that were owned only by worthy students. Chira and Jin were loyal followers, and when they saw the demonstrated skills of the main character, they thought that in front of them was a person who was worthy of inheriting their traditions. The man apologized in advance for his rudeness, but he admitted that he recorded his performance and sent him straight to the master, who is also his employer. And just recently he received from him an answer that Sing wanted to hear with great desire right now. Their divinely superior master would like to personally meet with the main character, as he believed that he could become a worthy disciple. Sing did not immediately understand that we were talking about the top 10 best teachers in China, which he was, but unfortunately he could not tell anything more about this teacher. The man added that the guy would be able to understand everything on his own, only when meeting him in person. because the seemingly unattainable person gave him the only chance in life. But in order to be recognized as his student, only one condition had to be fulfilled, which greatly surprised the guy. If anyone wants to become his student, he will have to forget about all the other techniques that were previously learned. No one was going to limit the main character in training. They just did not allow students to study other foreign techniques and other abilities. For example, Sing could no longer use the techniques and skills he had demonstrated, and would also not be able to use them without the master's permission. After these words, the guy immediately interrupted the genie and said that he was refusing, and thanked him for this opportunity, which greatly surprised the man with such an answer. The main character heard in these words that he must break all ties with the current master. This was all he was trying to convey, and it was absolutely true. The guy thanked the man for such a gorgeous offer, but unfortunately he refused because he couldn't accept it in any way. The man could not believe that the guy refused so easily. He understood that Sing valued the connection with the current master. But this was the only chance in life. But the main character did not see the point in further discussing such a deal. After this dialogue, the guy left and Chira asked his uncle what this man had told him. The man was completely furious. He shouted that this freak had rejected their offer, and it looked too stupid on their part. The main character had enough of the existing techniques, and had absolutely no need for new ones. Then Chira could no longer restrain his own emotions, and began to tell the guy everything that was on his mind, and Jin asked if he wanted to hear this translation. Chira shouted that the guy was a stupid coward, and only because of a couple of decent skills he did not give a damn about the only opportunity in life, imagining his own strengths to be great. Frogs like him in a pond will eventually become useless to anyone. It seemed to the guy that there was no point in listening to this, and he decided to leave completely. But then he heard the phrase that training to wipe out quality hunters would make him mark time. And this phrase angered the guys too much. Sing turned and asked the guy to repeat it right in his face, because how dare he speak so rudely about his teacher. He was absolutely furious that someone would dare insult a coach who had sacrificed so much for him. Chira was too self-confident, and he laughed again at the main character and said that if he is too confident in his own techniques, then why don't they fight each other? Jin tried to stop the verbal spat between the two guys, and added that if Sing tested the techniques of their master, he would probably be able to change his mind. The main character gladly accepted this offer, and looked forward to being shown all the great techniques of this teacher. The following actions took place in a special fighting ring, where everything had to take place according to the rules. Chira asked his uncle what he should do in this battle quickly or slowly but beautifully, to show him the difference between them. Despite the fact that the guy was the first to insult them, in their opinion, their uncle asked them not to belittle their own rivals. But Chira slightly exaggerated some points to aggravate the situation. Kai and those skills, most hunters had techniques that were only a few decades behind. However, in China they were centuries, even millennia behind them. Refusing such an opportunity, and the offer of the strongest of the top 10 in China was a big mistake. And perhaps this little guy did not fully understand what he was doing. But nevertheless, Jin considered him a very talented hunter, and it was a great surprise for Chira that his uncle was still trying to win him over to their side. The guy was not against this, but it seemed to him that this guy was not one of those who would bow to anyone, and he could tell this just by looking at him. But Jin was sure that after the loss, Sing would completely change his entire attitude towards this proposal. There was no genius that shone alone. Osinka was identified from those who were this genius, and therefore if he realized that there was a wall in front of him, he would definitely want to overcome it. Before the start of the fight, Chira turned to Sing and said that he would allow him to hit him 3 times. But the main character stood in front of him and silently watched as the guy showed some 3 fingers on his own hand and tried to say something in Chinese, although he knew that he did not speak to him in this language. Chira meant that he would not hit the guy until he completed these 3 blows, and then suddenly a gong sounded, which signaled that the fight between the opponents had already begun. Sing also began to attack and the first blow was fast, but the man managed to dodge. And for him it was not so bad because, as it turned out, Sing was faster than he thought. But immediately the first blow was followed by a second, and this blow found its target and hit the guy right in the chest. For Chir, this was something impossible because he could not follow his movements, and, moreover, he completely opened up, and, fortunately for him, 3 moves had already passed. And taking advantage of the moment, the guy launched a counterattack. He shouted loudly that now it was his turn, and he made a powerful blow with his fist. But Sing easily blocked the blow. But it was with such force that he was thrown straight out of the ring, with the help of which he pushed off and flew out at breakneck speed right at his opponent. Chira shouted for the guy to attack, and then he would know the difference between their powers and he was not going to lose to him. And Jin watched all this from the side and recorded a video of this fight. The man watched attack after attack, and could not believe that this was possible because Sing's abilities exceeded all their expectations. All the efforts that the guy made to somehow cripple Sing were doomed to failure and were completely insufficient. The guy was furious that the main character could simply dodge his attacks. Like a rat, he was furious and was already losing self-control over his own body. He couldn't touch the guy's body in any way. It all looked like without any training or knowledge of technology. It was the usual movement of a circus clown. Unexpectedly, Chira missed a blow to the head, but he was weak and he was sure that victory would be his, and he would not lose to someone like the main character across the lake. With his skills, it was possible to gain the upper hand with just one blow, and suddenly beads of sweat began to flow from his face. It was completely surprising for him that he began to sweat so quickly. His body began to shake, and this was the first sign of fatigue. All this might seem that he was simply acting chaotically, but everything was not at all like that. Sing demonstrated the technique of destruction, the one that adapts to the movement of the enemy. Until this moment, Chira had never encountered such techniques before, and he will probably feel like he is fighting his own natural predator. The guy was absolutely furious. He didn't understand why time after time he couldn't get it, and this made him even more angry. The guy had little patience, and then he decided to proceed to the final phase of the attack, and invited the guy to try to dodge this signature blow. But the main character played ahead of the curve and immediately grabbed him by the head and delivered a powerful blow with his knee straight to the chin. The guy found himself on his knees because he received a knee blow right in the face, but was still conscious, and he could not understand why Sing Ne used his own aura during their fight. But the guy didn't do this on purpose, because of the last battle, using the aura was too difficult for him. But Chira continued to demand that the main character use his own aura because he could continue the fight. Then the guy turned to Mr. Gin and asked him if he could convey something to him since he defeated him without using aura since they have a clear winner. And to all that he was an ordinary windbag and nothing more. Mr. Gin hoped that the defeat of the main character would hurt his pride, but Chira lost too easily. But for the main character, there was nothing surprising here. After all, they are just hunters, and their goal was to fight monsters and protect civilians, and such sparring between two rankers made absolutely no sense. But all this was just part of the provocation, and it looked like Sing was still too immature to fall for this trick so easily. He was about to leave and added that there was no longer any need for further discussions about their proposal between him and Chira and President Jin, or whoever was on the other end. Sing asked not to forget to convey his words to the great man who was watching all this on the phone, and if he had something to say, then let him contact him directly through the agency, or come personally to the main character. And it wouldn't hurt for them to discipline their subordinates, so that someone doesn't accidentally create an unnecessary conflict, as was the case now. Suddenly, a voice from the phone asked Sing to stay, and if he heard correctly, then it was a stone in his garden from a newcomer, and a person with whom he had yet to meet. Uncle Jin immediately began to apologize and says that it was all because of his stupid decision, and there was no excuse for him. Their teacher was not particularly angry because he happened to see something interesting, and therefore he was calm. Gina was very surprised by this, because he had been under his command for the last 30 years, and this was the first time he had heard such words from him. The teacher conveyed through the phone that he had one task, and it needed to be done immediately. According to the news, it was said that the hunter Paco defeated a second-rank monster called Habayek. During the hunt, Paco showed his own face, which was included in the live broadcast. Paco, in an official interview, stated his intention to obtain the first rank. He wanted to focus only on achieving it by surpassing such a hunter as Lee. The main character's work ethic really scared the guy because he was talking to the press, and that's why he wanted not to be bothered. He thought this man was quite interesting, and someone like him was like a rare hunter in their industry. There should have been a lot more of these guys. And this question was asked to President Gilbert. He was third in the ranking of hunters, and was the head of the Heaven and Earth Company. The man asked to put this phone away and not spam them with this news, and Tim was completely uninterested in this. After all, he had enough other things to do. Gilbert only wanted the guy to sell QR to tens and, as he said, no one would lose their own property. But we were talking about the Korean-Chinese third large corporation of interaction, and everything was clear as day, and his consent would be equivalent to the sale of the company to China. And then the guy told the president to remember only two things. First, that Connie was not some kind of puppet to him, and secondly, tens or not, he was not going to sell the company to which he devoted his entire life. Gilbert really regretted that Connie refused such an opportunity. But this meant that he denied everything that was said, and really thought that this was a great opportunity. After all, in his opinion, China will soon surpass everyone, and they are already quite behind, because 10 years ago, no one took their key technique seriously, Everyone believed that they could make up for lost time in the shortest possible time. But unfortunately, it was possible to look around and see what was happening right now. They reborn people using the technique of injecting energy into the core. Moreover, they adopted many of the advantages of the system and administrative infrastructure. So now they are improving even more, improving their own KE technique. Their forecasts turned out to be wrong, and President Gilbert should have admitted this, and once again repeated what decision he had come to. They will be able to learn everything from the Chinese. In addition to their Elite 10, there were a bunch of books and other documents intended for the transfer of military techniques. What TENS has been restoring over the past 10 years, and many corporations have already teamed up with it and shared the information they found. Well, of course, he knew that they didn't even use it, and not a single material was approved for work. These words of the president seemed too hasty to him. But in his opinion, they received the opportunity to improve in exchange for a little limited freedom. However, if you relied on them, you could create your own new methods. But Connie was not interested in this, and all this would not change his decision in any way. Such words greatly upset the president, because he was only trying to convince him at the request of TENS. But he believed that if QR had nothing to do with this, then it would be even better. Then Gilbert reminded Connie that he should know that sometimes on the way, there is a wall that cannot be overcome. The man asked if he had heard the results of the rookie team collected by QR. After all, they were not very good, and they definitely would not get better in the future. But Connie somehow didn't think much about these words that the wall was completely impossible to overcome. Refurbished military equipment was definitely a tempting offer. But did Gilbert really not know the consequences of this offer? It was clear that TENS would get mixed up in any internal affairs, subduing everything under his own company, and it was too obvious to agree, realizing this. Then Connie inquired that the wall that could not be overcome was something like a hunter that the president could not defeat. Any fool knew that the president would admit it in any case. And it seems that the real irritation in his soul was brought by none other than Singh. After all, he used to feel his own body was slightly inferior. But with the advent of this newcomer capable of matching it, his uncertainty became completely uncontrollable. Therefore, there is nothing surprising in that behavior, because it was influenced by the intolerance of other hunters towards the Singh. The guy didn't know what kind of grandiose technology was promised to President Gilbert. But even with something like that, there was no way he could surpass Hunter Lee. But the man was waiting for this moment as soon as possible. The moment when he could prove completely the opposite. All that remained was to wait to see what would come of it, because the TENS company was attracting quite a lot of interest. Even if he did not agree, other large companies could do this, and it was not within his competence to influence their decisions, because something like this would deal a blow to the entire industry, and it was necessary to minimize it as soon as possible. Well, everything was fine thanks to one factor. The name of this factor was Singh, and it was interesting how he would act in such time of troubles. At this time, the main character was on the street and sitting on a bench and was looking forward to tomorrow's dive, because all the preparations had been completed, and all that was left was to wait. Suddenly, next to him, he heard a voice that told him that enjoying the night sky was completely different from young people in current days. Few people raised their eyes to look at something so great. The man turned to the guy and asked if he was Singh. He had been in Korea quite recently, but had already seen his interview and was extremely impressed. People could have taken him for an arrogant person. However, the man did not think about it that way, and the main character thanked the stranger for such words. The man was not Korean, but since he had housing here, he often visited this country. And besides, he really wanted to see his face, and these words greatly alarmed the main character. Then the man looked at the main character from under his forehead, and asked him again what kind of old man he thought was now in front of him. The main character was very scared when he saw this abnormal grandfather, and immediately decided at that very second to activate the auto-hunting mode. At that same second, a powerful blow flew into him, and fortunately, Singh had the opportunity to dodge. If the guy had not had time to press this button, then everything would be over for him here and now. This crazy grandfather attacked the main character using only his finger, as if it was something completely insignificant. This man was very surprised that the guy was able to dodge such a quick and powerful blow. Thanks to the auto-hunt, the guy used the usual attempt to avoid fighting him, and he immediately decided that he should retreat this time. But the grandfather continued to attack again and again, and thanks to the new techniques he learned, the main character was able to keep his distance. After successfully repelling the attack, this action greatly interested the man, and he approached closely, and asked what kind of interesting technique this was. The guy was too surprised when he saw that the man literally in a second found himself behind him, and this raised too many questions for him. Then Singh decided to break away from this incomprehensible grandfather, and used his best running technique, and literally in a few seconds he was a couple of tens of meters away from him. Well, no matter how much it seemed to the main character that he had gotten ahead of himself, his grandfather immediately overtook him and literally found himself behind him. It took literally one sharp blow to the back for the man to land the guy back on the ground. When he was downstairs, the crazy grandfather came up to him and said that the guy lasted longer than he thought. And he even forced him to move a little, which was surprising because if he wanted, the guy could now brag to someone about this confrontation. Sing's body was completely immobilized. All this was due to the fact that he received a blow to a painful point and was paralyzed for some time. The man was puzzled by the fact that so much time had passed, and even if he was just fooling around, he would never have thought that he would force him to take such a large number of steps. Then the man asked the guy not to be too upset, because at the moment they were on a busy street where passers-by were already filming everything that was happening on their personal phone camera. Passers-by recognized the young star. They thought it was the filming of a new film with the main character in the role of Paco. Unfortunately, there were too many extra eyes, and therefore the man could no longer do anything to the main character, and therefore he suggested that he return to the old topic. But despite such a large number of powerful blows, the main character was able to find the strength to move at least a little, which greatly surprised this old man. At one point, Simka found the strength to say that if he is the person he thinks he is, then he believes that this time it would not hurt to apologize to him, because this kind of action was absolutely unacceptable. The man replied that he had just gotten rid of paralysis, and was it because he forced energy to circulate throughout his body? But the guy shouted that he was asking questions here and this man was always doing something. Don't pay attention to others, and overcoming this paralysis caused hellish pain. Then the man could not stand it and replied that he was here for only one reason, that he followed his lead, because the main character asked for this meeting face to face. Suddenly, a strange man held out a red box towards the main character and asked if he wanted to make a bet with him. This proposal greatly surprised the main character, and he answered why he should agree to this bet. Then the man stretched his hands up and said that he was not going to fulfill his conditions so easily. After all, no matter how special the rabbit was among his own brothers, Lev absolutely did not care about it. The situation was that if this man was superior to the main character, then he shouldn't have asked for forgiveness. But that was not the case at all. He meant that he would apologize as soon as the guy reached his level. But Singh said that he was not obliged to live up to his expectations, and then the man replied that there was nothing to be done about it. After all, hiding with your tail between your legs was a way of survival for the weak, and he understood everything perfectly. And this was too weak on the part of the main character. And he once again repeated this question of what he thinks about the bet between him and the old man. If Singh wins this bet, the man promises to apologize to him and his mentor, and also give him something. If a guy finds out what is in this beautiful red box, he will probably be very surprised. Well, if the guy loses, he will become his student by signing a contract. This was the old man's main goal, otherwise why would he go through such a long journey? And perhaps he still decided to tell Singh about Pari, because suddenly he would accept him. The rules were extremely simple. They will do exactly the opposite. The old man must run away and Singh must attack him. There will be no attacks on his part, and if the guy touches him at least once, then victory will be his. Moreover, the main character could even try to steal the red box that was in the hands of this man. Literally a few seconds were enough for Singh to make a decision about this bet, and he decided not to waste this opportunity and test his own skills, and immediately agreed. The man knew that the guy would make the right decision, and then offered to leave here, but Singh refused, and offered to do it right here and now. The man said that he had never lost a bet in his life, and Sim answered him that there is a first time for everything. Since taking the box seemed like an easier option, the main character decided to do just that. The old man replied that the guy really thinks that he can steal it so easily. And at that moment he looked at his hand, and this box was no longer in it. The man cleverly fell for the main character's trick. For a second he was distracted by the fact that the box in his hands disappeared, and he immediately received a blow right in the forehead. The guy completed 2 possible options, and victory was already his. But suddenly everyone in the area began to tremble. Even passers-by around felt trembling all over their bodies. Some attributed it to the weather, which could change dramatically. The power that the main character had just demonstrated was incredible. The old man couldn't understand how he managed to pull it off. The guy decided not to fool around with this man for long, and decided to get all the aces that were up his sleeve. But the man replied that he should explain all this if he did not want to lose his own fingers. The old man needed details of everything that happened. If he decided not to fulfill part of the deal, then they could only go back to the beginning. The man was furious, and he was not going to agree to Singh's tricks. And then the guy replied that he wasted his time on an old man who couldn't even keep his own words. Suddenly the old man began to laugh loudly and say that he beat him great and was not even afraid to answer anything. He could not think that he, who had been invincible for the last few decades, lost to some brat. And it was wonderful, and he fully admitted this loss. Now that box was in the hands of the main character, and thanks to the slot he was able to get it back. And at that moment the old man realized how he managed to take this box, and he immediately asked what kind of technique was used. But Singh was not going to tell him all the secrets, which greatly upset this man. The old man advised him not to open this box yet. Yes, for direct use it is better to avoid contact of the contents with any air. Then the guy corresponded asking if there was really some kind of drug there. But the man replied that they didn't have to tell him anything. No one said a word about what was inside the box. If he wants to eat it, then let him dare, and it will be interesting whether there is medicine in there or poison. In general, this bet was over, and he decided to go his own way. He thanked the guy for the fun time spent and said goodbye to him. But Singh hastened to upset the old man, and asked how everything could be over if he still had not apologized to him. The old man couldn't apologize and just get it over with. He didn't understand what kind of apology we were talking about. The old man could not accept this fact that he was telling the great Jing to ask for forgiveness. And at that moment, his pride surged. His rational thinking gave way, and he began to act instinctively. And suddenly they just disappeared and no one could figure out where they had gone. People were going to take some pictures, but the old man immediately kidnapped this guy. The next morning the guy was already lying on the bench and he didn't understand what the old man had done to him. Did he just leave everything and run away from him? When he turned around, he saw that box with some kind of letter which said that something urgent had happened, and he had to go inside the box to find medicinal herbs, and he asked them not to store them for too long, and he adjusted his energy flow thanks to which the guy could circulating it throughout the body is much more effective. Someday Singh will thank the old man for everything he did to him. After all, they should meet soon, and then they will fulfill what they promised to each other. It turns out that this old guy really spoke Korean well, but his handwriting was pretty terrible. One evening, the men were waiting for a meeting. Several hours had already passed, but one master was not there, and they did not understand how much longer they would have to wait. The man claimed that his master would come soon, but the guy didn't want to listen to it. After all, he had heard it 1,000 times already. He also had his own schedule to follow, and suddenly he heard the footsteps of a man approaching. When the master came a little closer, the man realized that in front of him was the chairman of the Tenza company, Jin Peck. It was a great honor for the man to meet him in person, and he introduced himself as the CEO of one of the companies. The man understood that the great master was in front of him, and in order to gain his knowledge, he must do everything in his power. Well, when the master saw his face, he realized that this was not enough for him. I refused further dialogue with him. Jim was feeling a little tired after meeting the unexpectedly smart but rude kid, and he was going to get a good night's sleep. But the man could not miss such a chance and began to catch up with him. After all, he had been waiting for him for many hours just to see him, and if he would just leave. As soon as the guy touched the master's shoulder and tried to turn him back, he immediately came across the literally murderous gaze of the old man who was literally looking into his soul. The old man repeated that he was tired for this day, and he is very grateful for the great desire to learn from him, and therefore he will tell him one thing, that this man is just a dog. The guy didn't quite understand what was going on. But as it turned out, the dogs were supposed to eat only what the owner fed them, and not just hold the hand of their owner. The old man very much hoped that the guy would remember these words, because he personally never liked it when dogs bit his hand and immediately left the hall. Unfortunately for the old man, he thought that he was not like Singh, but everything was not scary at all, and he asked his partner what he wanted to tell him. A dialogue ensued between them. The man tried to prove that this man was one of the 3 strongest people in this country, and perhaps it was too hard for him. But in the old man's opinion, he was of absolutely no use. His eyes completely lacked any sparkle, and he was absolutely useless. His potential was at an average level. Then the man asked what he thought about it when the old man said that he met someone on the way here. The master said that he went to look at the brat Singh, and the partner was sure that these expectations were fully satisfied, and everything was in order. Then the man asked how everything went in Hainan province. But for the master, it turned out to be not an easy walk, but he managed to get it. Partner was very happy that they managed to get this rare item. But unfortunately, this was no longer within their competence, because he gave it to Singh. He couldn't believe that Singh had it, and he must have really liked this healing ball, which was considered a great ancient treasure. The time had come for Singh's first dive, and everyone around him wished him nothing but good luck. And exactly on July 19th, Singh can independently plunge into the world on the other side of the spatial rift. The only way to return from there was to activate the pulse switch, and when the rift closes, everyone should retreat. In 19 hours, a rift point will be created 52 kilometers from here, and he must reach the specified location before the rift closes completely. The goal of his first dive is to reach this point alive and return to this world. Thanks to the gadget on his shoulder, he could use it as a video camera which functioned without any problems, and he ordered the inspection to begin. The first monsters that were encountered in this world turned out to be viper monkeys, which had approximately the 5th level of difficulty. This could only mean one thing. It was time to turn on the auto hunt and finally start destroying them. The main character was awaited by hordes of evil monkeys who grouped in a flock and moved straight towards him. These monsters were vile because their body consisted half of the body of monkeys, and the anus looked like the body of a viper. But with great surprise for the main character, for some reason the auto hunt began to run away, and someone like a monkey viper should be an easy target. Suddenly the auto hunt decided to climb into the backpack that was behind her back and take out a wooden box, and Sing did not understand why she did this. After all, now was absolutely not the right time to examine this item. The object inside this box, or rather the wooden box, looked like some kind of herbal medicine. Suddenly the auto hunt decided that it needed to be eaten right now, and the main character had no choice but to simply open his mouth and shove this ball straight inside. But as soon as Sing threw this ball, he immediately felt bad. He suddenly lost consciousness. He was thrown into the heat, then into the cold, and he found himself on Earth completely immobilized. He continued to lie on the ground without showing any signs of life, which greatly confused these monsters, and they began to slowly approach Sing's body. As soon as the monster approached the maximum allowable distance, the main character screamed sharply, and a bright flash of light began to form around him. According to the news, it was announced that exactly 20 minutes had already passed since the hunter Paco entered the rift, and operations near the said rift were declared successful. The man asked the genie if they shouldn't be preparing for business, because it seemed strange to them why Sing didn't come back. But the old man did not understand what to prepare for. But as it turned out, there was a treasure called Heavenly Herbal Concentrate that they wanted to take back, because this medicine contained more than 20,000 units of qi. Then the old man put down his mug and said that he was such a bore, although he was not the only one who made the wrong assumption. When it begins to be absorbed by the body, it is quite natural that it begins to generate, and moreover, it could be called not just a medicine, but a regular fuel. As soon as someone takes it, it will begin to circulate sharply inside the body, and then the qi will disappear. Then the man asked the master what should happen to the user's body, but unfortunately the old man could not answer such a question. Jin began to remember the moment when he received it for the first time and what emotions he felt. He gained control over his own bloodlust, and when he took the second, his body underwent changes to strengthen his weak skeletal structure. In ordinary language, she tries to strengthen what the user's body needs most. That's why he doesn't know what exactly is going to happen to the body of this brat. One of the versions was that the guy could go to heaven after eating it out of great pain, and they decided to just sit and watch for now. The whole master made a promise to this brat, and he was definitely interested in what would happen next. At this time, the main character slowly began to regain consciousness, but still remained on Earth. When he woke up, I don't remember at all what happened to him, because the only thing he knew was that a monster was chasing him. But when he raised his head, he saw them already killed. As it turned out, he fought for his own life against viper monkeys with auto-hunting Ravno after he took that medicine. Then the understanding came to him that he had been unconscious for quite a long time, and he only had 4 hours left to do everything. This was very bad. After all, if he does not have time to get to the point of return, he will not be able to return back to Earth. At that moment, he felt a wild surge of energy, and he did not understand what was happening to his body. After all, earlier he simply lost consciousness after using too much qi. But now his body was as light as a feather, and this effect of the medicine was simply incredible. The main character still could not believe how much his body became much faster, and he felt much more strength without armor, because it was too strange. The main reason why the suit seemed strange was because of the changes in his body, and since his body became larger, the suit began to seem more and more unnatural. His body felt fantastic because it was thanks to the effect of the medicine that he took after that his body changed too much, and thanks to this, he had increased speed, thanks to which he could get to the desired point on time. Having covered quite a large amount of distance, the main character had about 4 kilometers to go, and he could definitely get there at that pace. The main character was pleased that today he could return to the real world, and this task was truly within his power. Losing consciousness and barely returning alive during his first dive was quite embarrassing, because he had prepared so much for this day, and it was all in vain. As he moved toward the final point, he was haunted by the thought of why auto-hunting force-fed him this medicine. Indeed, despite everything, the viper monkeys did not pose any threat to him even before taking the medicine, and suddenly he saw a flash in the sky. This flash could only signal one place to return home. The main character was running along a stone tunnel, and he hoped that they should already be there. waiting for him. These were warriors from one of the companies who had high coherence. They were responsible for guarding the return point during this dive. The atmosphere was quite turbulent, and when one of the guys took off his helmet, he asked if there was a Sing in front of him. The guy replied that everything was exactly as it should be. They were members of a rescue team, and then they asked why he was wearing ordinary equipment. The main character said that before this he had experienced minor difficulties, but his body was absolutely fine. The guy from the squad showed kindness and offered to help take him to the hospital, but the main character replied that he was absolutely fine and he didn't have to do it now. Suddenly the guy dealt a crushing blow straight to the Sing and he flew back several meters. Unfortunately for the main character, an ambush awaited him, which he could not have expected here. When the guy approached, he said that for some time he would not be able to move, and he would also never be able to use aura again, since his aura flow must be completely destroyed. The guy said that he would achieve his goal so that you would not die, and asked where the wooden box that he had was. The guy immediately warned that Sing should not think that he could lie about anything. After all, they had enough proof that he was the successor of the heavenly demon. The main character did not understand what kind of heavenly theme we were talking about, and it turned out that perhaps they were relatives of this old man. The guy ordered the SIM card to speak. After all, if he doesn't do this, he will regret that he didn't die, and for the monsters. Unexpectedly for him, Sing managed to get up and he couldn't believe it because he made sure to get right into the center of his aura. And then the main character had an insight that all this was because of these people, and the reason why the auto hunt fed him medicine. She felt the presence of these people who were hunting for him. The guy asked how many more problems this old man would cause, so because of something so trivial they ruined his first dive, and that was really the only thing he wanted to tell him. Then in response, the main character turned and said that he really thinks that this is some kind of fiction about martial arts, and does he really think that everything will be as he wants? And since he was wondering where the wooden box was at the moment, Sing would be happy to show him where it is right now. And all this was completely within the framework of what they all expected from the main character, and now they will pacify him by force, and take him into service. A few moments later, the squad was already ready for battle, and formed around the main character, the tactician, and the heavenly field cutting the star trails. Everything was ready for the start of the battle, and the commander ordered everyone to begin formation, and all the fighters began to attack Sing. But the main character managed to pick up a pistol, and fired a shot directly into the forehead of one of the fighters, which was able to slow down the rest. They understood that Sing was far from the weak hunter they had seen in the video. However, their formation was not something to scoff at, and in any case, it would soon come to an end. The attack on the single was completely dishonest, because he was surrounded by a huge number of fighters from all sides, and he found himself in the center completely alone. The squad leader said that it looked like it was his first time fighting against an organized team. Despite all his attempts, his movements have long been carefully studied by every fighter. And I start literally from this moment. The moment comes from which they will begin to hunt the main character and the guy in charge of everything to pacify him. And each fighter seemed to have broken free and immediately began to attack Sing, and he only managed to shoot back from them from different sides. Despite the guy's desperate actions to shoot back from all enemies, he misses one blow from the fighter. Then the commander-in-chief said what it's like for a Singu when you can't feel the distance. Even though his techniques were amazing, it was completely useless if he had nowhere to turn. The only order was not to give him any respite and to carry out continuous attacks. The fighters used batons to attack from any distance. Thanks to all this and acting according to the plan, the guy will confuse his own sense of distance. And even if he uses a Calera pistol, he will never hit anything while trying to evade the attacks. And as soon as the main character lowers his guard, the fighters will immediately take control of him and will not give the guy a chance to attack. One could think only one thing, watching all this from the side, that the powerful Sing would come to an end at that moment. But unexpectedly for everyone, he discovered additional aura energy inside his own body. Bullets from the pistol began to cause more significant damage, from which the fighters not only could not dodge, but also received a through-and-through wound. The guy couldn't believe that Simka was capable of this, and literally repelled the attack of every fighter, and moreover, he killed almost all of them. No one could understand how this was even happening because bullets were flying from everywhere, and even from under the earth for every fighter, and moreover, he killed almost everyone. Right in front of him, the main character was using a very rare key called Parasite Key. Even though this was the main character's first time to control multiple bullets, now it turned out much better than he ever could have expected. For the commander-in-chief, this was unthinkable since he predicted the movement of their formation and did not even aim at them, but specifically shot at the ground so that the bullet would bounce off the surface. He didn't understand what happened just a few minutes ago, because he saw a guy shoot in a similar way. Once during a demonstration, but it was not as powerful as at the moment. The parasite's key technique did not spend as much energy as the main character expected. Moreover, during the demonstration he was tired even after one shot. His energy wasn't just increased, it was something completely different. The circulation of energy in his entire body changed completely after taking this medicine, and he felt like his body was effectively circulating energy inside, increasing its output. After the fight, Singh approached the guy and asked, "Why don't they talk about all this now?" The commanders-in-chief did not understand how this happened, and why someone as experienced as him obeyed this evil man named Jin. As soon as Singh approached the guy, he replied that he had nothing to do with this man, and he did not know what kind of relationship he had with this old man. But nevertheless, the main character could not forgive him for this attempt to destroy Singh's career. The young guy couldn't believe that he would kill him right now. But the main character had no such thoughts. After all his actions were already recorded on his action camera, which was located right on his shoulder, and he can simply report this incident with the video recording as evidence. And that's why he didn't intend to kill anyone. But he definitely intended to give them a good slap in the face. The main character was sure that he mentioned his own reluctance to be in any of the martial arts factions, and this time, it was the end of them. This is how it all ended for the commander-in-chief of the detachment in the crack. The leader of the group, not who we thought was the leader, was arrested for interrogation, and it was clear that he was a Chinese hunter who was interrogated. But he didn't say anything about why he tried to kill Singh. However, judging by the investigation, his team had the support of the president of a large Chinese corporation. The ancient dragon master of 10,000 works ranked 4th in the Elite 10. Just as recorded on his action camera, Simka participated in the investigation only as a victim of this incident, and he did not make any other specific comments. Since the investigation was unable to find out the exact motive of the criminal's actions, and this incident has still not been resolved. Suddenly, Jin appeared in the forest, greatly surprising the main character with this presence. The old man turned to the guy and said that if he had said a little more, he would no longer be here. And Singh agreed with the old man's words. Jin wanted to talk about what the main character had asked up until that moment, because he had thought about it again and again. He did not think that he could apologize to his master because for him, it was simply unacceptable. But in any case, it happened, and the old man asked what Singh was going to do with him now. But then the guy looked at him and said that he didn't think this was the right place to talk, and offered to walk with him a little. At this time, Coach Kim was cooking something in his own kitchen in the apartment, and pleasantly humming some kind of melody. He was not only a first-class master, but also a great master in the kitchen, and he prepared store-bought dishes that were placed on the dining table. At one point when he saw kimchi with tofu, it seemed wrong to him that he was alone with a man. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and when the coach opened the door he saw the main character, and he was pleasantly surprised that he was here. The guy said it was a little unexpected, but could he invite one more person to dinner today? The coach was absolutely not against it because there was no reason why they couldn't do it. But when the old man walked through the door, Kim couldn't believe that he had brought him right here. The first thing the man noticed was that his sense of style was complete crap, and he didn't understand how he could wear such a stupid shirt and sunglasses at the same time. But nevertheless, Kim kindly greeted everyone and invited them to sit down at the table, even though there wasn't much food left there. When everyone sat down at the table, a deathly silence hung over them if no one understood what they could say to whom. For Kim, this situation was too stressful because he did not understand why no one was talking, and he decided that he should start a dialogue first. Then the coach asked Singh what kind of relationship he had with him. Perhaps he brought his own grandfather. But the guy replied that this was not the case at all, and he would try to explain everything. But first, he urgently needs to go to the toilet, and he immediately left the table, leaving the men alone. The situation was even more tense because the coach did not understand what he should even talk about with this old man. After all, they absolutely did not know each other. Then the old man asked if there was anything to drink here. He would not refuse some green tea, which would be very useful. And Kim reciprocated and said that he had just a little of it left. When the coach went to the kitchen to look for some tea, he felt pressure from behind his back, because he literally felt the gaze of the old man who was constantly looking at him. After Jin carefully examined the man, he said that he had a fantastic body structure. At one point, Kim didn't understand what this old man was talking about, but he only wanted to say one thing. His body was magnificent. This was better than what he expected, and this was the reason why the brat Singh brought him here. Soon, Jin came closer to the coach and asked him to show his hand. He was not involved in any annoying problems thanks to the Singh, and therefore he believed that this was his way of repaying him, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with it, and asked to show his hand again. And as soon as Kim agreed to this and extended his hand, when they touched, a bright flash of light appeared. Strong energy began to circulate in his body, and this was impossible because usually he experienced severe pain. Its flow was completely destroyed. The house controlled the energy enough to restore it. And only one question hung over the air. Who is the old man, and who he is, and why he is in his apartment? At one point, his body began to shake, drops of sweat began to roll down his face, and raising his hands, Kim felt energy. The guy asked the old man that he had just introduced this energy into his body, and he heard a positive answer. And that was exactly what he was just thinking about. The old man answered and nodded his head contentedly. As long as the protection he had placed around his stream did not disappear, he would be able to use it, although it would only take a few minutes at best. And literally in a millisecond, Coach Kim found himself near the window, and he felt enormous energy that he could control. When Sing came out of the toilet, he saw a dialogue between the men, and he did not even see any movements in which he used this technique. At one moment, Kim felt that all this was real, and his body was really moving the way he wanted it. Then he turned to Sing and Jin, and said that he did not know what was the matter, but he thanked them from the bottom of his heart. Then the old man replied that why shouldn't he go and take a walk now to feel the energy in all its glory. Kim's answer didn't wait long, and literally in a second, he flew out the window to curb the new energy. Jin said that he must feel as if he had his legs back that were once cut off, because for a person with such potential, it was hard to live like a normal person for 3 whole years. At one point, the old man looked at Sing and asked, he probably wants to tell him something. And that was exactly how the main character turned to him and asked if he wanted to make a deal with him. When the old man heard that the main character was ready to negotiate, he was happy because deep down in his soul, the man hoped for this, and asked what Sing wanted to ask for. Is it about the recovery of that person? The guy asked if he could give him the same medicine as he had given him a few days earlier. Then the old man reminded him that he had once told him about the price of this drug, and it was terribly expensive, and, by the way, it was not so easy to get it. Moreover, the man was going to leave this country that evening by plane, and therefore he did not have so much time. And he asked the guy to think and tell him what he wanted. But the main character wanted only one thing, as he said earlier. Sing asks the old man to help restore Kim's strength. After all, he will immediately reimburse all costs, and this will be their deal. Despite the fact that the main character knew the old man very poorly, he could not completely trust him, even though it seemed that this old man could fulfill any of his requests. But nevertheless, the guy was firm in his own words, and he believed in his own worth. He immediately warned that he would never accept such requests as to go under him as a student, and for the person offering the deal was too much. But in any case, Sing was a hunter, and not a swindler, and had every right to do so. And therefore, the guy does not agree to something that he obviously cannot do. If the old man insists on something impossible, he immediately pointed to the exit. These words greatly impressed Jin, and after a few seconds of reflection, he came to a quick and laconic answer. He completely agreed to the deal. After some time, Kim returned to the apartment again. He was very happy and sweaty. The guy was glad that he had such a good walk today. When the coach began to take off his shoes, he asked where the person whom the main character brought to his home was, because only Sing remained in the apartment. The guy upset Kim by saying that the old man had already left, and the man was very upset because he didn't even have time to thank him properly. He was delighted with what an amazing way it was to cover energy channels because the man had never guessed about it. Who would have thought that the coach would ever be able to run like that again? And opening a bottle of cold water, he immediately began to drink it. This hour was the happiest moment of his life in the last 3 years, and wanting more of something was excessive greed. The main character tried to say something to the coach, but he interrupted him and wondered why he hadn't eaten yet, and offered to quickly warm everything up. Sing said that he had a conversation with the old man who was recently here in this apartment. He looked at the trainer and said that there was a way to completely restore his body. Well, unfortunately, Kim knew that this method was not free at all, because over the past 3 years, he had visited so many places in search of this method of healing. And the result was always only one: it was impossible. However, that person had divine control of the aura, and Kim really did not expect this. The man guessed who he was, and that Sing somehow brought him here. One of the whole Elite 10. The coach actively shook his head because he understood that such a large fish would never have offered to heal him for free. And this was clearly a ploy aimed at keeping the main character. He asked the guy not to impose such a serious burden. But as it turned out, the price was not too high. But the coach did not want to listen to anything. He loudly slammed his fists on the table, and said that it didn't matter because he was completely satisfied with the result he had already obtained. The man was sure that this price could not be small, and healing such a disorder in the body is not a cheap pleasure, and he knew this very well. Kim didn't want to listen to a single word about this proposal, because he absolutely didn't need it. And he repeated over and over again that everything was fine with him, and he didn't need it. The conditions were that it was necessary to do this only 5 times, a contract with the Tens Company, and participation in hunting on the basis of China 5 times, and that was all. Parts of monsters, profit, and other things were on the same conditions as I had when collaborating with the QR company. Each of them understood that participation in the hunt on the Chinese base 5 times was the deal of the century. It was about gaining experience in another country, and this was a fantastic opportunity for any hunter who wanted to improve their own skills in any way. Then Kim calmed down and said that he should first carefully study the contract and see if there were any instructions in the fine print. But unfortunately, it was too late for that. The guy made the decision on his own. He agreed with this man named Jin, and from that second Kim was no longer his representative. The man couldn't believe what he just heard. He immediately threw back the chair with his hand and grabbed the boy right by his t-shirt. The coach hoped that the guy joked very funny and asked not to deal with him like that anymore. But Singh at that moment was extremely honest. The man was in the sky because the guy agreed with his candidacy for a time before he became a great hunter. But it turned out that since things weren't going very well for him, he decided to do as he pleased. But the main character continued to repeat that the situation has changed a lot, and now Kim has the opportunity to completely heal his own body. But the man seemed not to want to listen to him. He shouted in response that everything was fine with him, and he did not understand who was in front of him to make such important decisions for him. Then the boy decided to remind the coach that when he became his mentor, the first thing he said was so that the guy would not make an idiot out of him. Well, right now the man showed with all his behavior how stupid he looks. Just like a fool who doesn't know what he wants from this life. When he returned, instead of beer, the man began to drink water. But this was the man who had been indulging in it since he no longer cared about his body. The main character then calmly sat the trainer down on the table and told him to look at him because Kim had already finally decided what he really wanted to do. And that was to be completely healed, to run as before, and to return everything as it was before. Singh asked once again not to push himself too hard, and just start undergoing therapy gradually from tomorrow. And as soon as the main character returns from China, they will again become one team. The coach was concerned about this situation. After all, no one knew what could happen in China. But these were absolutely not his worries. The guy asked not to attribute the debt because a contract with such a company was an excellent opportunity for his career growth, and his healing was just a simple addition. And in any case, nothing could happen to the main character. After all, everyone knew that he was not so easy to beat. And even if this is not China, he will still be fine. Singh finally turned and added that the man should just believe in him and wait, and then slammed the door. The man was left sitting alone in the kitchen and talking about these words, because this eccentric was building a very cool guy. Literally a week passed after their last conversation, and the day of departure from the country's international airport arrived. A crowd of journalists demanded to give at least some comments and tell at least a little about the conditions, because among single hunters, he was the first in Korea to sign a contract with China. But the main character was focused on further events and not giving comments left and right, and he slowly walked into the waiting room. But unfortunately, everything was already over, and the journalists could not break up at one moment, because a press release and leaving the country at the same time was too difficult an event for them. On the last dive, he grabbed a Chinese hunter and interrogated him, and many were still discussing this moment whether everything would be okay. Everything was exactly like that, and this incident came as a shock to the Chinese hunters, because one of their experienced colleagues lost the fight to a Korean hunter. Singh flew to China before the situation calmed down, and this was the moment when he entered the tiger's den. When the main character was already sitting on the plane, he noticed that after a week had passed, he still had not received any message from Coach Kim. And as soon as he said these words, his phone immediately rang because, as it turned out, he was still worried about this situation. But for some reason, he decided to talk via video call. When the main character picked up the phone, he immediately saw the coach who greeted the guy, and hoped that he was not late for the conversation, even though he was already on the plane. But the main character didn't know what to answer. He just remained silent and looked at him. And this embarrassed Kim a little because of this situation. He felt some kind of awkwardness. But then Singh collected himself and replied that Kim looked too good for a person who had not been in touch for some time. The man replied that he started training again, and was at a good pace, as if he had started working again, and it was quite cool. Since the plane is about to leave soon, he would like to say just a few words. He has also never been to China and does not know much. How different China will be and where he thinks he will learn everything he knows. He recommended showing all the hunters who is boss here. These words cheered up the main character too much. He grinned and thanked him for everything, and they said goodbye. After some time, the plane successfully landed in China in the country of Shanghai and immediately went to the hotel. The guy was expecting a gorgeous room on the top floor, It looked ridiculous and unjustifiably luxurious in his eyes. At some point, the door opened slightly, and a girl entered the room. She asked how Sing was doing, and really hoped that he liked these apartments. In front of him was Sonia from the TENS company. From now on, she will be his guide. She will draw up a schedule for the duration of his stay here. If you need anything, he should immediately ask her about any question. The guy was surprised that this guide looked too young, although he shouldn't judge people by their appearance. He thanked the girl and said that at the moment he had only one request. Sonia was only the person who was responsible for his well-being during his stay here. First of all, the guy would like to meet Jin Baek because he never had a chance to meet him after arriving in China. But the girl was too surprised when she heard this name and surname, and the guy immediately asked if there were any problems. These words were too humiliating because their great teacher was not his friend, and it was impolite for him to pronounce the sacred name so casually. But Sing could not possibly think that this great master and ordinary old man was the leader of a sect or something like that. The young guy decided to talk about the fact that he and the old man were in a business relationship, and therefore he calls him as he sees fit. Suddenly, Sonia went into attack mode because these words made her very angry. But the guy didn't understand what was happening here, and why this old man was being worshipped as some kind of sacred being. But the main character seemed to have a presentiment of this, and replied that if she really wants to fight, then they can arrange it right now. Sing was ready to fight at any time, but she must not forget about the responsibility for further consequences. The guy was extremely honest, and he fought with her even at the moment when she released the aura, but did not do it. Well, all because he is trying to respect the business relationship he has with the TENS company, and he will not benefit from a fight with her. Although of course, she will be in a much more unenviable position than him. Sonia was causing too many problems, and he asked to listen carefully, and if again she did anything disrespectful, you will treat her not as a representative of the company, but rather as an uninvited guest. The girl replied that she agreed, and the guy asked why she spoke so casually, because he in no way considered her dignity lower than his own, and immediately noted her first mistake. If she continues in the same spirit, then she will have to inform the director that the person sent by the company to represent their interests is disrespectful, and their contract will be immediately terminated. After some time, it finally dawned on the girl that she should not object to his words, but simply agree with everything and apologize for his rudeness. This girl was much hotter than she seemed, and the guy would not have gone that far if he was in Korea. But now he is in China, and the culture and order were all different. He understood all this right during a sparring session with that man, and relations among Chinese hunters were much tougher, just like those of wild animals. This was probably all due to the fact that they had been trained in martial arts since the appearance of the first monster, and even the frequent outbreaks of fighting between hunters played a role in accelerating such behavior in their martial arts culture. And if he even once looks down on him, then everything will be over, and he decided to act the same way as in Korea. By calling on the side of other people, there would be no end. Sonia informed him that he must participate in the abstinence of breaks in order to adapt to a certain standard. When the time is right, she immediately showed him the schedule for the day, and the main character answered now, but the girl did not understand what he meant, as it turned out. He asked her to lead him to the nearest gap as soon as possible. When they approached the rift, they immediately saw other hunters who were set against each other, and all this did not look like some kind of apartment nearby, but more like on a battlefield. When they came a little closer, the girl pointed her finger at the registration desk where they should go. Near the registration desk where you had to approach, there were a bunch of other hunters, and the whole spectacle did not look very welcoming. Even after returning here, the main character in armor still felt pressure, and it turned out that there was absolutely no advanced technique here, but a momentary one. All this created a hyper-competitive environment in which only the strongest flourished, and the choice of location and order of the event was determined by the participants personally. And when hunters of a similar skill level gathered, they all decided who would go first. Other hunters attacked each other with their own equipment, and from the outside it all didn't look very organized. The main character could not understand that everything was decided in this way. After all, they were ready to attack each other and literally kill for first place. But Sonia immediately added that only the weak rely on order and the Chinese hunters were too strong. But all these hunters were from the Red Wind Dragon and Death Dragon clans, and everything looked quite problematic. These were the two most powerful groups in Shanghai, and even getting to this counter was completely difficult. It turned out that whoever registers faster will log in earlier, and that was the whole point. And the main character abruptly walked through this whole crowd straight to the registration desk, ignoring everyone who was around. Sonia tried to stop him and tell him that things weren't done like that here. But it was too late. Suddenly, a tall and bald hunter appeared in front of the Sing and shouted something in a language he did not understand. Sonia immediately broke free and stood between them and tried to explain that this man did not mean that at all. And based on this atmosphere, nothing could change if a fight started before or after registration. But Singh did not think for a long time and immediately hugged Sonia and apologized in advance for this incident. With the help of a powerful jump, he grabbed his girlfriend and jumped over this man, which took him by surprise. After they were at the registration desk, the main character asked to translate literally that he was Singh and was signing up as an assault group to contain the breach. The girl was embarrassed that he was still holding her body and immediately asked her to hurry up and translate what was said. Suddenly, the girl asked the guy if he hadn't thought about further consequences at all, and he said that she already had just one question left. When the main character looked at the registration board, on the first line he saw his own name, which made him very happy. Well, unfortunately, the other hunters were not very happy about this development of events, and could no longer wait until they could personally punish the main character for such impudence. When Sonia looked at this whole crowd, she was very scared. After all, they looked like they wanted to tear the guy into small pieces. But at some point, the hunters began to understand what kind of foreigner was standing in front of them. It was the guy who beat their hunters in Korea, and they found out that Singh was standing in front of them. Then the main character turned to Sonia again and asked her to translate a few phrases again. He told them that if someone had any problems, they were not shy about it, and came forward one by one to resolve these issues. The girl was shocked. The fact that the master is the CEO of Tens was a secret. But the guy still knew it and was going to start a fight. Sonia tried to warn him and look around because he was in Shanghai. But the guy added that these people were not part of the company. After all, they were part of the Red Wind Dragon and Death Dragon clans. The girl couldn't believe that the main character was going to oppose the two elite forces of Shanghai, even without the support of the company. In her eyes, he looked like a complete psycho. Nothing could be done. At one point, the main character remembered that the old eccentric told him not to go to Shanghai, that he was outside the influence of the Tens company, and undoubtedly there was a certain intent in this. But he was not going to dance to his tune, and despite being granted his 5th international privilege, it was still a simple job. Singh was not going to waste the opportunities he had received, and if necessary, he would make his way through any obstacles. But suddenly everyone fell silent, as if someone strong had arrived. Sonia couldn't believe her own eyes, because a hunter was approaching, whom no one could have expected here, including Singh. A gorgeous girl with an excellent figure was moving straight towards them. She had red hair and eyes of the same color, and it all looked too impressive. She was the current strategic director of the Red Wind Dragon, and the eldest daughter of the general manager. And her name was Freya. When the girl approached the main character, deathly silence immediately hung over everyone. Sonia translated that she is the one who is leading the Red Wind Dragon in today's containment of the breach. The main character listened attentively to the translation, but did not quite understand if she was who she was and what he could get out of it. Freya immediately warned that if the guy does not want to die, then he must remove his own name from this table. From his movements, one could tell that he was a fantastic hunter, however. It doesn't matter at all how great the main character was, where he came from, because the fractures here were significantly different, like day and night. She shouted for Singh to get out of here as soon as possible, and a crowd of jubilant hunters ardently supported this idea. The guy expected that it would happen, and it turned out that she said that there was nothing for qualified people to do here, and Sonia agreed with his words. And he asked to translate this word for word. He thanked him for being politely told about this, and to be honest, he expected at least some trouble from the very beginning. And perhaps she was the one with whom he could really talk. However, he did not have the slightest desire to remove the name from this table. As long as the main character was quite confident in his own skill, he was not going to back down. So instead of politely reprimanding him, they could have looked for a completely different way to remove him. And he asked to do this for sure, and of course without violating any laws. Obviously, no one could have expected such an answer. Everyone around was silent because they were at a loss, and did not know how to respond to this. The rest of the hunters could not believe that he allowed something else to mumble, and how he dared to object to their vice president. Sonia could not find a place because she understood everything that the hunters were saying and how rudely they insulted him. At one point, the girl's patience ran out, and she immediately screamed for everyone to immediately shut up and listen to her. For the main character, this behavior was quite expected, given that she was the strategic leader of the team and looked very capable, and a dialogue began between them. And since the main character was not going to remove the name from the table, they had only one option left for the development of events. A team of hunters and a Singh stood on the roof of a multi-story building and looked straight at an open crack. While the others were sharpening their weapons and loading clips in their pistols, the main character began to stretch his entire body. One of the hunters asked the vice president if she was really going to include this Korean in their assault squad. because he could ruin the contents of the entire breach. Then Freya asked if he was inviting her to engage in a sword fight with him. But the guy didn't mean that at all. At the same moment, the girl took the blade and brought it closer to his face. The level of intensity increased, and the guy began to mumble something. It was a double-blade red dragon sword that was passed down in her family. It was created using several parts of monsters that had been hunted since the career of the girl's father. The weapon embodied the whole history of the red wind dragon, and also represented the symbol of the hunter corresponding to the Chinese industry. The girl loudly asked how the guy thinks where he is, and where is she after all? It was a red wind dragon. This was so, and therefore there was no need for her to draw her sword for the sake of some random foreigner, and the guy asked for his deepest apologies. Did this hunter really think that due to the lack of one person, their strategy would fail because this could not happen, and something like this could not happen? And after all these words, the girl ordered him to wait for the start of the mission, with which the guy happily agreed. Everyone around was delighted with the decisions their vice president made. Everything was amazing, and thought out to the smallest detail. But despite all this, the girl felt complete tension inside, and she terribly did not like this atmosphere. Freya was already in her 3rd year as the head of the strategic team, but she was still not used to such tense situations. And although she had no charisma, she constantly tried to keep her face appropriate. And it wasn't a matter of hatred for hunting or martial arts. She was not at all against doing it, but the looks that constantly tried to evaluate her had been depressing her too much for a long time. And the man named Singh was somehow different from the one she was used to seeing in her own ranks. If he finds himself in danger, they are unlikely to be able to help him, and in her opinion, the guy should have known this. But there was something strange with his attitude. After all, as soon as Singh found out that he was part of the assault group, he immediately changed his face as if his previous arrogant behavior was just a game. This guy was determined to be different, and perhaps he was even much more. And suddenly her thoughts were interrupted, and someone turned to the vice president. The hunters shouted that the gap began to open, which meant that monsters should appear soon. And suddenly they saw the Black Bull, which was a 4th-level monster. Everyone was absolutely ready for the arrival of new monsters, but no one was ready that there would be several of these bulls here at once. At this moment, Freya shouted for everyone to start carrying out their missions and drove everyone forward. She rushed straight after the Singh, and waited as soon as possible for the guy to demonstrate to her all the skills that he possesses. This unusual monster not only looked like a huge bull with large organs all over his body, but he also released them from his body. The monster was rapidly approaching every second closer and closer to the squad with the hunters. Suddenly one of the guys who were right behind the main character suddenly rushed forward. The guys didn't think for a second. They took the sword and rushed towards the sharp fangs, and with a powerful blow of the ball they crushed them into several parts. The hunters were too confident in their own abilities, and rushed quickly towards the monster, maneuvering beautifully between his shots. When one of the hunters managed to cross the monster's threat, he immediately jumped out to deliver a powerful blow from above. And a few seconds later, the hunter's sharp spear was thrust into the huge shell of a terrible monster, which screamed loudly from the blow it received. The main character was very surprised that this guy was able to kill a monster of the 4th level, and how it was even possible to kill him with one blow from the Thorn Bull. This guy wanted to show the Koreans what they are capable of, and not allow the main character to be willful here. After all, this was the art and pride of the country, and their key energy was on a completely different level from what they had seen before. After a few minutes, the hunters were able to kill every bull that tried to attack their squad. But despite all this, their movements were definitely uncoordinated. But the hunt was extremely effective. Freya began to approach one of the monsters. She approached his head as close as possible and activated powerful ki energy. It only took one blow from the girl to break the monster's skull in half. As everyone expected, the vice president and commander of the entire group showed truly the highest skill. And from the outside, it seemed very magnificent, because the girl was very skillful in wielding a sword. Right at that moment, Singh realized what the power of the art of the Chinese hunting industry was. And unfortunately, Freya was never able to see how strong this man was. The girl shouted that there would soon be a second wave and invited everyone to take the elevator and immediately get into the crack, and everyone immediately listened to her as the group commander. Freya understood that she should not have gotten involved first in this fight, but nevertheless, she would still see his skills as soon as they were all in the gap. When the main character looked at this cage, you couldn't quite believe that this elevator could take them where they needed to go. When the guy started approaching the cage, one of the Chinese hunters looked at him and said that he really thinks that they will let him in here. And at the same moment the elevator doors were closed and they slammed right in front of the Singh's nose. When they managed and went up, everyone looked down and noticed that the Korean remained below, and were very surprised that he was not in the elevator. The guy said that everything was so, and perhaps he didn't go in because he was very scared of it. which the other hunter agreed, and they considered him a coward, because everything sounded quite logical. They laughed loudly and asked the Korean to wait while they walked forward and just watched them from the side. But despite all this, she didn't think so about it. She was wondering why the guy didn't go into the elevator, but she didn't think that he was a coward. When the main character looked at the elevator leaving, he thought that they were much more energetic than he thought. The main character said that since things have come to this, why not keep warm by following right behind them? And then he pushed off the ground with all his strength and ran straight along the rope that moved the elevator straight up. A few seconds later, he found himself right on the border with the portal. He stopped for a second, turned to the squad, and said that he would go forward and waved his hand to everyone. The Chinese hunters, who thought that they were able to properly teach the main character a lesson, stood in a stupor and watched as Sing had already safely crossed into another dimension. The girl was no less impressed by this moment, and everything was as she thought. This guy was definitely not a weakling. The Chinese hunters were indignant. After all, this guy climbed up there with the help of a thin rope as a support, and they understood that thanks to this, crazy footwork was done. At that moment, the girl realized that the morale of her team was falling lower and lower, and then she shouted for everyone to keep quiet. She turned to the hunters and said that if they had forgotten who they were, she could gladly remind them now. At that moment, one of the hunters shouted that they were a red wind dragon, and ordered everyone to run forward and show this arrogant brat what they were worth. After these words, the elevator had already crossed the border of another dimension, and the hunters found themselves in a place completely unfamiliar to them. But as soon as they crossed the border and found themselves in this territory, they immediately saw a column of huge smoke, and at that moment, they could not believe their own eyes. After all, right now a huge herd of thorny bulls was rushing right at them, and it seemed that there were simply hundreds of them there. Unfortunately, the detachment had nowhere to retreat, because it was already too late, and Freya ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The girl rushed forward and led the squad to set an appropriate example for all the hunters, and raise their spirits before the battle. Thanks to a strong blow, she was able to stop the monsters for a few seconds and block their path. Freya shouted for all the hunters to start the hunt and act according to the plan. The hunters immediately began to fight, and everything seemed to go smoothly. But the cloud of dust that was raised by the bulls was too thick. It was because of this that visibility was very poor, and therefore it was necessary to report the situation every 30 seconds. It all looked like their dive coincided with the migration of the monster, and they had to deal with the bulls and then install the rift breaker. After some time, the hunters began to radio over the radio that everything was clear from the west and east. The girl didn't expect anything else from the members of the Red Wind Dragon after all. They are quite capable of coping with a herd of thorn bulls. Messages continued to come that little by little the purge of the bulls was nearing its end. And as soon as they are done here, they will install the rift breaker, and they will still have some time left. Even though the thorn bulls were well valued in the market, hunting them should bring great profits. Suddenly a shot was heard to the side. She managed to react in time and deflected the bullet with a spear. The bullet that was flying in her direction was fired from a Haller pistol, and she waited impatiently for the one who fired the shot to appear from a thick column of smoke. When the smoke died down, the silhouette of a guy appeared through the clouds of dust, and it was the main character. The girl could not believe her own eyes because a Korean hunter was standing in front of her. She immediately asked if it was he who made that shot, but the guy didn't answer her, and after her words, she continued to shoot. But the girl quickly dodged the bullets with the help of a spear. Freya could not understand one thing: why the guy attacked others during the hunt, and what kind of tricks they were. She couldn't think that someone from her squad could attack in such chaos. It was impossible for the main character to be the initiator. After all, this man was a foreigner who signed a contract with the Tens Company. All this was logical to assume that he was the attacker. Then the girl said that since Sing began to hunt for the Red Wind Dragon, he would immediately answer for all actions and pay for it. One got the feeling that it was not a war that had begun, but some kind of western, because right in the middle of the desert, two hunters stood and expected an attack on each other. The main character was the first to start the shootout, and again fired a volley from a pistol directly at the girl's body. But much to her surprise, these bullets were a complete deception and could not cause any damage to her. All this was a cunning move just to distract attention for a second so that the main character could get closer. Sing made one precise blow with his finger directly to the girl's collarbone, because of which she could not move. The guy hit right on the key points to immobilize her, and she didn't understand where this Korean had such a high level of skill. And since the girl could not move and moreover was completely immobilized, he picked her up and took her in his arms. The guy held the girl in his arms and saw several monsters approaching him through a column of thick dust. The main character used his legs to pull the girl out of ground zero, thereby avoiding a fight with the bulls. When he moved her to another place, she could not understand what was happening here, and looked straight into his eyes in surprise. The project could understand why Sing didn't just kill her, but brought her here, and what his intentions were. At one point, her thoughts reached the point that she saw him as some kind of pervert, and that Sing was going to do something to her, and prayed that the guy would let her go immediately. The main character put the girl on the ground and deeply apologized and asked her to just wait for him here. The girl could not understand at all what was happening here and what this Korean was talking about. But after a few seconds, Sing returned to her, and in his hands he was holding one of the Chinese hunters who was seriously wounded. It was a hunter from a red wind dragon, and Freya still didn't fully understand what was happening here and what the main character was really up to. After some time, the main character brought hunters over and over again and stored them directly on the ground. Freya understood that something was wrong here, and perhaps it was a cowardly hunter who was lying in ambush and attacked them as soon as they lowered their guard. When the guy realized that all the Chinese hunters were in front of him, he tried to tell them so that they would understand and listen to him. None of those present understood what Simka was trying to achieve, but he demanded to lie quietly and just listen. The soldiers did not want to listen to him and shouted for him to stop everything. But the commands that the sector was clear and everything was clean continued even when everyone was completely silent. One of the hunters thought that one of them was still fighting there, and why should they listen to this? Well, at one moment everyone realized that it was not the voice of a hunter at all, but the voice of their president, and for a girl this was simply impossible. The main character really hoped that something had finally come to them, and they were beginning to understand why he had brought them all together here. No one could fully understand where I was mocking these sounds, but they were clearly audible from this storm, in which someone's tentacles were also visible. For the first time when the main character saw this situation, he suspected something was wrong, because the herd of thorny bulls were in panic and were running away from something in fear. According to the data obtained, thorn bulls are a carnivorous monster of the 4th level that usually move in a herd. And this was a good question. What could frighten such powerful creatures so much? Where then is the monster that could put them to flight? And no matter how much Sing thought, all this seemed really strange, and it was necessary to observe this situation a little more. But when he heard the commands that the sector was clear, he realized that there were slight differences in the voices of some of the red wind dragon hunters. It turned out that there was another monster who mercilessly killed the Chinese hunters by sneaking up on them from behind and piercing their bodies with its tentacles. It was a monster that imitated the voice of the victim, and he was hiding among the herd of thorny bulls, and thanks to this ability, he incited them to riot and skirmish with the hunters within reach. The Red Wind Dragon people were in complete danger, and he had no choice, since he could not convey his own thoughts to them. And so the main character had to be a little rude, and he activated the auto-hunt button. Then Fry realized that in order to save her and the people who were in danger, the main character did something similar. At one point, the squad realized that the team members who were not here could no longer be saved, and now if the guy allows them to continue fighting, then they will do it together. At one point, Sing leaned over to the girl and asked for forgiveness, and at the same time picked up her blade. Freya was shocked because Simka would really just take her double dragon blade and leave everyone here to just rot on Earth. The guy asked for forgiveness from the commander of the strategic group, but his auto-hunt did not want him to return their mobility and the use of these blades. And then the guy jumped straight from the mountain to fight one-on-one with the terrible monster. He was very interested in what kind of monster this was and what power he possessed, thereby fueling interest in the battle. When Sing went down, he finally saw those with whom he would have to fight soon, and these were terrible monsters with tentacles like an octopus, legs like a spider, and huge fangs. When Freya heard the monster's cry, she immediately understood who the main character would be fighting with now. The girl crawled as best she could to the edge of the cliff to see this with her own eyes, and she really was not mistaken when she saw it. Right in front of the main character was one of the most terrible deceptions of the Deadly Four. It was a terrible misfortune to face this creature alone. Among the many hunts for monsters, there are the most terrible failures and consequences. And the fourth monster of the continent is the Deadly Four, which was one of them, and was called the Nasty Deceiver. The girl immediately slammed her fist on the ground because it was her mistake, and when she only saw the thorny bulls, she urgently needed to give the order to retreat. In the girl's eyes, it was all over, and there wasn't even any intrigue left. She understood how it would all end for all of them right now. The main character understood who was behind all these tricks, and perhaps it would be a little difficult for him. But still the monster was quite large. But nevertheless, Singa didn't stop this one bit, and this time, as in the past, he decided that there was nothing to be upset about, and why not start hunting the monster. There were no specific records of when this monster first appeared, but every time, it only caused complete disaster. They tried to kill him many times, but the result was always one monster who was more alive than all the living. and all that remained of the people were corpses. And as the name implied, one of the monsters, the so-called Deadly Four, was a nasty deceiver. But this did not stop the main character. He finished absorbing the medicinal herbs he had taken, thanks to which the flow of energy significantly improved. The only thing that upset Sing was that due to the large change in his body, he could no longer wear the Queen's Embrace costume. The guy came almost close to the monster, which met him with a fierce cry right at its own tentacles. Due to the strong effect of the medicine, the body seemed to be bursting out. The muscles were like stone and the veins were swollen in such a way that they could be seen from afar. The guy did not doubt his own abilities for a second and therefore attacked the monster alone. High on the mountain, Freya watched all this, who in horror did not understand how he dared to do such an act. First of all, the monster threw out little monsters just like him, who were ready to devour the main character whole, and this was a sign to start the auto-hunt. Sing bravely dealt with every attack of the monster, and there was not a single doubt that he would win a landslide victory over him. The girl tried in every possible way to help the main character. She screamed and suggested how he should dodge subsequent blows. At one point, the monster grabbed the main character right by the body, but the guy's strength was so great that he easily lifted him into the air and threw him straight to the ground. After such a powerful blow to me, one monster could not survive, and Sing got to work and began to approach the rest of the monsters. When Freya saw this moment, she realized how powerful she had just seen, and that this man had exceeded all her expectations. Sing was not only physically strong, but also possessed artificial skill taken to the absolute limit, the kind that develops his muscles and joints in an instant. And only with the help of unrealistic skill did he barely maintain the balance between his own mass and form in order to control this inhuman force. After some time, the guy was attacked by the main body of the nasty deceiver. The girl was waiting to see if this man would really be able to hunt one of the deadliest monsters single-handedly. The monster was gaining more and more momentum, and was about to approach the main character to deliver a powerful blow with its tentacles. One such blow of his was capable of destroying everything around him, and he tried to destroy the earth to slow down the movement. But the main character was not surprised by this turn of events, because in front of him were all the same ordinary tentacles. And if he manages to cut them off, they will become completely useless, and the sharp blade will cut through the tentacles. But it only seemed so to the main character, because in reality, he could not cut off a single piece from this monster. The monster confidently repulsed Sing's blow, and at the same moment launched a counterattack and struck his tentacles straight into his chest. Well, despite this powerful direct blow, the main character remained alive. When the column of smoke began to slowly fall to the ground, he stood up and began to meet him halfway. The guy didn't expect that such a fight could drag on for so long, and frankly speaking, this monster had already gotten him so bad. Freya, who had been lying upstairs all this time, was glad that everything was all right with the guy, even though he seriously surprised her. As she expected, the skin at the base was much stronger than his smaller one, so even Sing could not cut off the tentacles of the nasty deceiver. At that moment, the guy realized that this monster was watching him while he fought with his smaller copies and assessed his strength, and this was a rather cunning move on the part of the monster. After that, Sing concentrated all the power he had into one powerful blow and flew straight at the monster. This blow was so powerful that when the protagonist's sword came into contact with the monster's body, a bright flash was formed. The girl was shocked by what she had just been able to see. She froze for a second and did not say a word. And since the guy couldn't cut off the tentacles, he could easily knock down the whole monster. And did he really think that he was able to see everything that the main character is capable of? Freya couldn't believe that the guy single-handedly managed to send this monster flying with just brute force. Suddenly, the girl felt like the ground under her feet began to reflect everything around her too. This meant only one thing. The monster had risen, and he was ready to continue this battle with the main character. The girl tried to shout to the guy to be careful because she understood perfectly well what the next attack would be on Sing. The main character liked that the monster screamed because it was a sign that he was too angry. And this only meant one thing. It was time for the second round. Freya tried in every possible way to shout to the guy, and try to convey to him the idea that he should not come close to him at a distance, because he was going to counterattack. And at that moment the guy saw the monster jump up, open its mouth wide, and fly straight at him. But this didn't stop Singa at all, and he decided to respond to the attack with his own attack, and rushed straight at him. The girl begged the guy to leave there because otherwise no one would be able to save him. Countless Chinese hunters tried to hunt this monster called the Nasty Trickster, but their efforts were in vain. But one of the biggest reasons was because of its sonic attack. With multiple tentacles, suppressing any enemies that might get close to it and using a sonic boom to hunt any prey. It was a dangerous attack that could shake everything inside and could even cause hallucinations. It was simply the strongest hallucination that could only exist in this world, and it was directed only at one main character. It was difficult for everyone to withstand this attack, even when all the soldiers were so far away, and no one could understand how Sing was holding on there. But the main character turned out to be without a single injury, and the girl could not understand how this could happen. Then the monster screamed again, and this was the second huge wave that followed straight towards Sing. But the guy stood firmly on his feet and looked completely unperturbed after this attack. Despite this look, the guy only wanted one thing, and that was to die. It was not a joke because he was really in pain because every part of his body was screaming about it. Without the auto-hunt, the guy would have collapsed screaming long ago. But thanks to it, he can withstand this sonic attack without any hint of pain. That is why at the moment the guy could only do one thing, and that was to endure hellish pain. With each scream of the monster, the guy endured it again and again. It was very hard for him. The veins on his face literally burst out. His eyes began to bleed. But the guy still continued to stand on his feet, despite the fact that Freya was far behind him. Even she could not withstand this noise, and tried to somehow protect herself and covered her ears with her hands. Unexpectedly for everyone, the sound from the monster's mouth abruptly stopped, and there was complete silence. But the main character continued to stand on his feet, and carefully watched the next action of the monster. When Freya saw them, she couldn't believe her own eyes. She assumed that the nasty deceiver was very tired. Well, immediately after these words, the monster flew straight into the air and was already high above the head of the main character. The girl could not believe that the monster was in the air and was now going to crush him with her own body. When Sim saw the monster, he immediately fell to his knee. His strength was almost gone. Freya knew that the guy was not okay. He could barely stand on his feet and screamed for him to get out of there. And then at that moment, the main character used the form of the attacker and activated the sword thanks to his own energy, after which it began to shine with a blue color. It was this moment that the main character was waiting for when the monster independently began to approach him. The main character waited for the right moment and attacked the monster using sharp blades to deliver an indestructible blow. When the guy knocked the monster to the ground, the girl couldn't believe that the guy really dealt with him alone. Throughout the entire battle, the main character had a plan to which he adhered, and he was already tired of waiting for him to take the first step. Even despite his sharp skates, he could not cut him because the monster had a rather strong body. But the guy was wondering how strong his inner part was. He couldn't wait for the moment when he would gut this monster, and he waited impatiently to see if the monster could now bear it the same way he had endured his scream. And at that very second, Sing began to attack the monster with lightning speed with blades. His force was so powerful that the energy tore the monster from the inside. On the other side of the portal, people were waiting for the red dragon to arrive, and by their standards, he was significantly late. They were looking forward to a new story about how something could happen to them. None of the hunters expected that the Order of the New Bulls would be able to independently exit the rift. But in any case, this could be called a huge victory. Although some were a little surprised, the guys were sure that the hunters from the Red Wind Dragon were simply going crazy hunting for them inside. No one knew what could be inside there, and perhaps the Korean had already done something there. And it all remained a mystery until the squad finished with this matter on the other side of the portal. But unexpectedly for everyone, a huge rift suddenly began to open. A huge fourth deadly monster began to crawl right out of it, and the hunters did not understand why this thing was here. Everyone immediately felt the sonic attack of the nasty deceiver, and everyone was ordered to retreat, because the monster could quickly get to any of them. The hunters were horrified by what they saw and began to run in all directions. Well, then the second guy tried to calm the first and shouted for him to look at his back. Right at the top was the main character, who continued to gut this monster with sharp blades without stopping. All the hunters around began to slowly gather around this monster. For them, it was simply an incredible sight. After all, this was the first time they had seen the nasty deceiver in person, and fortunately for them, he was already dead. They carefully tried to get as close as possible. After all, they did not see any serious external injuries that would prove his death. Then one of the hunters said that he was really dead and wanted to touch him, but someone dissuaded him, and suddenly, from behind the predator's body, they saw some kind of shadow. They were shocked because they saw the Korean who did not make it to the elevator, and the sun repeated to them again, so that no one would touch the monster he was hunting. If someone comes closer than a few meters to him, the guy will not be responsible for what happens to them next. Everyone remained in slight shock because this was a very murderous intention, and they should have calmed him down as soon as possible in various ways. One of the hunters was glad that there was a nasty deceiver right in front of him. The man saw absolutely no difference who would take all the glory for killing this monster, and he understood that he would definitely not have another chance like now. But suddenly their path was blocked by Sing's assistant, She screamed for everyone to stand still because this monster that the others were targeting belonged to a hunter from Tenza. And I agree with all the rules. The monster is the property of the main character and the Tenza company. And if anyone touches even a hair of the nasty deceiver, then they will have no choice but to officially take legal action against the Death Dragon clan. Well, the hunters obviously didn't like it. And even if it was their company, they were on the territory of Shanghai, and here it had no jurisdiction for them. And then the guy decided to deal with everyone alone. One of the hunters tried to stop the other, and he warned that if he got close, he might die. One more step and this man could attack them. Was the guy going to fight against the hunter who managed to track down and kill the nasty deceiver? And then the man raised his hand and gave the command to everyone else to immediately retreat from here. Others were very upset. After all, for them it was a great opportunity. But when they looked into the eyes of the main character, the desire to step on him sharply decreased. All this was something incredible because Sing should not have been able to even stand, but he defended his own prey and his teammate to the end. After all this serious conversation, Sonia exhaled loudly because she already thought that the guy would simply be killed on the spot. After she turned around to look at hide and seek, the main character Sing immediately fell on her with his own huge body, because he was in decline and practically without strength. A few seconds later, the guy was already unconscious, and his head completely hung on the shoulder of a small and fragile girl. After some time, the Red Dragon squad emerged from the portal, and all they could do was watch all this from the side and just remain silent. This is how Sing's first foreign hunt ended, and the fact that he was hunting one of the deadly 4 nasty deceivers left an unforgettable impression on those around him. And even more so, he shocked the entire continent with such an unheard-of event. All this time, Sonia tried to wake him up every 10 meters. She asked if he woke up, if everything was okay. But at that moment, Sing had no idea what awaited him next. The main character was in a hospital bed all alone. After the previous battle, the guy was unconscious and tried to regain the strength lost in the battle. His attending physician graduated from the Faculty of Medicine of Beijing University and was the general director of medical research of Tenzo Company. At the exit from the intensive care ward, he was met by Sonia, who was his niece. And this was their first meeting after a long time. When the girl asked what condition Sing was in now, the doctor said that he was much better then. And he was very surprised how the guy was not in critical condition. Her uncle meant that the main character was completely broken, and he did not understand how Sing managed to hunt the nasty deceiver like that. His auditory nerves were completely destroyed. It took too much sheer willpower to withstand all the damage his body had taken. Sonia was very offended by Sing, because he could simply die and no one could save him, and she called him some kind of monster. But the man did not agree with her words, and, on the contrary, he considered this man a hero because he was the one who hunted one of the deadly 4. When Sonia realized who he was fighting with, she couldn't believe it because it seemed to her that it was simply impossible to do, and even if it wasn't a master, but someone from the Elite 10. The doctor completely agreed with her words, because one of the Elite 10 would have done this job. The young man was comparable to the Elite 10, and if this truth becomes public knowledge, there will not be a single person left who would not be surprised by this. After all, when Sing arrived in Shanghai, the master told everyone. He laughed loudly and asked one question. Why did he let this foreigner into China because the man had just dropped a time bomb right on Shanghai? Sonia was discouraged by this and could not understand what kind of time bomb we were talking about. The doctor then tried to explain that he had heard Sing called something similar in the Korean industry and could be said to be one of the inspiring figures, and it was obvious that he motivated many hunters. At these words, the girl flew into even greater rage, because the guy was the person who confirmed this with his own skill alone, and this was undoubtedly the preferred logic of their nation. It seemed like she didn't want to admit it, and she was still too traditional. And since it had come to this, why shouldn't she take a step forward? Because perhaps there was a reason why the master appointed the girl as his assistant. It turned out that the girl was included in the right of inheritance, and perhaps now the guy will be able to do something about her circulatory syndrome. She screamed loudly for her uncle to finish with these words, because if he talks about this topic again, she will have nothing more to say to him. She shook her head and left. The doctor was very sorry for such words. But for the girl, everything was fine because in the end she understood that it was just business. The tetralogy of the fallow is a special unique trait that could enhance the progress of another in exchange for her own, and this was a trait that belonged to Sonia. Perhaps she could use these traits to her own advantage to easily become one of the candidates for the succession to the throne. However, she denied this advantage, and only sought to improve her own skills. But then she accepted the challenge like other candidates, but immediately failed the task, which she did not complete. After the first failure, it was the role of an assistant to some Korean who came to China. At the moment, there was no way that the master would order her to do this, but she would never follow that order. Sonia was a martial artist. She was not a woman who enjoyed using her body for her own benefit. In her eyes, Singh was a very talented master, and this made her even more and mortally jealous. Literally 2 weeks passed after all these terrible events, and the main character felt better and could get out of bed on his own. When Sim opened his eyes, he immediately saw Sonia, who was glad to see how the guy was on his way to recovery, and she immediately asked how his body was. The good thing is that he is now much better and finally began to hear well, and he was immediately surprised at how quickly her attitude towards him changed. The girl told him that while the guy was lying unconscious, shock went through the entire industry. The shock was that the Deadly Four were his solo hunt for a nasty deceiver and became public knowledge, and the man who single-handedly hunted this monster now knows not only Shanghai, but the entire continent. The guy understood all this very well when he asked whether his identity would also become public knowledge, but the girl replied that they were not going to keep his nationality a secret. Since his achievement results proved their worth, from now on everyone will respect Singh, and this attitude will be completely Chinese. The main character understood everything because everything was based on the result, and Sonia immediately warned that he would soon have a new visitor. These visitors will be the deputy of the Red Dragon, a girl named Freya, and Sonia asked if he used her double blade. After all, she could raise some legal issue regarding the use of her property without proper permission, and this could all become a little unpleasant. Not meeting her was another way, but refusing a visit was completely impolite, and if the girl talks about it again, Sonia recommended playing a fool or not paying attention to her. The main character replied that he would be as careful as possible with her. Then Sonia said that she was leaving and immediately closed the door. The main character was tormented by only one question: what happened to her? Because the girl was much more polite than before, maybe he overreacted, thinking that she was too polite to be aggressive. In any case, everything was in order, and this was a better point of view. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and Singh said that they could come in. Freya was really standing behind the door. She looked very frightened. She behaved very modestly and slowly approached the main character. Singh happily greeted the girl, then he took out his phone to turn on the translation application. Then Freya showed her own phone on which it was written that she had heard that his ear hurt a lot, and the guy was surprised that he saw his native Korean language. The main character was pleasantly surprised that the girl spoke Korean well. But as it turned out, during all these 10 days the girl learned to read and write. The guy thought that she really had to go that far because it was rude to use a translation app in China. Suddenly Singh started talking about how he should apologize for using her weapon without permission. The guy was wondering how she would react to this if she knew his native language. But the girl showed her phone. What was written on the smartphone was that she was truly grateful to him for being able to save them all from the terrible monster. Singh was too surprised by this outcome of events, and besides, the girl had to tell him something else. The guy had only one thought in his head. Does she want to go on a date with him and then marry him in the future? After Freya wrote the text, she showed the guy what she wanted to say. A proposal was written there for the guy to go on a date with her, and then in the future, they would get married together. These words greatly excited the guy. He became very worried, and drops of sweat could be seen running down his face. After all, no one had ever offered him a walk before, or even invited him on a date, and he didn't understand what she was talking about now. At one point, the main character had the idea that perhaps the girl was planning something, and in this way, she lulled his vigilance. After such a long pause, it seemed to Freya that she was embarrassed by Singh, and perhaps she was too hasty with such proposals. Then she decided that they just needed to continue the conversation to get to know each other better. Her hands were shaking so much with excitement that she didn't notice how the tonic smartphone slipped out of her hands. She had to try with all her might to catch it so that it wouldn't break. But, unfortunately or fortunately, the main character was ahead of her. His hand turned out to be much faster than the girl's hand, and they did not notice how both were already holding each other. A certain awkwardness hung in the air between the couple because the guy didn't want to grab her hand, but it turned out the way it did. At one point, the guy felt a certain heat emanating from the girl's hand, which gradually began to grow into a small flame. The girl got so excited that she couldn't control her own strength, and thus burned the guy's hand. She couldn't believe that instead of just thanking him, she just completely almost burned his hand. Fred, I didn't understand what to do next, and then the brilliant idea came to my mind that first she needed some water. But at one moment she felt an illness. It was a strong pain in her body, which was called psi energy. It was a kind of aura arising from the user's emotions. From the last hunt, the main character learned that Freya could create fire with the help of this aura. But as it turned out, it was difficult for her to control this process. Well, if this continues, then all her clothes will soon simply be burned in an instant. Loud screams were heard from behind the door that the man did not need the student's excuse because she was useless, and he asked to leave him alone. They lost a lot because of her ineptitude. And the most important loss was the death of their comrades. When one of the hunters approached her, he asked her not to think about it because at that moment, no one could have thought that one of the deadly four would appear there, although the survival of the hunters in the end depended entirely on his skill. It was rude, but those guys could not survive because they were not experienced enough. But nevertheless, all this responsibility lay only with Vice President Freya, and she immediately left this room. It was too pathetic for the guys to watch how the girl was finishing off her own body psychologically, and it seemed to them that the master was too harsh with her. The guy was very worried that the girl would bear a difficult time on her own shoulders, despite the fact that she spent 24 hours a day improving the skills of each of the hunters. Freya understood perfectly well that all the responsibility lay with her and she had to somehow fix it, but she didn't fully understand how. Then she remembered about the main character, because his skill was probably on the same level as the elite of the 10, and if he joins the Red Dragon, this will all change the situation greatly. This is the path the girls have chosen, and the price may force him to join them by bringing him as their own groom. When he is on their team, this damage can be very easily compensated. And then the girl decided to act, because all this was done for the sake of improving their groups, and she immediately began to learn the language. In her own wardrobe, she tried to find something similar to what ordinary people wear. Because today, she had a visit to the hospital. The girl understood that this was not too different from hunting. But if she was calm, she could do it with ease. But judging by their conversation earlier, you were calm. She didn't succeed at all. If she doesn't calm down right now, it will be too late. Not far from her stood a flower pot with flowers, and he didn't have the strength to think for a long time in the moment, and he immediately grabbed it. Luckily, there was enough water there to extinguish the Freya, and he immediately poured the vase directly on it. Even though the fire began to fade, her aura continued to burn her clothes. At one point, Freya began to feel calm because her aura stopped going crazy. She tried to thank the main character and tell him, "Thank you," but he immediately covered her mouth with his hand. The girl couldn't understand why he wanted her to be silent. But as it turned out, all her clothes were completely burned. Singh understood everything, and so he asked the girl to calm down as quickly as possible because there was absolutely nothing wrong with it. The main character ordered the girl to be silent because if she screams, then at that very second people will come to see what is happening here, and then they will see them. The guy quickly turned away so as not to embarrass the girl. He climbed into the closet and started looking for some change of clothes. He took out something and asked her to put it on. After she put on the jacket, it seemed to her that the guy was probably disappointed in her. After all, she seemed like a complete fool. And in order not to fall further in her eyes, she decided to just take it and leave here. But the main character asked her to stay. Singh could not see any ulterior motives for these proposals, and he thought that this would be a very great idea. He smiled sweetly and asked, "How about we both have a snack sometime?" From such a proposal, the girl's eyes shone. She could not have expected that such an alignment of events could bring her to an advantageous position. The guys drove along the broadband highway in a beautiful and luxurious car. Freya was behind the wheel and she drove this car very deftly and skillfully. For the first time, the main character managed to experience a woman's riding live, and he sat like a stone, said nothing, and did not move at all. The girl sharply pressed the brake and expertly parked the car right in the right place in the parking lot. When they got out, the girl asked what was wrong with the guy, but he replied that everything was fine, because this woman never took her foot off the gas pedal while they were driving around the city. Well, where they arrived was a very strange place. In any case, it greatly surprised the main character. There were people standing there who in unison greeted the vice president on his return. The place where the two of them arrived was called the headquarters of the Red Dragon Gale. Singh could not understand how this happened. After all, they had recently literally been in the center of the city, and literally after a few dozen minutes they reached this large garden. One of the guys kindly began to see them off. The guy couldn't understand why they were forced to eat right at the Red Dragon Gale. As they walked along the long and red corridor to the left, he saw a group of men who were synchronously practicing their fighting skills. As expected for the main character, all this was work of incredible proportions. And at that moment, he realized what the Red Dragon Gale really looks like. When they reached the right place, the girl turned to the guy and said that she needed to change clothes, and she would soon return to him. The man then took Singh to a large room. In scale it was like a huge dining room, where there was a large and long table and several chairs. The man warned that the master would soon come to them, and asked them to kindly wait for him. There were only 3 places near this table, and the main character began to guess which place was his. And as soon as he touched the chair, he immediately heard a voice saying that this was not his place, and he felt this energy again, and thought that old Jin Peck met him again. But it was a completely different master who was delighted when he saw the guy. He said that he looked much younger than he thought, and indeed seemed quite young. The guy was very surprised that he saw a completely new old man, and asked if he could really speak Korean fluently. In front of the main character was a former rank of the 2nd Elite 10, whose name was the Holy Sword Yang. After the introduction, the guy realized that in front of him was a real master of the Red Dragon, and he immediately reciprocated and said that his name was Sing. In any case, Ian replied that he was very young, and it became very interesting to him, and he immediately attacked the main character, and asked if he would mind if the old man looked at his body a little. When the old man tried to touch him, the guy immediately dodged and said that he was very sorry, but he would refuse such foreplay. Then Ian said that he understood everything, and was amazed how the guy simply blocked his aura that he sent to him. Singh said that lately too many people have been trying to touch him, and he can no longer allow him to do what the old eccentric Jin Bayek did to him. These words greatly amused Ian, and he replied that with such a body, it would be strange if no one was interested in him. Old man Jin looked more like a rogue than a martial artist, but this man looked the part in Singh's eyes. Old man, I immediately accepted his point of view, because in his opinion, a man should be able to refuse what he does not want to do. But then the man asked him one more thing. He asked one direct and seemingly simple question. What was the guy's first impression of this place? Then Singh replied that it was absolutely incredible, and he had never seen a structure of such a scale before. The guy understood that there had to be a reason why they brought him here. After all, on the way to this hall they showed incredible buildings and a huge number of students, and there was a clear reason why they showed them to him. Then the main character admitted that he wanted to at least once see what this place was, and why the apartment of one of the best hunting organizations on the mainland was located right here. The old man repeated the question about what his first impression was, and the guy replied that he could not be sure of what he would say now. The amount of equipment for hunters, buildings, and so on. Their quality of fighters was at the highest level, however. Here was everything that the main character could think of. Of course, the level of Kai exceeded most of the hunters he had seen before. But in terms of hunting strategy or other subtleties, they were no better than those from his home country, and thus he feels that he has nothing more to show besides the fact that he worked in China as a hunter. It became clear to Master Yan, and then he asked what the result was. After all, I seemed worse than his expectations, just an overly decorated empty shell, but nevertheless the guy did not express himself so aggressively. These words greatly affected the master because the young man did not deny a single word from his mouth. Unexpectedly at that moment Freya came in, and she saw old man Jan talking to Singh, and she screamed what was happening here, and turned to her father. The girl came in at a clearly inopportune moment when an almost verbal skirmish broke out between the guy and the master. When the master heard about the simply overly decorated empty shell, he laughed loudly because the man almost agreed with these words and could also call it. The father saw his daughter go into the dining room. She stood from the side and watched as Singh and the master communicated with each other. She arrived literally a few minutes later, and the main character thought her outfit was quite catchy. Soon the man snapped his fingers and suggested why don't they have lunch with her friend Singh. When everyone sat down at the huge dining table, they were surrounded by an abundance of incredibly tasty and exotic food. An awkward situation hung in the air. No one understood who came up with such a seating arrangement, and why the guys were sitting next to each other. Then at that moment the guy reminded that he just wanted to offer the girl a snack, and therefore did not understand why he was here. But as it turned out, all this was due to the fact that the master called his daughter and asked her to bring him here. The man asked the main character whether this child wanted to date him. The girl immediately asked her father for forgiveness. She felt very sorry for all this, because she only did what seemed best to her. The master immediately shouted that there were no excuses. However, it coincided that he was thinking about the same thing, and that is why he ordered her to bring him here. At this moment, the man sharply turned to the main character and asked him how he looked at becoming his son-in-law today. Freya was very interested in why her father suddenly brought up such a sensitive topic at the table. For Singh, such a question was very unexpected, and he asked why he was asking it right now. Then the master replied that he didn't suspect that the guy was not mistaken in what he said a minute earlier. Then Ian decided to ask him one simple question, and asked the young man who he took him for. The main character did not think that the master was normal in all respects. After all, it was true that Master Yang was slightly abnormal, and this also applied to the Red Dragon. The man continued that the Red Dragon's headquarters was too extravagant, and clearly not suitable for someone like him. When the master was at his age, it never occurred to him that they would live in such luxury. They would have access to everything they could only dream of. One day in the distant past, a monster suddenly appeared in their world, and when someone asks if these monsters are attacking humanity, it was what you would expect to hear from a madman. However, very different from ordinary civilians, they were masters of martial arts, and when the monsters appeared, They were the first to fight them using their own skills and training that they had acquired earlier. But as they hunted more and more monsters, an unexpected fortune accumulated. They were barely able to maintain their own individuality and acted like mercenaries, and then began to live a completely new life. Even if they went back there a century ago when martial artists were highly regarded, they would not be treated the way they are now. There was a lot of wealth, an incredible amount of power, but to be honest, it wasn't exactly what they deserved as martial artists. The main character completely agreed with these words, because the man meant as hunters, and the master realized that Sing understood him perfectly. They must work as hunters. That is, they hunt monsters and protect civilians from great danger. Red Dragon Gale, who was just a small dojo out of nowhere, has now become a group of hunters that are recognized throughout the world. But fortunately, they grew up too quickly, and because of this, they lost their true essence. Master Yang wanted only one thing, namely to recreate a way of life for martial artists. And therefore he had to constantly strive for self-improvement, and, at the same time, respect and obey those who are much stronger. Master. I asked if the guy understood what he was talking about, since he must have spent countless days and nights to reach the level where he is right now, despite the fact that the Red Dragon has become quite large. But unfortunately they haven't had anyone like the main character for too long. The squad that had fallen powerlessly from the nasty deceiver had long proven the master's point. But it was just a group of hunters recognized throughout the world, and it all looked like some kind of joke. Freya tried to justify her words, but her father immediately interrupted her and shouted that failure is failure, and he will not tolerate any excuses. In any case, he asked the young man to become his son-in-law, but Sing did not understand whether there was a reason for all this. And the reason for this naturally was, and it was all because this child could not lead the Red Dragon Gale. Sing was in no hurry to rejoice. He asked why so. He was sure that Miss Freya was an amazing hunter. Then the man asked how he could call her amazing, and perhaps he was joking because whoever he was able to defeat with one movement could never be called amazing. He had already said this earlier, that the reign of the strong, after all, the strong are absolute. Only a strong mind and the desire for competition can lead comrades to success. But this child did not have such a desire, and there was no way she could lead this clan. Master, I entrusted special people with a task to investigate everything related to the skills of the main character. The homeland of the protagonist called him a bomb in the industry. He was a catalyst for colleagues and fellow important figures, as well as an incentive for internal growth. And this was exactly what was needed in the Red Dragon clan. A person who would lead everyone to the end with one common goal. Well, as the main character said earlier, he had no reason to do this. Then the man laughed and said that he admits that the Ten's company must have already made him a lucrative offer that he cannot refuse. But still, his family has more influence than him. The main character was surprised that Master Yan really knew the identity of the head of the Tens. And as it turned out, he knew this family well for a long time. Master Yang admitted that they were much stronger than him, and therefore he was ready to make the appropriate sacrifices. And this sacrifice was that the main character could leave his own last name. A large group just like Dragon Gale was not going to make the main character's husband a successor. They wanted to make his successor into the organization. Sing admitted that he did not expect such an offer, and the master replied that he was ready to make sacrifices, despite the fact that the legacy of his family would disappear along with her surname, but the pedigree and the Red Dragon Gale would still remain. The control, influence, and technique of the Red Dragon Gale. He planned that this child would take a part, but he only had about half of it left from the maximum. After these words, the master's daughter could not stand it, and shouted that her father was really going to do this. And that was exactly how he was going to transfer his own energy to a single. With his current strength and adding his energy to it, he would become a real monster of a man capable of defeating even Jinbek. If the main character says this word right now, then at that very second he will become much stronger, because the Red Dragon Gale will be with him like a pillar, and will grow even bigger and higher. The guy seriously thought about accepting such a serious offer, because becoming stronger than Jinpek was very tempting. The master could say with confidence that no one on this continent could give him what Yang had just offered, and he could fully guarantee these words. The girl was shocked that her father made such an unexpected and generous offer, and most likely he would accept it, and he would have no reason not to do so. While it was originally planned that she would be able to lead him to the organization, but for some reason she was very upset, and could not understand why. But despite all these advantages, the main character made a decision, and replied that he refused such an offer. Master Yang couldn't believe what he just heard, and asked him to repeat it again. Sing turned to Mr. Yang and said that it seemed to him that he had misunderstood something about him, because everything that he offered had absolutely no value for him. Suddenly, a fire broke out in the palace, and all the soldiers ran to the epicenter of events to understand what was happening here. The entrance door to the dining room was simply on fire. No one could go inside because it was incredibly hot there. Suddenly the squad leader approached and ordered everyone to immediately disperse. Everyone was certainly interested in what was happening there, and the man asked everyone except the soldiers to leave here as soon as possible. When all the extra eyes were gone, the commander realized that it was the president's PSI energy, the fire energy of the Yang clan members who led the Red Dragon Society from generation to generation, was a powerful and at the same time dangerous force. But the man still could not understand why Mr. President began to release such an amount of energy and what was happening inside. And if Mr. President is angry, then this will be too serious a problem, even if he just combusts. After all, such a powerful force could turn everything around into nothing but ash in the blink of an eye. Freya asked her father to calm down, but he did not listen to her and asked the guy to repeat again what he said earlier. At one point, the main character felt a voice transmission. It was Chinese esoteric key that transmits the voice, even if you do not move your lips. No one could have thought that China really had such energy, and then the guy asked what he needed to repeat. He should have said everything he said earlier. It was truly an amazing wail, because it seemed to the guy that the man attached an aura directly to his ears and transmitted his own voice through it. It was an amazing and careful control of the aura, and the main character had never seen such a president of the Red Dragon Society ruling over half of Shanghai. The second number of the Elite 10 named Yang shouted loudly and demanded that the guy talk about it again. If he didn't like the answer of the main character, then he could easily turn him into ashes through the attached aura, and this was possible because possessing such energy was like a complete scam. Singh replied that his answer was no different, and that what he had previously offered did not have any great value. And despite the fact that it was impossible to say this to the master, Yang shouted that this boy was very arrogant. It was no joy for the master to pass all this on to the boy. Despite the fact that he was too talented, he nevertheless refused him, and moreover, humiliated him in front of his daughter. And despite all this, he adopted something to achieve and master something greater. The main character asked if the master could hear him well, because he didn't know that such a principle worked here so easily than he expected. The man was in shock. He couldn't think for a guy that the voice transmission was too easy, and when he only managed to study it. It is not difficult to place your own voice in an aura, but it is not at all easy to quickly attach an aura to another person's ear, and even his daughter, a genius who has been training since childhood, has not yet learned this technique. Then the guy replied that he simply already knows one of the similar principles of such action. He used a technique called bee parasite, which undoubtedly worked well. It was impolite for the main character to talk to him like that, and yet President Yang was the first to threaten Singh. And when he is threatened, he does not leave it so easily. In the eyes of the master, the guy was really strong. And even if you don't take into account his experience and talent to instantly understand the principle of action, he was able to concentrate in such conditions and apply this energy the first time. There was no more time to put up with forces, otherwise they would have spent everything. And the master replied that it was more suitable for the guy to be a warrior and not a hunter. But Singh said that these words were pleasant for him, so he refused his proposals and does not read such words as praise. The guy didn't mean anything bad. Most likely the master wouldn't understand even if he told him the reason. But nevertheless, he had nothing more to say to him. But the master seemed not to want to let go of this situation. And then he said that if there was nothing more to say, then they only had one thing left. Since they were clearly confident in each other's strengths, each of them guessed what they were talking about. The main character understood that all this was leading to a fight, and he chose to abandon this fight. For the master, it seemed that the guy was very scared, and after all, he could only fight if he was afraid of death. But in any case, he could not accept this challenge because it was too difficult for him to explain, since he could not talk about auto-hunting. And if there is a fight between them, then, as in the case of voice transmission, he will learn too quickly all the skills that Master Yang possesses. If the president is satisfied that the guy will use the Red Dragon's organizing skills everywhere, then he will be very pleased to engage in battle with him. They stood and looked into each other's faces. The master could not have expected this, that the guy would dare to play with his trust. At that moment, a loud sound unexpectedly thundered. The main character was scared because this could only mean one thing, and he rushed as quickly as possible to look out the window. No one understood what was happening, and only the guy had a presentiment of it. And when he opened the window, he saw that another rift had formed on the territory. In the vastness of the city, a monster in the form of a snake suddenly appeared, which scared all the people terribly, and they immediately began to run away from it. When civilians saw the monster wandering through the streets, they were terrified and ran away from them screaming for someone to save them. This terrible monster was called the blue-headed black body. It looked like a huge anaconda that was crawling around the city. Suddenly, Among the entire crowd of people, someone shouted loudly for everyone to disperse immediately. One of the brave men attacked the monster and tried to destroy it. But after the first attempt at destruction, he landed on the ground and held his own weapon, which no longer had any effectiveness. When people saw a hunter nearby, they immediately rejoiced because this only meant one thing, that they would soon be saved. And the hunter's manager immediately turned to the people and told them to immediately disperse somewhere because it was too dangerous to be here while they distracted him. The guys couldn't believe that such things happened on their day off. And who would have imagined that this particular blue-headed black would appear, who was a level 7 monster? The only thing the hunters could not understand was what the people from the observatory were doing, and how this unexpected rift could have formed. This rift appeared suddenly, and therefore was not predicted, like a rainstorm on a cloudless day, and immediately the entire city was struck by chaos. Unfortunately for the guys from the headquarters, there were no instructions. They should have reported instead of gathering. But there was really no communication as such, and everyone was in a panic. These young people also found themselves in a panic, but for them, to begin with, the most important thing was to stay alive. When the monster began to approach them, they screamed loudly at him and ran, but they didn't fully know what to do with him. At this time, Sing and Freya were already dressed in special equipment and were ready to set out on a mission. When they walked along the corridor, the guy asked what the situation was at the moment, and the girl replied that it was very difficult because all communications in the city had disappeared, and it was all because of the big panic. When the guys started approaching the girl's car, the main character turned to her and said that he had a big request. The guy asked if she could bring his personal secretary from the hospital. The girl could not understand why she was the one. But since the city was in complete chaos due to a sudden fault and taking into account her driving skills, only she could bring him on time. For Freya, it seemed that the best option would be if they would hunt together the monster that got out. But alas, it would be too late. At the moment, there was something more important for the guy than hunting a monster, and the girl didn't understand what we were talking about now. At that moment, their father accidentally overheard their conversation, and he asked Freya to do as the main character wanted. It seems the guy wanted to show him something because he was the president of the Red Dragon Society, and he could independently cope with all the monsters nearby, and then the girl agreed to go. She pressed the gas to the floor, and all that was left behind was the burnt smell of a car tire. After Freya left, the guy turned to her father and said that he would start acting from that very moment. The old man didn't know what the main character would do and what he was going to show him, but he was looking forward to seeing the guy in action. The main character could not guarantee that he would like it, but he could guarantee that he would give his 100% as a real hunter. The old man stood in shock because he could not understand how he could not like his struggle, and it seemed very mysterious to him. Sing decided to try calling Sonia's phone using the transmitter that was built into his suit. When the girl picked up the phone, she screamed where the main character was now, because suddenly the rift had just appeared. But the guy was already aware and warned that he was now heading there. He just needed to know something that the control headquarters had an emergency hotline, so that all hunters could be in touch with each other in case of an emergency. Sonia replied that there was no such line, but it was in such a place that the hunters gathered on a common task to compete with each other. The girl was wondering for what purpose the main character was interested in this, and at that time he had already arrived at the scene of the battle. The hunters were already completely exhausted after fighting the monster, and at some point they saw Sing right behind him. The main character instantly found himself in the jaws of a terrible monster. He intended to make one fatal blow to defeat him. He succeeded thanks to this. He slipped through her like a bullet and cut her neck with his sword. The hunters were shocked when they saw such a fighting technique, because it was nothing more than an energy sword, and it was all a very rare and legendary technique. In the eyes of other hunters and people, the main character turned out to be too strong, and it was only clear that the guys fought with all their might, and all this was not in vain. Over the phone, Sonia asked what happened at the moment, and the guy replied that it was nothing, and added that he had a very important instruction for her. The hunters stood in a stupor and could not understand what to do next, because in front of them stood a guy who was unusually strong for them, and they decided to try to act together. But the other guy didn't like this idea. He replied that they needed to leave this place as soon as possible because monsters appeared everywhere every now and then. If they didn't get around to hunting them, then it would be better for them to split up. And everything was exactly like that because at the moment it was the right decision. And then the guy raised his hand and thanked Sing for saving them and announcing that they were leaving here. Not far from these guys, the main character looked at them and simply silently did nothing and did not respond. The guys were very confused. After all, they expected to hear at least some kind of answer. And then the thought came to me that perhaps this guy did not speak Chinese. And literally in a second, Sing began to run straight towards them. His eyes were burning and he stuck out his hand to grab them. The guys were in shock. They understood that they were much weaker and could no longer do anything to the main character. They could only look at him and wait for what would happen next. At this time, on the instructions of the main character, Freya took Sonia straight from the hospital, and they rode together on the way to the monster. It was not clear to Sonia why the main character ordered and urgently got into Freya's car and went to where he sent the signal from. The girl was at a loss why she should go where Singh told her if she was not going to listen to him. Well, Frey quickly calmed her down and the girls. Her new friend seemed very strong. In such an emergency situation, she was much more helpful. The girls were racing at a very high speed and Sonia had nothing more to say to her, and Freya's driving skills really impressed her. Due to the fact that people fled from the city, all the roads leading out of the city were crowded. In other words, the place that Singh sent them was located in the center, and for them, the roads were completely free. The cellular network disappeared due to a sudden overload, and even if someone wanted to contact the central control point, it was impossible, and because of this, the city plunged into even greater chaos. The appearance of an unexpected rift was the first time in this place, and if a direct line of communication between the hunters existed, it would have been possible to take more effective measures. And there was truth in these words, but the girl did not understand why the main character called her. After all, the most she could do for him was simply translate the text. After some time, the girl arrived at the right place and were stunned by the fact that they saw a monster lying on the asphalt completely covered in blood. They couldn't believe that the main character alone could cope with this monster so easily, and all this really impressed them. They couldn't understand how the guy dealt with so many monsters in such a short time. According to the following information from the main character, the girls should have climbed straight to the roof of a multi-story hotel. When they climbed to the roof, they saw the main character who was carefully studying the map and looking at the city. Sonia was furious that he called her too quickly without even telling her the reason why she should be here. When the guy looked at her, she saw how much his face had changed. He was very pale. And this was the first sign of a sharp decrease in the energy level in the core. But the guy replied that everything was fine. Nothing bad happened, and he was just exploring the area. The girl understood that now was not the time to explore the area, and then she asked what she should do. After all, if you look at it, at the moment, all this was a waste of time. Then Singh asked the girl to come closer to him and extended his hand towards her and told her to first accept it. Sonia could not understand what exactly she needed to take, but when she touched her hand, she felt a sharp surge of strong energy. In her hand, she held a huge ball from which aura lines emanated, and they all led somewhere, and did not go to more than 20 places in the city. And if the girl's guesses were correct, then the guy did it by combining the voice transmission of Freya's father and his own equipment. When the main character moved around the city, he connected all the hunters with whom he crossed with these lines from the aura. Sonia could not believe that Singh created a multiple voice transmission that could connect more than 20 people at the same time. The guy did not call the girl to fight through these lines from the aura. You can directly communicate with the hunter and give them the necessary orders, assessing the situation based on their reports. The girl was supposed to become a temporary direct line, namely a control tower. And if in her place there would have been the head of the combat operations department of the Red Dragon Society, or a representative of TENS, then the hunters would have immediately given their consent and obeyed. Sonia was very worried, but the main character calmed her down and asked her not to worry, because he would tell her what to say and how to command, because it's not difficult for a girl like her. But Sonia still couldn't believe that the guy wanted her to command the Shanghai hunters because in her head, all this was simply impossible. And since the main character gave minimal instructions, because how to command over the Shanghai hunters, he asked her to lead and give the necessary orders. On the other side of the city, the same hunters were fighting, but with different monsters because there were several of them. The Shanghai hunters continued to fight mercilessly against the monsters, but they still could not defeat them. There were a lot of monsters, and the right decision for all members of the squad was that they should retreat. One of the detachment commanders did not agree. After all, if the monsters break through them, then the road to the civilian shelter will immediately open for them. The man ordered everyone to hold their positions because reinforcements were already on the way, and they had to give it their all because the honor of the Dragon Slayers was at stake. And although in words it didn't sound so difficult, in reality, they still lacked a few pairs of free hands. Despite the fact that the man said that help should arrive soon, all this truth was only in words, and he had to endure much more. The one who warned about help was a representative of the TENS company, but judging by the voice, it was clearly some kind of girl. When the monsters came closer and closer, faith in the words about help became less and less, and they no longer knew whether to believe them in it or not. But unexpectedly for everyone, the huge monster was consumed by a blazing fire that completely enveloped the snake. The detachment commander could not believe that in the middle of a difficult battle, next to everyone was the person whom they least expected to see here. This was the Red Dragon Society, and according to the orders of their vice president, they came to reinforce the Dragon Slayers. The man could not believe that it was the Red Dragons who came to their aid because this had never happened. A squad of Red Dragons at that very second began to help the fighters, and they attacked the monsters using spears and fire magic. Then the squad leader immediately shouted that his soldiers should not stand rooted to the spot and help the squad of Red Dragons. Otherwise, they would take all their loot. No one could imagine a day where both representatives of different clans could fight side by side with a common enemy. And all thanks to the representative of the Tens Company. The men stopped complimenting each other and decided to leave them for later, because the time had come for them to start a real hunt. Various information was heard through the radio that various sectors had been cleared and many civilians had been saved. But somewhere the battle of clans with monsters continued, and the search for civilians continued. The entire brain of the control center was Sonia, who recorded orders and controlled further commands, thanks to which she could send hunters to help in other sectors. And with the help of these commands and complete control, the whole situation and all the chaos that was in the city began to sharply normalize right before our eyes. Over the internal radio channel, the main character heard that a support group of Red Dragons had arrived in Sector 2. Thanks to this, they were able to protect the most dangerous sector in the city, and for a while, the hunters could take a breath. The girl could not imagine that the situation would be brought under control so quickly. When they opened the map, they immediately decided to divide Shanghai into 15 sectors, starting from Sector 1, where the rift was formed, to Sector 15, depending on the urgency of the actions required. After that, they will send groups of hunters according to the sector number, and thanks to this they will save residents who were unable to find shelter and hunt monsters. The main character asked whether Sonia remembered the order of deployment of the hunters, but some kind of misunderstanding was visible in her eyes. The girl couldn't believe that the guy really developed such a plan of action right on the spot without preparation as soon as the rift appeared, and it was quite ingenious. Singh replied that this would be impossible since he used knowledge from a manual on organizing teamwork that he had once studied earlier in Korea. Even though he worked alone, hunting was entirely a team activity. And at that moment the guy suddenly began to run along the wall of the skyscraper, and Sonia loudly screamed where he was heading this time, and that she should not have been left here absolutely alone. When the main character climbed to the roof of the building, he immediately told her that he was almost there. Singh said that he arrived at the place of the fault, which caused a lot of questions from Sonia, because she could not understand how he could go there alone, absolutely alone. But before going there, he had to overcome a bunch of monsters that were near this rift. The guy shouldn't have run there because the rift was teeming with hundreds of monsters, and he was absolutely alone there. He radioed that the third phase would soon begin, and this would be the stage of development of events in the event of an unforeseen fault. The first phase is when the monsters come out of the rift and spread across the territory. The second is when the monsters stop their own spread while they eat the prey. And the third is when the monsters come out of the rift again, and the second wave begins. And at the moment, they had a line of defense, but they could not cope. If the third phase came, and in order to try to somehow gain some time, they had to act right now. And in order to prevent all these attacks, it was necessary to strike at the epicenter of the heart of the fault. Everyone was aware of the current situation, and everyone understood what could happen for everyone when the third phase began. The girl understood all this perfectly, and she completely agreed with the words of the main character. The only thing she asked Singh to do was for him to return alive. He was pleased that they were worried about him. In his eyes, the girl has become even more sweet if she wants it, but now it's another time to hunt. And right at that moment, the main character jumped from the roof and rushed straight towards the angry monster. At that moment, a military plane was flying over the city, patrolling the areas and trying to find monsters or save civilians. When the doors of the plane opened, one squad was visible, which was equipped and completely ready for battle. One of the hunters was pleasantly surprised that they arrived on an emergency plane in 2 hours, and by his standards it was too fast. He was not sure that it was appropriate to say such a thing, but the destruction of the city was much less than he had imagined. These were the words of one of the members of the Venerable Ten, who had the 10th rank, and his name was Yugal. When the rest of the hunters from the squad examined the territory of the city, they were not so sure of the words of their own boss. And yet they did not even know what was the reason that the city was so well preserved. Perhaps they underestimated the Shanghai hunters, who turned out to be much more capable than they all expected. And then the guy decided to go down on his own to make sure of all this. Yugal asked whether the other members of the dozen had arrived, and his partner replied that 3 were already waiting for him below. But there was one catch. These hunters were located right outside the city, and it would take them a little time to get to the center. All this was quite predictable for the clan captain, and it turned out that they would have to penetrate the rift and close it. And this was an excellent chance for them to pick up all the rewards. And so the guy shouted for everyone to head to the rift immediately. And the whole squad synchronously, as if as one, jumped from the plane to land on the ground. After they found themselves on the roof, first of all, the commander checked that everything was fine and that everyone had landed successfully. According to his information, they will soon have to arrive at the center of the rift, infested with monsters, and therefore Yugal asked the entire squad to be on alert. But deep down, the guy didn't really care what level the monsters would be, because he was confident in his own abilities and knew that they would definitely be too much for him. But at one moment his partner was very surprised and literally became stunned. And at that moment the guy became interested in what happened there. When they approached the edge of the roof building, they saw that below there was an already killed snake, and next to it the same small monsters. After they came down, they could not believe that the corpses of monsters were dressed here and that they were badly mutilated. And there was only one question: who could do this to them? The squad could not understand all this, and besides, given the size of the giant monster, it pulled exactly 7 stars. No one could understand what could happen here. The second question that tormented the guys was what was the situation with the rift. When they raised their heads, they saw that everything was quiet, and there were no monsters in sight. And such information turned out to be not comforting, because it was a bad sign, and perhaps the huge monster could devour the others. And in this whole situation, Yugal found his own interest, which lit a fire in his eyes, and he immediately took out the Purple Dawn sword, which was the legendary pride of the Hanan Mountain clan. The guy was confident in his own abilities, which only meant that his enemy was a huge monster, and none of the dozen could take this prey from him. And although he did not know where this monster was hiding, he was sure of only one thing: that he would never escape from his sword. Suddenly, the guy saw the silhouette of some monster, and he immediately realized that this was his chance to defeat it. He instantly took out his sword and began to run towards it. As soon as he came close, he immediately struck a sharp blow with his sword. But to his great surprise, his opponent very deftly dodged. At that moment he saw the guy, and was very surprised at how he was able to dodge such a blow. He had only one question in his head: who was this guy, and what was he doing here? Yugal didn't think for a long time and immediately asked the hunter what organization he was from and what happened here. Nose did not answer. He gestured to the guy who had a special device in his backpack called the Liquidator. The squad immediately understood what this mysterious hunter wanted from them. They needed to take the Liquidator and go upstairs. But for them, it turned out to be too arrogant. After all, no one dared to tell them what to do. Then the guy decided to meet him halfway and immediately introduced himself and said that apparently in front of him, there was a very capable hunter, and it would be good if he helped them close the rift, and if that happened, they would help him and share a little glory. This was a very respectable offer from a dozen, because Singh was called to hunt, and this was all an exceptional offer for a hunter without a name. But the main character did not answer them. He simply turned away and began to look in the other direction. The hunters found something rude in this. After all, this guy completely ignored them. Then Singh turned to them and said only one phrase: that he was going to go upstairs. But to his great regret, no one understood what he said, since for them, he turned out to be a foreigner who spoke a language foreign to them. And they noticed that it was Korean, and they could only do one thing: catch him and teach him a lesson. But their captain immediately made another decision. The most important thing was to close the rift. Undoubtedly, they met a very arrogant hunter, and if there was one, it was probably Singh, whom he had heard about more than once, who dared to ignore the 10 when he gained success. Then Yugal decided that after he slaughtered all the animals in the rift, he would immediately talk to the main character in the same manner. But at one moment the squad was horrified because in front of them were all the monsters that were in the rift, and they had already been completely exterminated. They couldn't believe their own eyes because the guy destroyed all the monsters in the rift. And really what the main character wanted to say was that they should quickly close the rift and go down. We see that there was nothing more to do anyway. The captain of the squad could not believe that the main character single-handedly killed all the monsters that were in the rift. Literally 3 days have passed since the terrible events of the monster attack in the city of Shanghai. In the very center of the 20 million megalopolis, an unexpected rift formed, and after it the whole world condoled this catastrophe. According to a report to the company, Tense Singh was a hunter from their country, and he played a key role in resolving this difficult situation, and while no one had much detail, their company would soon report his contribution in detail. At this moment, Sonia approached the main character and announced that the time had come. Many people from all over the country were involved in eliminating the consequences after the terrible disaster. The main character also came to the aid of the builders. With the help of a powerful force, he could not only fight monsters, but also clean up the building after the rubble. The guy had to do only one thing, just remove small debris, and that was the whole task that Sonia was talking about. The builders were greatly amazed by the action of the protagonist. They were wondering what he had forgotten here. The girl asked the guy why he came to clear the rubble. Of course, hunters help eliminate the consequences of natural disasters in emergency situations. But still, this was not within the competence of the protagonist. The girl tried to explain to the guy that he had no need to do this because there were no reporters here or anyone who could evaluate it and vice versa. From the outside, it looked very strange. People did not understand why an ordinary hunter was doing this, and by what fate he was brought to these lands in the first place. But despite all this, they really needed help. The main character didn't really care about who was thinking about him or what he thought, because he did all this only from the bottom of his heart. Singh was worried that it was really not customary in this country to do what you want without paying attention to the opinions of others. Remember, I'm tired of repeating that he is doing this because he wants to, and it was better to warm up here than just lie in the room and do nothing. Sonia understood that there was no point in proving anything to him, but still there was no one around, and she didn't understand this. Meanwhile, the main character continued to help ordinary builders and dragged huge boulders on his own back. After the official report from TENS, rumors spread throughout Shanghai about Singh's enormous contribution during the fighting near the fault. Everyone was talking about his amazing technique with which he connected each hunter to each other with long threads of aura transmitting voice waves. Through them, all the actions of the hunters to save civilians or rush the monster were coordinated, and also that the guy single-handedly dealt with all the monsters in the rift. The effectiveness of his actions could not be explained, and the catastrophe because of which everyone plunged into a state of semi-panic, thanks to the main character, managed to unite the hunters and stop the spread of monsters. However, according to official reports, he is just one of the participants in the operation, and no one cared about foreigners before this. In truth, it was thanks to him that everyone managed to reduce losses. But now, there was no one next to him except Sonia. For all the people of the country, he was an absolute stranger, and their industry turned out to be so non-adaptive and conservative. And in this, the girl saw her own life, because she was the same. She lived like a warrior, and would die like a warrior. And she thought that this would be the main thing in her life. The girl said that the guy will receive a full reward for the hunt, and it doesn't matter whether it's a recording from surveillance cameras or a black box. She will find all the evidence so that he gets everything he deserves. Singh replied that he completely trusted her, and then the girl added that she also wanted to help him because she had nothing to do anyway. She was also a hunter, and said that she wanted to do this with her boss. From these words, Singh began to laugh very loudly, which greatly embarrassed the girl, and she asked why he was laughing. In his eyes, she was quite a baby, and at the same time said boss with a very serious face. At that moment, the main character realized that perhaps he had stepped on a mine, and who knew that such a proud girl would say such a thing to him. Unexpectedly for the guys, a whole squad of red dragons, led by Freya, approached them. The main character joyfully greeted the clan, and when the girl came closer, they immediately greeted the great master Singh. The guy didn't understand why there was such a greeting and what it was all about. But the girl answered because he was a great master, and the savior of all of Shanghai. Singh asked what they were doing here, and why there was data about a new fault. Then the girl answered the guy that they had arrived on the orders of the president to help the Grand Master. Usually they don't do this kind of thing, but they couldn't stay away because the Great Master is personally involved in this. And despite the fact that this was the order of the president, many switched of their own free will. News that Mr. Singh was helping to rebuild the city spread like lightning throughout Shanghai. Soon other units joined them and were happy to help the guys to restore the city. Not only them but also other hunters should soon arrive to help the city. When a couple of hunters raised a huge wall from the ground, they immediately noticed that there were people inside. A woman with a child who was in the basement. Everyone was incredibly shocked that the child was still alive, and for them, it was some kind of miracle, because quite a lot of time had passed since the battle. Freya said that she thought that when they arrived at this place, Singh had a lot of things to be disappointed in. But according to their orders, without further ado, everyone follows the one who won their respect, and she proudly looked straight at the main character. The girl said that she would clear the rubble directly in another place. At that moment, Sonia approached the main character and said that this was precisely the strength of China, and asked Singh not to make such a serious face anymore. The two guys stood silently and simply watched all this as the clans helped each other, and including the whole country. And all this looked like a miracle that was created by the main character. All the work was carried out until late at night, and the work on clearing the rubble, which according to estimates should have taken 10 days, was completed in just 1 day. And Singh's reputation sharply became even higher. Quite a lot of time had passed, and the main character's body was already in pretty good condition, and moreover, the core energy was also almost restored. The guy was already planning the current day, and thinking about what he would do according to the schedule today, when suddenly someone rang the doorbell. When he approached the door and opened it slightly, he saw an unfamiliar face of a man who immediately said that he was very pleased to meet Sing. The young man immediately switched to Korean, and knew that the main character was much more comfortable communicating in it, and introduced himself as Victor. He was a rather serious person. He occupied the top 4 of the respectable 10, and was a representative of the Ancient Dragon Company. At that moment, the guy realized the seriousness of the meeting because in front of him was the paralyzing Master Victor. The man said that he came here to talk to Sing, who played a big role in saving Shanghai. And from that day on, the guy already occupied the last place in the honorable top 10, for which he joyfully congratulated him. In honor of this, Victor wanted to talk a little with the main character, but he answered him that there was no need for this. Well, as soon as the guy decided to close the door, he was immediately stopped by the alien hand of this man. He no longer knew him. The guy turned to Sing and said that he was as arrogant as last time, and how dare he interrupt Master Victor. And since Yugal is here, he will never allow him to arrogantly demonstrate his character. Well, Simka still didn't understand who was in front of him and who he was and what last time he was talking about. The guy didn't like that the main character dared to neglect him, and his behavior indicated that they had never met. After that, the guy used a little of his own energy, and thanks to this, he threw Yugal not far out the door. After this, the man began to loudly knock on the door and asked the main character to open it immediately. Sing didn't like this meeting, and especially the fact that the guy just had an impatient character. Suddenly, from behind his back, the master said that it was absolutely not necessary for Yugal to be present in this conversation. The guy couldn't believe that the man was behind him so quickly, and when he could do it, he was definitely behind the door before he closed it. A smell wafted across the floor that was similar to that after a volley of shots from a pistol, and this smell meant only one thing: the energy of those. The man was shocked by such incredible power, because the main character managed to see his strength, and at the same time he was able to calmly analyze it. If ki energy is something like an extension of the body, used due to the core energy released in the form of an aura, then the energy of those powers the mechanism, like a magical system that uses the energy of the core as fuel. That is why those, unlike Kai, make it possible to use paranormal power that surpasses the laws of physics, like magic. However, these abilities could be had by an extremely small number of people. As Sing thought, this smell was the trigger for those, his trace to be precise. At this moment, the guy was even more surprised because the man was able to read his thoughts, and it was like another kind of those types. But this was just a logical conclusion. Although the guy looked calm, he sniffled and his pupils suddenly began to dart. The point was that such a thing as the human body sends various signals: pupils, facial expressions, lips, fists, trembling in the legs, and so on. With their help, it is not difficult to read thoughts. The body of the main character also did this, and he had only 2 thoughts in his head. The first one was whether to call security or the police on him, who went through the entire level of protection of the hotel and went up to him. And the second question is whether the real man is now standing in front of the main character. Victor asked if it was true that before he closed the door he did not move and did not burn anything. Perhaps he did not teleport but used those deceiving his senses. It is precisely such creatures as people that are too simple, and if you show them at least a little rational path, they choose it. And the ability to predict thoughts was integral for Victor, who was a user of the power of those. The man turned out to be very talkative, and this was true, because for the first time in a long time he encountered interesting material, and that is why he became so interested. He was especially interested in the fact that the guy did not react in any way to the key phrase he mentioned, respectable 10. But Sing did not understand how he should have reacted to these words. While for others it might have been an honor, but not at all for the main character. To tell the truth, he didn't fully believe in all this. Let's say even if it was true. However, he didn't think it was right to change the rank of the members of the dozen in one day. Then Victor realized that the guy was most likely underestimating the venerable 10 because she didn't deserve it. The man tried to convince the main character that this was not so, and in truth, he deserved this title when he caught one of those dangerous monsters, but he was only an invited foreigner, and therefore, he was taken for granted. But since then everything has changed dramatically, and he has already become a hero of Shanghai. The main character was very surprised by this. But it was true, because his place in the top 10 had become vacant 6 months ago, and it was Victor who recommended the guy behind the door. He was his subordinate, whom the man trained for a long time. Yugal also inherited military techniques that the man himself reworked, and the young hunter, who was fluent in martial arts, was actually Yugal. But then the main character suddenly appeared, and in just the second hunt, he became the whole hero of Shanghai. And this is precisely why he confused all the cards. After these words, the main character immediately apologized for the inconvenience caused, and it looked like he had put Victor in a difficult situation 2 times. Then the man stood up and offered to count 1 wonderful medicine obtained with sweat and blood that passed into his hands, and his subordinate, who has strategic knowledge about their organization, is in a Korean prison. And also his beloved student, whom he taught improved martial arts techniques, went wrong thanks to him, and it turned out that the main character interfered with him at least 3 times. At that moment, Sing felt something was wrong. It turned out that Victor began to use the energy of those, and a few seconds later the main character found himself lying on the floor and had absolutely no control over his own body. After that, Victor hoped that they would find a common language, because the main character forced him to waste his energy in vain, and he managed to deceive his senses. Even if he wants to move some part of the body, even if he moves, it's a completely different one. Suddenly the man snapped his own fingers and the door opened and Yugal entered the apartment. The guy walked up to the main character and took him by the shirt and lifted him up, and now everyone was ready to get down to business. Sing had a choice to naturalize in this country and become his subordinate, or be eliminated by him right now. This time the guy acted too well, and thanks to this he was able to become the hero of Shanghai. The person who bothered him in every way becomes one of the respectable 10, and this fact was unpleasant to him. Although he wanted to get rid of Sing right now, destroying a new rising star would be too terrible. But if he obediently acclimatizes in this country and becomes one of the 10, then this may be enough, and the rest of the 10 also came to this opinion. Therefore, Victor came personally to convince him. Although usually this would be a job for the damned old man. But strangely enough, this old man is not very interested in this incident, and he offered to give the guy his freedom. Well, no matter what this old man thought, it was absolutely none of Victor's business. And so the guy had a choice whether he would decide to settle down in this country and submit to him and the life of the city with his head raised as a member of the Venerable 10. Or he would prefer that Victor trample him right here and now for the sake of his personal revenge. But unexpectedly at this moment the main character breaks out of Yugal's hands and inflicts a powerful blow on his face. This action surprises Victor too much. Yugal could not believe that Sing believed in his own strength so much that he was able to attack him and immediately rushed back. But as soon as he tried to hit the main character, he immediately missed due to the fact that the guy used one of the dodge techniques. After this gate, Sing immediately counterattacked the enemy, and having hit him in the stomach, the man flew straight into the wall of the apartment. At this moment, Victor could not believe that the guy managed to completely break his spell. He stood in front of the Sing and could not understand what was happening here because he could not have imagined such a development of events. Victor definitely completely confused his senses, and even if he wanted to move any limb, if it moved, it would definitely be another. And it all looked as if the guy had already dispelled it a long time ago, and it was too offensive because he was now at a disadvantage because the Yugal was removed first. Currently, this king is completely under his influence, and this room, as a separate world, was completely isolated from the outside. But this also consumed a lot of his strength, which led to a weakening of his defense. That is why Victor brought Yugal to protect him before he fell to a single. But he could not have expected that the guy would be defeated so easily and quickly. And even this old man, Jin Bayek, cannot dispel his spell. What a short time, but how did the main character manage to do all this? At that moment, Sing stood opposite Victor and beckoned him to fight him, and it looked as if he was provoking the man to attack with his own actions. But the man immediately suspected something was wrong, because it was strange to calmly think about it, and how could a guy ask the master to come to him first? The energy you extracts the core's own energy in the form of an aura, and uses it. But on the other hand, the spell uses the energy of the core as its own kind of fuel. The opposite of aura, which is the body's suggestion of a spell, is similar to pouring gasoline in the form of core energy into cars, so the spells must be recharged. But the main character provoked Victor to attack him during this reload, instead of trying to attack even after the jugal that protects the master was neutralized. And all this was a real bluff. The man saw through the main character. He was completely sure of this because he could not move right now. And even if it could, then only for a while, as I expected, the spell was not broken. His paralysis spell was the most powerful anti-personnel spell that mixed up all the senses throughout the body. But theoretically, if the main character knew all the nerves in the body, he would be able to break this spell. But the fact is that it was just a theory, and nothing like this could happen in reality. Then Victor took out a ticket and said that since the main character wants to deal with him, he will go against him. And besides, he is a virtual image. And in fact, in a place where he will never be able to find him. And when he clicked his finger, this ticket lit up, and this meant that now he was going to end the main character in an instant. Victor is looking forward to how he can end the guy and prove that all his words were worthless. Well, suddenly the man saw exactly the same defender form behind Sing's back, as if he was mirroring his strength. Victor and the village of thousands of gods that he saw with his own eyes. It was just a virtual image, and the main character could not dodge in any way. And after that, he could only flounder in his illusion. Well, at one moment the guy turned right in the direction where Victor was standing, and he couldn't believe that Sing saw the real him despite the numerous people. When the guy decided to attack Victor, he immediately shouted for the power of 1,000 gods to immediately cleanse him. But unfortunately, even this power could not help protect the main character from the blow, and the guy immediately struck Master Victor in the face. Victor could not fully believe that this guy managed not only to get through his spell and people, but also to deliver a crushing blow to him. After this, Sing turned to the man and asked him, perhaps something was wrong, and this was not enough for him. Victor barely got up from the floor and immediately shouted, how did this asshole find out where he was, and immediately asked for an explanation. Victor said that he is a user of the energy of those, which could only mean one thing, that right in front of him was a fake one. But then where could the real body be, because the main character will not be able to win until he finds it. The body was clearly not outside this room, because he told him that the smell of burning paper was a trigger for the energy of those. The main character definitely smelled the burning paper in this room, and this meant that he was hiding somewhere here, invisible. Then the guy could check it out, and firstly he can pretend to provoke him in order to distract him. And after Sing began to provoke Victor to attack him, he quietly, using his own energy, began searching for the real him. The energy quickly and rapidly scattered throughout the room, and at one moment he found Victor, who was already real. Victor could not believe these words. Judging by what the main character said, this provocation was not just to gain time, but it was a bait to try to find out his location. The man was shocked that the guy managed to deceive him and fool him so easily and deliciously. When he realized the essence of what was happening, he began to laugh loudly. Then Victor agreed with his tactics, and now he has to change his whole opinion about the main character, because he really was a brave and cunning man. But despite all these words, the main character did not care about his opinion, and firstly, Victor must take full responsibility for this mess. The man could not believe that the guy wanted to force the Professor of Pain to take all responsibility into his own hands. Still, he understood why he didn't agree with it. After all, if someone starts a fight, it's better for him to be ready to take full responsibility for it. As expected for Victor, he was also not such a lenient person towards those who oppose him, and this man's opinion had not changed until that time, and he decided to get rid of the guy right here and now. The man again took out some kind of golden ticket, and snapping his fingers, it immediately caught fire, and he immediately used the space compression technique. Victor decided to retreat first because it was not for him to fight when his chances were slim. Well, if he leaves Yugal, it will definitely mean that he took a step towards him, and he needed to take him and run away. The man had no choice but to use the shortened distance. But the main character was a little faster, and used an attacking form, and thanks to this, he was able to attack quickly. Victor couldn't believe that this kid was trying to destroy the core of his spell, and if everything ends so badly for him, he might die right there. Unfortunately for the main character, Victor managed to escape from him. True, he was unable to escape alone. He left Yugal completely alone as proof that he was also here. When Victor returned to the place where he felt safe, he was furious because he failed to save Yugal. At that moment, Sonia came into the room and asked the boss if everything was okay with him. But when she entered, she was in slight shock. She saw the main character sitting next to Yugal, who was unconscious. The guy was glad to see Sonia here. She immediately asked if the person who was next to him, who was now sitting unconscious, was Yugal, and she couldn't believe that her boss had recently been attacked, and she was completely right. Sonia was very furious that these scum came here and tried to somehow harm the main character. The girl was merciless to the guy. After all, they decided to attack the boss only after learning a couple of destroyed martial arts skills, and thought that they were completely fearless, and dared to attack Sing. The guy clearly underestimated this little girl because she turned out to be quite cruel, and to be honest, at their first meeting she seemed quite hot-tempered. But the main character did not consider it obvious that this guy was subordinate to Victor. But Sonia convinced him that everyone who is at least a little knowledgeable in this area knows about it. This is the guy whom the professor was more supportive of until this moment. It was very unpleasant to see that the professor and this guy were paired together as condescendingly. At that moment he woke up, and Sonia told him that since he woke up, he should at least try to open his eyes, because no one allowed him to close them. The guy was in a very deplorable state. All he asked was to let him go a little. After all, he couldn't even breathe normally. Well, I wasn't going to spare him my own until you got into their conversation. The main character didn't get in the way. He asked to stop and leave him because his body is very difficult now, because recently he got away from it normally. He definitely won't be able to get out of here on his own. When the guy came to his senses a little, he turned to them and said that they clearly lacked self-control as I expected from a subordinate of that old monster. Sonia was madly furious at such words, and she was ready to completely kill him. But then Sing stopped her and asked her to stop it. But the girl didn't understand why. Isn't it worth beating these people half to death until they begin to repent? But the main character forbade her to do this, because he had something to ask, because this attack was not coordinated with the Ten's company. Sonia vowed that the guy would not worry, because Yugal was caught red-handed as a criminal who attacked the boss, and therefore they can request huge compensation from the group to which he belonged. Well, there was absolutely no need for this. And at that time the main character was sweating towards Yugal to talk to him. All this should not have been reported to the authorities, and especially to the Ten's company. After all, they can immediately come to an excellent agreement with the people who are directly involved in all this. The man did not fully understand what the main character wanted from him, but all he wanted was for Yugal to accept his conditions. Sing only wanted to know about his group's secret key technique, because the man could easily transmit it. At this time, the head of the Red Dragon clan headquarters was sitting calmly on the shore of the lake, quietly fishing alone. Suddenly the main character appeared, and the master asked if he wanted to join him. Sing replied that his father really liked it. But literally from childhood he was taught by his mother never to pick up a fishing rod, and this phrase amused the master very much. The man said that he always looks better than before when he started dressing this way, and it will be even better if the guy always dresses like this in the future. The main character could not understand that the suit really plays such an important role. But it was thanks to his appearance that one could become very popular in this country. But Sing didn't come for advice on a costume, he had a request. He showed a text containing the secret chi technique of one of the groups, and the guy asked the master to translate it correctly and teach him how to use it. We were talking about different techniques, but one special technique was breathing, and the master was very surprised that the guy really wanted to learn breathing techniques. There was one brother who taught the main character to control his sigh, and he also told him that when he was dropped off with a Chinese hunter, there was something there that inspired him to the core. The Chinese hunter was identified as someone who lacked skills compared to his brother, but he used various variations of qi. But although PSI is usually used under enormous pressure and in a larger range, and fatigue is immediately felt in their veins, however, all this did not concern him. And Kim said when he saw this, "Get out," a hypothesis appeared. Perhaps Chinese hunters know a form of vein training that no one even knew existed, and since the main character came to this country, he was also able to find several similarities among the Chinese hunters, and they all have instant breathing, and every time they breathe this way, their level increases. And perhaps this meant that the QE in the breath is a method for training the veins. Everything was so master. It was as expected. The guy could not figure it all out with only grains of information. And it was amazing, however. Sing said that he received the breathing technique from a Yugal guy from another group, and he was wondering when he received it and what the expression on his face was. The main character replied that all this had to be seen live, because it was directly written on it that the guy would never be able to get this information from him. The thing that was written on the screen was the heavenly harmonious art of Hassan's group. This was a legendary Kui technique that no one else could match, and if the main character could learn it before, he would definitely become stronger. The legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art was lost, and even the Professor of Pain was unable to restore it, and it will be impossible to learn it simply by interpreting the text. And most importantly, why would the master agree to his request? After all, they were not so close that he would tell everything at least once, and they even almost fought each other in a duel. Sing did not agree with this answer, because it was a matter between him and the master, and not between him and the Red Dragon clan. In the previous disaster, he resolved the situation by connecting with the Red Dragon clan. And as the master knew, the Red Dragon clan benefited greatly from this. And wasn't it clear that the main character and the Red Dragon clan were on good terms in the hunting community? And one could agree with these words because the guy was to some extent right. From now on, Sing will try to be a good partner for the Red Dragon clan. And he asked Mr. Yang for help. The master considered the protagonist's behavior shameless, and since he did him a favor, these are not the words that a martial arts hunter would say. But despite all this, he can become a good partner for the Red Dragon clan. The master laughed loudly because he liked this part and the good relations among the hunters. And he completely agreed to train the main character, and in fact, he had already prepared something in advance when he found out that Sing was going to come to him, and the guy thanked him from the bottom of his heart for this opportunity. But no one said that it was Master Yang who would teach all this to the main character. And at that moment Freya arrived just in time, and Master Yang asked to greet the new martial arts teacher. The girl looked at Sing, and with hope in her eyes said that she really hopes that they can work well together. The Red Dragon Castle was a building that was built directly by the Red Dragon clan to study martial arts. This was the place where the masters of the Red Dragon clan had collected thousands of martial arts books over the years. And it was a secret place in the Red Dragon clan where only the masters and their successors could enter. But this time, they specially accepted Sing as a guest of the Red Dragon clan, helping him learn qi related to breathing techniques. After some time, Freya surprised Sing by the fact that she had already finished translating the written language. Usually there is not much text in them. First, the girl will tell him about qi breathing techniques and the general features of the instant breathing method. To the main character, she appeared to be very worried when she was told to stay in this room alone with him. But when they started talking about martial arts, these signs disappeared, and it was all because she was too passionate about martial arts. First, the girl must tell him something. Instant breathing is not at all used to strengthen the veins. They also train the veins using the same methods as hunters in Korea, repeatedly pumping PSI energy through them to strengthen them. We were talking about a pendulum that is used to train the aura outside the body, and it was needed for such practices. The main character must convert a small amount of core energy into aura, and then move it into the pendulum. If he strains only the aura, it will move a little. And at that moment, Freya demonstrated her own skills in mastering this art, and this pendulum literally began to fly around her hand. Sing definitely felt only a very small amount of aura, but it could cause such a strong impact just by using his breathing technique. The main character realized that the general method is not used to strengthen the veins, but it was a method of working with one's own PSI energy. And it was absolutely true that the general way to maximize core energy efficiency. The guy understood everything, and the girl immediately wanted to add information about that heavenly harmonious art that she had just translated. She handed the guy a piece of paper and familiar hieroglyphs and asked him to try to read it. But when the main character picked up a piece of information and began to read, he could not believe that all this was happening. It was about the heavenly harmonious art. It was said that it was a divine art containing the 1,000-year history of Hassan's group, and the locations of the veins that were necessary to use this technique were indicated there. The girl turned to the guy and said that it all looked too simple for the full method, which is called the final technique. It was really like that on a level where they basically say things like how football is played with their feet, and what is that part where they talk about the yin and yang of the mind and body, and it sounded like a poem. This is usually the case. These are all the original texts for the hidden equipment of a clan with a very long history. All the original martial arts texts that are called divine are written in figurative form, and instead of explaining them in detail, they learn by remembering them in short phrases, as if you were singing. Absolutely all the books in this library are also books that have been studied by the divine art of the Red Dragon for over 100 years. The girl tried to tell the guy that this required a lot of research, and he understood all this perfectly. In truth, she did not recommend that Shingu study the celestial divine arts, because it might be too dangerous to train from these original texts. But the guy could not understand how dangerous they could be, and, as it turned out, the training methods described there were too simple. The protagonist could definitely learn divine arts if he trained accordingly, but as he already knew, humans have countless veins. And among these veins, the guy must find the veins necessary for the training method to work. However, if he uses the wrong veins to work the PSI energy, then eventually he will be able to receive a pulse of power and destroy his entire body. Freya grabbed the guy by the hand and simply begged him to stop and not do this, because it could turn out to be a very dangerous undertaking. The girl felt too uncomfortable because she was the first to take his hand and immediately threw it away and asked for an apology for suddenly grabbing his hand. She was ashamed of such an action because she did not realize what she had done a few seconds ago. To the main character, the girl seemed like a very shy lady, but in any case, it could really destroy his body. But the study of this will not end for a few days. The Professor of Pain was a man who definitely wasn't going to back down easily, and to keep his mouth shut, he would sooner or later make a move to either grab Sing or attack him again. And to be sure that he would surpass his skills, there was absolutely no other way than to study breathing techniques. And when the guy was in terrible confusion, an auto hunt was displayed in front of him. He did not understand why this button lit up right now, because there were no enemies here that could threaten his life. Maybe she was just asking him to press the button if he wanted to learn the divine arts. If the main character does not give up, then he will bear all the pain and patience on his own shoulders, and if he can guarantee this, then he is capable of achieving anything. And Sing activated the auto hunt button, and when Freya looked at him, she couldn't believe that he was really ready to go for this experience. Master Yang was immediately called to the training room. His assistant warned him that his daughter had suddenly called him for help. When he ran there, He could not understand what could have happened there that his presence was needed. But when the doors of the hall opened, he saw how the main character was on the floor and blue fire was coming out of him. No one could understand what was happening there. The girl said that Sing suddenly began to train the celestial harmonious arts, and she was sure that the guy was in a state of power impulse, and immediately asked her father to help her. But when the master saw all this, he was very happy about it, and said that this guy was too daring because he managed to do something like that. He asked the Frey to calm down and look carefully at his face because it radiated this energy. This was the legendary technique of the heavenly harmonious art, and it opened new veins and paved a completely different path. The master's assistant turned to him because he couldn't believe his own eyes. For him it seemed absolutely impossible. But as it turned out, it was quite possible. In the end, this happened right in front of the master, and it was quite surprising for him. He was interested to know what new horizons he could open there when his training ended, and everyone was looking forward to it. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. And literally for a few minutes everyone froze and just looked in the direction of the main character. After some time, new strong waves began to form around the main character, which meant the fact that he would soon graduate. A strong wind began to form around them, which made it difficult to look in Sing's direction. Moreover, people felt a strong smell. It was like a fragrant plum petal. All this training took the main character the whole night, and as Master Yang realized, he had acquired divine art, and the old man happily congratulated the guy on a very significant achievement. No one in the room could believe that it was possible that the guy had actually learned the celestial harmonious art in just one night. After Sing came to his senses, he thanked everyone for their help, because this became possible thanks to Master Yan Miss Frey and the entire Red Dragon Society. The master was very glad that the guy thought so. In addition, the man asked the main character whether he had come up with a name for this new divine technique. Freya was surprised by this. It seemed to her that Mr. Sing was already studying the heavenly harmonious art. The guy was shocked that the man found out about this and was slightly surprised. But the master told him that he could determine it by looking at the color of his face, and there was no unique purple glow as from heavenly harmonious art. Although he only had theoretical knowledge, he understood what qualities this technique had, and the old man literally saw that Sing had come to an understanding while he was trying to restore the divine art. After all, it was while he was trying to restore the heavenly harmonious art, and the main character realized this when he was looking for the lower vein, and all this was an excellent divine art. But there is a more suitable method for him. And everything came to a divine art that better suited his body, so you could say that for him it was a completely new art. In the girl's eyes, this was impossible. That is, this was not heavenly harmonious art. But it was something completely different, and she could not understand how this was possible. Master Yan could not believe that this was something new, and he was very surprised, and at the same time delighted. The main character immediately said that he would now be a debtor to Master Yang and Miss Freya, and would repay them in full. But at that moment the master's hand immediately stopped him, and the man said that the guy was just going to up and leave. At that moment, an assistant entered the room and turned to the ruler, and added that he had brought what he asked him for. The assistants brought a large box containing the spears of the Red Dragon twins, and the girl was surprised why they were there. Master Yang was in excellent condition today, and finally met a worthy opponent. The old man immediately grabbed the spears and pointed them straight towards the protagonist's face. He decided to arrange a fight that they could not arrange earlier, and offered to fight it right now. His daughter could not believe that her father was capable of this, and how he could fight the Sing now. Well, everything was exactly as the master wanted, and he decided that he wanted to fight him right here and now. The main character could not understand the essence of this behavior, why the master suddenly began to speak like that. Even though the guy was a hunter and he couldn't accept this fight, Ian said he doesn't have a title, and maybe he won't understand it. But he perfectly understands the power of this technique in order to test it. And does the main character want to understand and check where all this hard work has brought him now? Sing really didn't mind checking out the test of strength, and then he made a strong-willed decision that they should fight together. They decided to hold this test battle on the street in a specially designated place for training battles. The men stood opposite each other, waiting for the battle to begin, and no one could predict how it could end for each. When the master looked at his own daughter, he immediately saw that his child was worried about the main character. But the guy did not agree with this. The girl was afraid that he would get hurt while fighting with him, even though he raised her. But Sing was sure that all this was because Miss Freya was very caring, and therefore it made sense in some way. The old man didn't understand what the guy meant by this, even though it didn't matter to him anymore. But the girl received his sympathy and grew up to be as stubborn as him. And the old man understood that if anyone gets hurt in this battle, it will only be him. And at that moment, the master, I took the spears in my hands and shouted to the guy so that they would definitely start the fight. But before he began, Sing decided to ask just one question before they locked horns in this brutal fight. The main character heard that before he was in the Venerable 10 that the old man had the second rank, and this was absolutely true. And he wanted to know how strong Jinpek was compared to him. Such a question was too rude and inappropriate for a master of such status, and since the guy really wanted to find out the truth, Yang decided to show it with actions. And at that moment, the auto-hunt button lit up in front of the main character, which immediately became active and only meant that there was an enemy next to him, and at that very second, the master approached him closely to attack. The main character managed to dodge this attack with great difficulty. The old man laughed in battle and asked to test him to the fullest strength that he could possess, and the main character accepted this challenge. This fight was truly great. Master Yan did not give the guy any respite for a second. Sing only managed to dodge each of his attacks. Each blow of the old man was faster than the second. They followed literally without delay. The old man was in an unreal form. He was overwhelmed with energy, and he used every millisecond to somehow get the main character out and immediately attack him. The incredibly sharp spears almost caught the main character's stomach, but he deftly dodged this attack and did not allow the old man to complete the attack. All this was observed by the Red Dragon clan as well as his daughter, and everyone saw an amazing technique in Sing. No one could have thought that his skills were so great. The assistant tried to calm down the vice president and said that Master Yang would restrain himself, but that was not the case at all. And then Freya told the assistant the truth that her father did not transfer his own divine energy of art to Sing. In other words, one could say that the father did not see Sing as a junior or subordinate. He saw him as an absolutely equal opponent. The master's attacks were incredibly sharp. Each blow he struck was more powerful than the other. As expected, the old man was really strong. The old man freely stabbed and cut smoothly without delay. The flow of his attacks constantly kept him on high tension. When the main character tries to create some distance, the old man immediately uses his legs to follow him, and was incredibly difficult to avoid. Master Yang also saw these actions. He also noted that the guy was good at dodging. He really liked it. But nevertheless, the master did not understand why the guy did nothing, and did not respond to his attacks with absolutely anything. And if it was really him, then his weak point should have been found long ago. And this was exactly the case. This was not an attack that the auto-hunt could not counter when it came to weapons that had a large length like twin spears. The guy could not hit the blind spot using the spider walk, this new movement skill. The master then decided to undertake a true demonstration of the use of divine art by controlling Psi and Qi energy together. Thanks to this, it was even possible to awaken some special phenomenon, and this blazing heat was this proof. He no longer cared if the guy continued to dodge because it was impossible to dodge these blows. But even when the master, using these techniques, decided to attack the main character, he did not succeed because the guy skillfully dodged this attack. He instantly, with the help of his fast legs, climbed up the tree and flew into the air, and this was a really good idea, and even the master noted this as a very amazing skill. After this moment, Master Yang decided to show the guy the true power, and it was the power of the Red Dragon Gemini spears. The master awakened in his own body such energy that all of China had not seen. It was an insane force that produced a huge amount of flame. The old man got out to the main character and said that he had made him wait long enough. But now he had finally finished warming up, and he could start the fight. This is the true power of the Red Dragon Gemini spears. The protagonist should be able to satisfy this weapon that recklessly absorbed heat to awaken the two Red Dragons. This was the least he could do to be recognized as the master of the Red Dragon clan. The warm-up was over, and therefore, the battle was also over. As expected earlier, the master was very beautiful during the battle, and you couldn't take your eyes off him. He mastered all the techniques he knew perfectly. The last time he saw the master in this state was about 10 years ago, and now he is much stronger than before. His daughter also noted his strength, which was much more powerful than before, and she now fully understood how strong he was considering that he gave her half of his own energy. The girl asked only one thing, that the main character be as careful as possible with him. When the master shouted that he was starting the battle, he immediately found himself in the face of the main character, and was ready to attack. The old man was damn fast. No one understood how his speed could be so high. He wanted only one thing for the guy to feel this season of the Red Dragon Gate, and the breath of the Gemini dragons that could burn the whole world. And the guy had no choice but to take this blow or block it. But it seemed to everyone that such a possibility could not exist. For the public who watched this entire fight, it seemed that everything was over for the guy. But suddenly plum flowers began to descend from the sky around, and the master could not understand what this could mean. But for him, it was as surprising as for the others. Sing managed to block his blow. These flowers could only mean one thing, that the guy had revealed new energy and immediately began to attack the old man. But he could not allow this. The old man couldn't believe how he managed it, and how many more aces he had left up his sleeve. And it was at this moment that the main character understood everything. He had an insight and understanding of this power. That's what Miss Freya said. Instant breathing was needed not only to strengthen the veins. It not only increased his stamina, but also changed the physical characteristics of his aura. They were very similar to psionic energy, but had a completely different concept. So the reason why he did not feel all this heat was because of the master himself, who used the divine art of the red dragon to control it. Divine art made it possible to use Kui energy by changing physical energy. And the new divine art that created auto-hunting with the help of heavenly harmonious art was the basis. And at that moment the main character understood the essence of training, and also felt confidence in this battle, and immediately began to attack the master. He was confident that now he had every chance to defeat him, and this is exactly what the master was waiting for. And literally, the second phase of the battle began. Then the old man decided to start all over again and immediately attacked the guy with spears, but he was able to successfully defend himself. When everyone watched this fight, they saw Sing as amazing. No one could have known that Mr. Sing would literally fight on equal terms with Master Young. But for Freya it seemed very strange. If the enemy came into contact with a hot copy of the red dragons of the twins, he would be pierced by him and surrounded literally on all sides. Even in an accident, it was impossible to block such a flame. And no exceptions existed at that time, but the girl could not understand how the guy was able to block it. For the master, all this was also very strange, because in his head he also asked the following question: how Sing managed to block his spears. Even if he used the heavenly harmonious art, it was also impossible and the question remained open. But at one moment, Master Yang saw something that he could not have expected. It was the petals of plum flowers, thanks to which, almost everywhere around them, the flames of fire seemed to be extinguished. Until now, no one, including the master's daughter, could understand what they had just seen. The heat of the twin red dragon spears was simply impossible to block with any aura. It's surprising that the main character not only did this, but also got rid of the master's flame. The old man found this very interesting because all this was the result of heavenly harmonious art, as it seemed to him. And there was only one way to understand what this skill was, and it could only be found out by encountering the main character again in battle. At this moment, the master did not think for a second about stopping, and when he took his own spears, he immediately began to approach the main character. When the guy saw another attack from the old man, he didn't think twice about it, and immediately, with the help of new strength, he was able to stop it, and the confrontation between the flames and the plum petals began. But to the great surprise of Master Yan, the strength of the main character was much more powerful than his, and there was absolutely no point in continuing the battle further, since his fire was gradually disappearing. Sing was able to manipulate the aura of his blade as if it were a flower, plucking each petal one by one until its flames were completely extinguished. The main character was able to dissipate all his heat, and it turned out that all these flower petals were completely under his control. Well, as soon as the master thought about this amazing technique, the main character did not relax for a second and immediately noticed how the old man opened up for him and immediately began to attack him. Due to the fact that he allowed his own thoughts to wander during the fight, the main character almost managed to land a blow on him. The squad of red dragons who watched this entire confrontation from the sidelines could not believe what was happening on the training battlefield. The fight between the master and the main character had been going on for several hours, but no one was still giving up and everyone was trying to win, no matter what the cost. At one point, Sing managed to slip through the defense for a millisecond and try to attack the old man from behind. Well, then Ian was ready for this attack and successfully parried it, preventing his own body from being injured. The master of the red dragons was furious that he could not defeat some boy. Fire flared up around him, and he understood what Sing was aiming for. And it was from this moment that he would not restrain his own strength. And this was like the first warning of the main character to retreat in this battle. The fury of the sharp fiery blades was brought down on the entire defense of the protagonist. But nevertheless the guy managed to somehow dodge. But despite all these attempts to defeat him, it was still just as difficult. The flame was getting closer and closer. The main character's costume literally melted before our eyes. For a second, everyone thought that their master's flame had gone out and became very worried. But they soon saw that all this was just the beginning, and since the guy attacked head-on, only the master could win with such speed. At one point, the guys felt that it was getting hotter and hotter here, and the reason for this was the master's attack, due to which the heat began to spread throughout the entire area. But it seemed so only at first glance, in fact, The fact was that it not only spread, but that it dissipated. Despite the fact that Freya's father's aura was filled with rich psi energy, it still shattered into pieces. And this only meant one thing: Sing was aiming right at the most vulnerable spot. Soon, Master Yan realized on his own that the guy was not aiming at him, but was aiming straight at the Red Dragon twin spears. Thanks to this strategy, he drained his father's strength by attacking the flames of the Red Dragon twin spears. From the outside, it might seem that the master had an advantage, but he was in a rather difficult position, and if he continues in the same spirit, he will definitely not be the winner. Because of such a high speed, the master's powers must have ended soon, and then Sing would definitely win. He did not compete with strength or skill. He skillfully aimed at the desired victim. For the guy, it was comparable to hunting. He was an absolutely calm and collected hunter who slowly drove his own prey right into a corner. And then the master shouted that if the main character perceived everything as a hunt, then he would fight in the same way. The master also decided to give his best to the PSI flowing in the veins of the Yang family, including the Red Dragon Divine Art. The chi brought true potential even with the Red Dragon twin spears that were created by absorbing several captured monsters. The dominance of the Red Dragon Society was made by the unification of the trio, but it was not perfect. Master Yang recognized the protagonist as an excellent hunter. This was not just a fight between two people. It was a fight between a hunter and a martial artist. From this moment on, the person with whom the main character fought is no longer the leader of the Red Dragon Society. And after these words, the old man immediately attacked the main character with spears. But this time, unlike the previous one, there was something wrong. There was no longer that blazing fire. Everyone noticed that the flame had disappeared. And at first it was only that the master stopped using the breathing technique. His style had changed greatly before he was recognizable, and was not similar to the normal Red Dragon martial arts style. The main character suspected that the master's aura suddenly disappeared, and the style of movement also changed. It definitely looked like he was starting to swing carefree, but now it was becoming increasingly difficult to block his sudden thrusts. The guy struggled over and over again, trying to repel one attack after another. No one understood what was happening at the moment. The girl stood without a clue, just like the soldier from the clan. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a style of a master in battle. Freya noticed that her father had abandoned the Red Dragon martial art form, and was now controlling the spears, relying on his own feelings, and also suddenly changed his style. The old man didn't just rely on his own feelings. Perhaps he was simply waving his spear aimlessly, but there was some kind of plan behind it. After all, he didn't have a single weak point. All the experience that he absorbed in his early years of training in battles and exercises developed in him a wonderful sense of battle. This was the worst battle for auto-hunting because the master believed in his own heart and feelings, but at the same time, it was impressive to realize his powerful strength, which the man worked on all his life every day. The old man understood that he was releasing energy recklessly, and if he had looked at it with his own eyes a couple of moments ago, he would have been surprised because of such a terrible fighting style. In addition to energy, he was also wasting his own core energy, but still his future, his pride, his confidence, his efficiency, and even the Red Dragon's company. He was grateful for throwing all that back. The only thing he was thinking about at the moment was his spears. All this time, the guy was experiencing intense heat. He was faced with unexpected movements and extreme flames that prevented him from concentrating. It was so hot in this place that one would think that soon someone's skin could easily melt, no matter how strong the master was. But despite all this, she continued to worry about Sing. After all, this extreme heat was too dangerous for him. This heat actually drained his stamina, and if this continues, then after a while it will be possible to consider that the master has defeated him. The old man was absolutely sure that he would defeat him. This is what he wanted most impatiently. The heat was so strong that no one nearby could withstand such heat, and could hardly observe everything that was happening. Now the old man became interested in what the main character would do now, because at the moment when he tries to block this attack, he will be struck and captured by a whirlwind of heat. After these words, the master immediately launched into battle. He wanted only one thing: victory, and only victory. He was sure that it would be the defeat of the main character. Sing stood very confidently, and was expecting that the old man was going to strike a powerful blow. His daughter could not believe that her father really ran at her friend. When their powers touched together, there was a loud sound and a strong vibration that could cripple anyone who was too close. The old man was very surprised that the guy managed to block his spears. But if that happened, then the intense heat should have killed him. At one point his sword disappeared, and the old man was very surprised. But suddenly Simka was right behind him. He couldn't believe it. When he looked at the fire, he noticed the next plum petals. As it turned out, all these plum flowers were his ghostly sword, and the flame that the master poured out gradually began to disappear. Master Yan was happy about this, because now even if his phantom sword gets rid of all its flames, its strength will not change one bit. The guy managed to create the most powerful blade that has ever been, because he concentrated the phantom sword in its most dense form. This was the most unique and unstoppable form of attack. Then Sing decided to end it and ran towards his opponent to strike again. When their balls touched each other, the guy managed to knock it out from Master Yan. But to do this, the main character had to cut off his hand just so he could free the sword from the master. When the Red Dragon clan and his daughter saw all this happening, they could not believe that the master had lost to the main character. Nobody could have expected everything that happened now, because if you had asked about it earlier, anyone would have said that it was simply impossible. After this blow, the guy ran out of strength and he could no longer stand on his feet, but nevertheless he continued to look at the master, who was looking at him with one hand. Soon the old man said that this fight was simply amazing, and he admitted defeat and thanked the main character for this battle. When the guy turned off the auto hunt, he immediately lost consciousness and fell right in front of the master's feet. The old man noticed something wrong in this because the winner could faint. And on this tragic night, but not for everyone, the battle ended in Sing's victory. In one of the company's offices, the secretaries told the president that he had just contacted the Tens company about an offer. They decided that they should start preparing to put on the best show of all time. The man was interested in how Sing would react to all this, but it didn't matter to him. After all, he had only one desire, and this desire was to end the main character once and for all. 3 days after the fight, all actions took place in the training center of the Red Dragon Society. The main character was in the library and was looking for some information about martial arts. At one point, the master approached him and said that he heard that the guy was going to leave soon but was still here. The guy said that he was looking for something, and the master was surprised that his body had already recovered so quickly. It was scary to think that 3 days ago his body was completely covered in bandages due to many burns. But the guy was in good health thanks to the medicine from the Red Dragon Society, which got him back on his feet so quickly. When the main character looked at the cut-off hand of the master, he immediately regretted this fight. But then the old man said that if he had not cut off his hand, the guy would definitely have lost the fight. The fight was absolutely fair and without dirty tricks, so the master was completely satisfied. The main character agreed with his words, but his daughter left her own dad and stuck to him, didn't even move a step, and it seems that her entire upbringing went down the drain. The master once again repeated the question of what the main character was looking for in the library, because he could not possibly think that he was a bookworm. It was difficult for Sing to explain this because he came here because when he passed by the auto hunt button suddenly flashed, and then he thought that someone was here. But as soon as he passed by one of the books, the button began to flash again, and then he became interested in what kind of book it was. When the main character returned back to the office, a completely different problem bothered him. Since he disappeared for 3 days, he hasn't even had any contact with Sonia, and she must be completely furious about it right now. When he entered the room, she was sitting and just silent. He definitely needed to apologize to her. After all, it was absolutely his fault. The first thing the girl said was, "Welcome back," and that meant that she had been here all this time and was waiting for the main character. Sing felt very sorry that he had not contacted her for the last 3 days. He had one personal matter, and it took longer than he expected. And if Sonia needed an explanation, he would immediately tell everything. The girl said that everything was in order and she did not need any explanations. If this was what the boss needed to do, then she was sure that all this was important. At this moment, Sonia was very calm than Sing had expected, and this was slightly suspicious. The girl said that she needed to tell her something, and it was a diving offer that Sing received. By diving, the girl meant a job where a guy specifically stays in a crack for her investigation, but the job was offered by the company Grom. This company was owned by the Professor of Pain by that man named Lee. If they adhered to the contract they entered into with the Tens company, then the possibility of working with other companies depended directly on the decision of Tens, and as long as there was a certain reason why the main character could not go, but was obliged to do so. And yet, the main character did not argue. And he was not interested in what the company was going to do. In any case, if they told him to agree, then he would accept their decision. The guy asked the girl to report to the Thunder Company that he agreed and would go where needed, and then she tried to stop him. It didn't matter how he reacted to this. It was obvious that this idea was the guy's plan to kill him, and it was all a trap through which he tried to lure him straight into the enemy's lair. There are too many deadly consequences of diving, because one person or a small group of people enters a terrible world infested with monsters. Even if the guy enters fully prepared, the chance of survival will be almost zero, and all this was a dangerous undertaking even for the main character, and the girl asked and begged to refuse this offer. Sing didn't care. He was talking about diving and that he had to follow the contract and he had no good reason not to go there. So he asked Sonia to stop being so angry. After all, this is a responsibility between him and the Ten's company, and she has no reason to work on it like that. And since they completely figured it out, the main character decided to rest and turned sharply to leave. The girl was not going to let him go and tried again to get through to him that if something happened to him, he could die. The main character understood all this perfectly well, that something terrible could happen, but he had nothing left to do. And if you want something, you need to work on it. When the guy left the room, he was not going to retreat. He heard the girl screaming for him to stop and listen to what she was telling him. But Singh concentrated only on diving. The main character was holding a book in his hands. He immediately remembered the words of the master that he was surprised that the guy was interested in her about the book of special martial arts. This book was passed down in the Red Dragon clan from generation to generation, and it had quite an interesting history. It is assumed that among the previous leaders of the Red Dragon Society were a brother and sister named Yang and Yana. Usually the eldest child, namely Yang, was supposed to become the leader, but he was born without PSI energy, so the second child of Yang became the leader. The brother was greatly tormented by the fact that he was born without PSI, and tried all the strange ways of obtaining it. It was said that he began with the training of hermitage up to the harmonization of yin and yang with the 5 elements, tried all the most bizarre methods that can only be found in Chinese mythology, plants and animals, even a vision in which he mentioned the possibility of acquiring the skill of a family tree. This book said that by doing all these things he was able to change his own destiny, and after that he left only this book and phrase. This phrase sounded like this: "One day, when his karma awakens again, he will become the leader of the Red Dragon clan." And after that, Singh received the permission of Master Yang in this book. When he tried to put it in the auto-hunting inventory, a certain phenomenon arose. The system asked him to blink his eyes to combine the ingredients in the instrument panel, and this turned out to be very strange to him. Perhaps that's why auto-hunting needed this book. Since he had a new skill, he was going to test it. This is diving, and the director of the company was up to something wrong, but at the same time he owed something to the main character. He will make sure that he pays him back from his last dive. All the best companies and hunters were gathered in one of the city's skyscrapers. Freya didn't like it very much, but in any case, this day has come for everyone. All famous and respected people were at the meeting, including Professor of Pain Victor. There was also Yugal, which until recently was included in the honorable top 10, the man who shares the Shanghai hunting industry with the Red Dragon Society. The leader of the Death Dragon clan is Davin. Another person was from the Last Ghost and had a rank of 6 in the respectable 10, and his name was Ken. All these guys were in cahoots with Victor, who also invited Singh to go diving with these people. As far as she heard, Victor and Singh's attitude was not very good even before he came to China, and then it was an obvious conspiracy, and it looked like they were preparing a trap for him. The guy hasn't even fully recovered yet, and he absolutely shouldn't come here, and in Victor's opinion it was really a pity. He overheard her words and apologized that it was too rude on his part. He talked about Master Singh. He always wanted to carry out an operation with him, but unfortunately the guy seemed not interested in participating in this. Freya, I didn't understand why he was telling all this to her. But it was because it was she who was planning the operation with the master in this city. The man heard that there was no one in Shanghai who did not know about the close relationship that the Red Dragon Society had with Master Singh, and it was all thanks to her. Suddenly the girls began to slowly approach. The rest of them also had a desire to meet Master Singh as soon as possible. The man was also grateful that he was conducting this operation with her by a person who usually interested him, and invited the girl to have dinner with him after this conference. It was a great honor for the master's daughter, but unfortunately, she already had plans for dinner. Ken understood all this, but such a beautiful flower as she probably communicated with the same number of butterflies. The guy was free at any time, and simply asked to let him know about it. The girl agreed with him that day. There were an incredible number of reporters, which was very strange because diving was usually considered secret. Victor said that it was so, but this diving was special, and he was very sorry that Master Yang could not come. Victor entered the stage and began the ceremony. He was in charge of this diving operation. Freya was sure that Singh would never fall into such an obvious trap, and why then did Victor put on such a show? The man said that when the government first approached him and his company with a request to lead this diving mission, he immediately agreed. All because participation in this operation was his duty, and regardless of the circumstances, it was an honor that Victor could not refuse. Perhaps someone would like to ask why this is such an honor for him, but all because the purpose of this diving is to reveal the cause of the disaster that recently occurred in Shanghai. The Shanghai disaster was a real tragedy, in which many innocent people died, and they had to find the reason for the sudden opening of the fault. The Thunder Company and Victor will investigate the reason, so that nothing like this happens again, and the man believed. What exactly will it help everyone survive the disaster that occurred in Shanghai? And in this operation they and the Thunder Company will do everything in their power. Reporters would completely agree that diving was extremely dangerous. But as expected from Victor, he went for it. The man promised to make sure that such a tragedy never happens again on this earth. This man's words were definitely not wrong, and they were words that people needed to hear right now. But since this diving took place in Shanghai, the man decided to invite the 3 best hunters from here. Fortunately, the 2 who were next to him agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, the person whose participation everyone wanted, unfortunately, could not do this. Perhaps everyone already knew about it. But it was a foreign hunter who made a great contribution to the resolution of this disaster. The man wanted to recruit him as one of the members of this dive. But according to the temporary agent of the TENS company with whom he had a contract, it turned out that she suddenly lost contact with him. It was a great pity for Victor that Singh was unable to attend this critical operation due to loss of contact. The press began to clarify that if they were talking about a foreign hunter, then most likely they meant Singh. And then why couldn't they contact him? Victor wasn't sure and didn't want to make any big assumptions since he might have a reason for it. But after all, he was a foreign hunter who was bound by a contract with the company. And maybe the guy thinks that this is not his country, or such a dangerous operation when something is not part of his responsibility. And this can also happen. This only meant that Hunter Singh wasn't participating because he wouldn't get any benefit from it, which was really disappointing. But after all, he was just a foreigner. At that moment, the girl understood what this whole performance was for, and why so many reporters were invited. If the main character takes part in the operation, he will obviously be killed. But it did not matter if he does not participate in it. Perhaps in the past there were some troubles between Singh and the Thunder Company, because it was impossible that the guy deliberately did not participate because of this. Victor used the fact that Simca was a foreigner to undermine his reputation. And the reason he invited these reporters was precisely because the man was trying to say that the guy is not the hero of Shanghai, but a coward who avoided diving. Victor was happy about this, and before he taught him a lesson, he was going to destroy his reputation. He will make sure that there is no honor to his name, and then he will end it with his bare hands. The girl didn't know what to do. After all, if this continues, Singh's reputation will suffer greatly. But if she says anything, the situation may worsen even more. Suddenly, someone's steps and the clicking of heels were heard, and the main character entered the main hall, to the great surprise of everyone. Victor was very surprised that the guy was right here because with this action, he put a spoke in his wheels. Victor ordered Yugal to hide him before the reporters noticed him, and get him out of here as soon as possible. The guy ran as hard as he could to his side to stop him as soon as possible because the entrance was closed for him, and he arrived too late. But this guy was too slow for the main character. He literally disappeared in a second, and moved to another place. A few seconds later, the reporter saw that some guy appeared on the platform, and no one could understand who it was and when he came. Victor was very sad because his movements were such that he couldn't even see them. Then the guy took the microphone in his hands, turned towards the reporters and greeted everyone at this meeting with great gratitude. When the guy took the microphone in his hands and greeted everyone was immediately surprised because they heard the Korean language, and if this was so, then Singh was on the stage in front of them. Victor was furious with what just happened, because he didn't notice a single movement. For just one moment he was able to see plum flowers. But the man did not understand why he saw them. The main character needed a translator, and then he turned to Victor and asked if he could provide him with one. But he immediately shouted to the whole hall that the guy should not touch him, because he was thinking at the moment. All the press in the hall was a little shocked by this development of events, and asked the president what Singh had told him. Victor immediately asked for forgiveness in front of Singh. He was deep in thought, and was very on edge, and therefore forgot where he was. The main character again clarified the question because he needed someone to translate his speech because no one here spoke Korean. The man agreed to the transfer, but he could not imagine that this child dared to order him. Victor couldn't even refuse him because a bunch of reporters were watching all this in real time. He asked the guy to start. Victor couldn't think that the reporters he had called to crush him would now interfere with him. When the guy took the microphone in his hands and again greeted everyone from the press, I was wrong. She was really standing on stage. They were right that there was a Korean hunter who took an active part during the Shanghai disaster. The guy asked for forgiveness for not being able to answer over the past 2 days, because he could not do this for personal reasons. The main character was busy with his own training, but he came here immediately after he heard the news. Victor listened to him attentively and waited until he finished, because while he was translating, he would twist his words a little. It turned out that the guy deliberately forced him to translate in order to insult him. but he would make him regret it. At this moment, the main character turned to Victor and thanked him for the translation, because this was the end of the longest part, and he would continue to act independently, and the man was very surprised by this. He picked up the microphone and told everyone that he would participate in this diving. The press could not believe their own ears. After all, they began to hear the language of the country close to them. It was Chinese, and the main character began to speak it. Victor was even more shocked by everything that was happening. After all, the guy had just started speaking Chinese. The guy's pronunciation was a little less than perfect, but in any case, for a person who had recently learned a new language, it wasn't that bad. Sing believed that this operation was a good opportunity for him, because as soon as this hunt was over, everyone would know the truth, that he is the most outstanding of all the hunters present here, and these words greatly angered the others from the Venerable Dozen. The press found some rudeness in this, and noted that the behavior was too rude for someone who was late for this conference. The main character replied that he was really late, and could not answer on time, and if he was not allowed to participate in the operation, he would accept it, because he was not afraid of anyone or anything, and the decision remained only with the president of the Thunderstorm Company, Victor. The man understood that this arrogant boy killed his entire plan to turn the main character into a coward, and it completely failed. The press asked President Victor and asked him to say a few words as the person responsible for this operation. When the man picked up the microphone, he replied that he was undoubtedly surprised because the main character appeared too suddenly. The man thought that if he took part in the operation, the guy would be in the palm of his hand, and then he would be able to finish him off after. As the person responsible for this operation, the president sincerely wanted Sing to take part in it, and he would not be against it for anything. But one voice was heard from the hall. It was Yugal, who shouted that as a participant in this operation, he would object because the guy was late without even warning anyone in advance, and why should they allow him to join now? Victor was shocked by this behavior. In his eyes, the guy looked like an idiot, because all this time the media had been watching everything, and if he said anything else, it would be a complete failure. At one point, the main character came right close to Yugal. He told him that if he has problems with him, then let him show it with skill, and not come up with any excuses. Then the guy accepted this offer and offered to do it, and the reporters were very happy that the former member of the Venerable Ten would fight against Sing. The guy pulled out his sword, and was ready to show the main character the true power of Ki, and use the bloody rain of Plum Blossom. The young man's aura was like a plum blossom. His sword's aura attacked in 6 directions at once, and he was sure that even if it didn't kill him, it would definitely make him a laughingstock. But in response to this battle, the main character also responded in the form of a bloody rain of plum blossom, and directed all the energy directly into the jugal. The guy couldn't believe what he just felt, because the main character used the same power, and the opponent was much stronger. As the president had previously thought, these plum blossoms were the art of the old ancestors, and it turned out that Sing had just used the heavenly harmonious art. When the main character approached his opponent, he said that there was absolutely no point in continuing, because it was clear who among them would be stronger. Victor was shocked by this development of events because this was definitely a Yugal martial art, and the main character could not learn it. Everyone around noticed that the movements that Sing had just used were the same as the Yugal technique. The Thunder Company always said that Yugal was the reincarnation of the old master's martial art, but the plum blossom aura that Sing created was not more pure and powerful than his, and that only meant one thing. When the main character fought before, he had not used the Yugal martial art, and it turned out that this guy passed on his own heavenly harmonious art to him. Victor denied it because it didn't make sense. It was just a few weeks ago. He couldn't believe that the guy graduated so quickly. At one point, the main character turned to the president and asked him to pick up the microphone, and he handed it over. When the guy took the microphone, he went to the press and announced that everyone present here should have seen evidence that the main character is a true martial artist. This martial art was a true reincarnation, and journalists were already presenting the latest news that it would be a complete exclusive. Victor still couldn't believe how this could happen. Instead of lowering his status, he helped him attract even more attention. With such actions, the main character angered Victor even more, and he wanted to kill him with even greater desire as soon as possible. When Sing was leaving the hall, he met Freya. She asked if the guy was already leaving, because the president still had to hold a briefing. The main character was happy when he saw the girl. She was surprised when the guy appeared, and was slightly disappointed that he was leaving her without even saying goodbye. Sing immediately apologized to her for making her worry, but he was sure that it was worth watching, especially when everyone saw President Victor's face, and the two of them laughed loudly. The main character was glad that the girl liked it. It turned out as if all this was clearly planned because the guy appeared out of nowhere and started speaking Chinese. Freya asked Sing if he knew how the internet was reacting to a live announcement, and it was quite explosive to a huge extent, and the girl offered to read out several comments under the post. People wrote that they saw the guy for the first time, but he was so courageous, his skills were quite amazing, and the confidence was simply charming. But there were also negative responses, but most were still compliments. The main character understood that all this was planned, but he did not think that it would really work, and Freya could not believe her own ears. Sing noticed that people in China preferred to demonstrate their own spirit and show it rather than humility. That's why he demonstrated his own behavior in front of everyone. But he was glad that it worked. The girl was very surprised, because in order to figure out something like that, the main character took into account the fact that President Victor had set a trap. Sing came in the middle of the conference to stop his plans, and it was clear that he would oppose him. He also challenged the respectable dozens of people who will see this. They will be curious about what will happen, and therefore it will be difficult for the president to do anything before diving. The girl was shocked by such a magnificent plan. But not everything was planned. He didn't think that Yugal would want to fight with him. But he was lucky. But still, the girl didn't think that he would calculate everything so far, many steps forward. But they still can't let their guard down. President Victor was definitely planning to kill him while diving, and that's why he has a proposal specifically for Freya. He needed her cooperation for this diving, and he invited the girl to team up together. She immediately agreed, and did not mind helping him during diving. The protagonist thanked her, and said that if she had any conditions regarding their cooperation, then let him know. The only thing she asked him was that after the operation was over, would he like to go on a date with her? The main character was very surprised that a girl like Freya was inviting him on a date. When he came home, he replayed these moments in his head. This situation greatly surprised him. Sing thought it would be nice, but right now he had to focus on what was in front of him. He opened the inventory and began to carefully study the ingredients and materials that were in it. He bought several ingredients from a secret store, and now it was time to combine them, and he began to try. After successful crossing, the main character received an absolute destructive glove. Thus, by combining the ingredients, it was possible to create some equipment. And if he knows the recipes, he can make any equipment from 5 or less ingredients. And even if he wants to make an item from a book that was written by Master Yang, then there must be a recipe. The guy was going to get this ingredient in the nearest diving, and this was his main goal for this operation. Suddenly, Sonia appeared at the door. She was very scared and said that he had a new visitor. But the guy wasn't expecting anyone today. And it was very strange. And suddenly he heard a voice that told him that he didn't know that the guy had a hobby in crafts. Jack, the old man from the park, appeared at the door and asked how the main character was doing. After all, they had not seen each other for a long time. When the guy saw this man, he immediately activated the auto-hunt button and was sure that he would hit him first before Jack attacked him. When this happened, the old man skillfully dodged this blow because he expected such a greeting from the main character. Jack immediately returned the same courtesy towards Sing and hit him back. When the guy was flying in the opposite direction, he managed to get a pistol and fired a powerful bullet from it. But even with such a powerful shot, the man coped without problems. Not even a single drop of sweat fell from his forehead. Jack ran towards Sing, and with a loud cry invited the guy to try this blow. Even despite all this, the main character managed to dodge and moreover get behind him in order to counterattack his opponent. But unfortunately for him, Sonia blocked the path. She acted as a human shield, and the main character could not attack further. But since the main character had already swung with great force, he could no longer stop her and hit the girl right in the stomach with a blow from his right foot. When the girl jumped to the side, the guy thought that he barely managed to save her, but there was still one big problem left. When Jack watched all this, it amused him greatly, and he found many amazing things in it. Sing felt his strong desire to kill, and if he had not kicked Sonia right now, he would definitely have done it. Then the old man began to walk towards Sonia and asked her if it looked like a situation where she could simply interfere like that. The girl immediately apologized to him, and the man said that everything was fine because she could act of her own free will. But in any case, she will have to pay for the consequences of Jack stopping this pleasure. But he was immediately interrupted by Sing. He said that these consequences for saving the life of his own boss were simply ridiculous. The main character didn't know who was in front of him, the boss or the head of the cult. Well, how could he not laugh when his subordinate covered him with his own body to save him? And instead of praising her, the man got very angry with her and Tina came running trying to help him because he couldn't trust her as a boss. And to be honest, it was quite unpleasant to see because it looked like he was taking out all his anger on her. The old man could not stand such words and went straight to him, because these were stupid remarks, and he did not understand what this man was doing in front of the head, and this time he would really not be in trouble. But at one point the old man could not stand it and began to laugh loudly because it seems that the main character had some kind of trouble here. Because he knows how to treat people from this country, for trying to provoke opponents by touching their egos with words and distracting their own attention. And the main character really succeeded. This fickle old man did not expect that he would so easily give up his own desire to kill. For a minute it seemed to Sonia that she was in a dream, because it was quite strange to watch this right now. Singh asked the man why he suddenly decided to return. It was obvious because he had something to do with the main character, and he took out a box and held it out in his hand, and said that all this was a consequence of making a deal with him, and he came to discuss it. At this time, in the laboratory building in Seoul, the chief doctor ran into the office to save the man. When he opened the laboratory door, he saw Kim on the floor and he was shocked by what happened here. The men were happy when they saw the doctor because he came so quickly after his call. The doctor shouted that the man had gone crazy. After all, if he wanted to die, I could just cut his veins in the bathroom in his own house or something like that. Kim's body was in near-death condition, but he still overdid it all the time. The guy told the doctor not to fuss too much over him because he would be fine after this in just a few days. The doctor immediately began an examination. He did not understand why Kim continued to do these crazy stunts. After all, he had already decided that he would be a teacher and an agent. And why did he continue to do this? All because Kim made a promise to the main character, and it was about a cure for vein problems that he and others were looking for this method everywhere for 4 years. Singh should be the one who knows the most about how low the probability of his existence is. But still, Dr. Slightly did not trust him. Well, until this method of treatment begins to work, he can simply focus on training his own body. However, he already did too much for this. But despite all this, Kim could not continue playing during the warm-up, and this guy is also going through so many problems. He was sure that many people had watched the latest news that Singh would participate in Chinese diving. Perhaps he must have suffered a lot in China since the people were extremely principled. But the main character still coped well because he distinguished himself greatly during the Shanghai tragedy. It was for this reason that Kim could not just sit quietly in one place, and he constantly needed to do something. The doctor looked around the room and asked if he did something like that, and it was true. He was referring to the thing that the doctor did last time, and he completed it in this body. The doctor prayed that Singh would cope with this task. After all, everyone here was counting only on him. They wanted the main character to perform a miracle so that they could restore Kim's body and put it in order. Jack came here because he had something to say about this. It was about a deal made with this. The man was holding a box in his hands, and inside was the promised object. To participate in the hunt 5 times. This was a condition of the deal concluded between him and the main character. But the guy spent only 1 in Shanghai. It was exactly like this. Under normal circumstances, it was not the time to show him this. But now the situation has changed a little. The main character was very surprised because he did not expect that the situation could become different. The old man also did not expect this. That one of the significant ones invited him to his own party, and apparently he called diving a party. And so the men had something you had as the main character. Well, what will happen if the guy succeeds, and then Jack will consider that he has completed all 5 hunts, and then the contents in the box will be absolutely his, or maybe he should say that it will belong to another young man. The first thing the main character thought was that he should kill someone. But everything was completely wrong. The man asked to be allowed to speak in a way that suited his tastes, and promised that it would not be something that a hunter should not do. And then Singh agreed and fully accepted this proposal, and then asked what he would have to do for this. And everything that the main character had to do was in this small box. And Singh replied that Jack was just crazy. But still he needed to do it. The date of the operation had already been set. Then he would count on him when the time came, and if he needed anything, the man asked to inform him about it through Sonia, who had lost consciousness. It was already quite late at night. The man hoped that everyone would have a good rest. And suddenly Jack began to use a murderous aura, and the main character immediately felt it and immediately began to attack him. But he didn't succeed, since the old man immediately disappeared unnoticed. But nevertheless he was able to feel the aura of the main character. He completely felt such a pure aura of plum flowers because he had not seen this for a long time and, as one would expect, the main character was skilled in using his hands. The speed of reaction with which he stopped immediately after he gave up his desire to kill was also absolutely fantastic. And the man was not just sick, but simply trusted him. The old man had not last seen blood for a long time. Probably it was in this city, but Singh, in his opinion, was not familiar with people from the Red Dragon Society. If he had not shown his own deadly aura, they would not have needed to see blood at all, but the main character knew very well that Jack would not have taken this step of his own free will. Singh could start bragging about it anywhere that he managed to get Jack to give up his time against him. The man put on his glasses and said that he would see him when he returned and asked him not to get too carried away with this side. And he immediately disappeared, and every time they met together he became too annoying for the main character, and it was all like this. There was truth in these words, if you think about it. Maybe Sing was too used to this place. The condition that Jack set before him, the guy promised to remove the grin from his face. Finally, the D-Day for diving has arrived. The main character was waiting for this day with great impatience and a desire to start it as soon as possible. At this time, Sonia was thinking about what would happen to her after all this, since she had fallen out of favor with the director and now would probably receive disciplinary action. She was even scared to think that due to the fact that she would no longer be needed, she could easily be kicked out of the Ten's company. But the inner voice in her head told her to focus because the most important thing right now is her boss's success in diving. When the girl entered his room, she immediately turned to him and announced that it was D-Day for diving and asked if he had finished with the preparations. But when she walked in, she saw the main character in a chic suit and for a second her breath just froze. Sing turned to her and was glad that she came. He said that he had been waiting for her for a long time and asked her to go to the room. This was his equipment that arrived just yesterday, and it really suited him very well. When the guy looked at Sonia, he asked if everything was fine with her, because perhaps it would have been better to stay in the hospital a few days longer. But the girl replied that her body was fine. Then Sing said that if he forced her, she would make a mess again, saying something like, she can't do her own work when she has an important task in front of her. Sonia was very surprised that the main character began to somehow attentively address her, and she immediately asked why. The guy replied that it was a little strange, but he didn't expect it either. But if this operation goes well, that will be the end, and therefore there will be no more need to put on airs. Forgoing politeness didn't suit him just because she was younger than him. Sing said that what the president conveyed may be correct, and he did not deny that perhaps the main character was really too carried away by this country, and these words greatly surprised Sonia. The girl couldn't believe that this guy she was seeing right now was his real personality. The attitude he portrayed when he first met her, and when he came face to face with Victor, was all an act of showing the image of the hero that was expected of him. Only this old Jinpek was able to notice that the guy was playing a hero at a time when Sing himself did not understand it. From now on, what the guy had to deal with was right inside the rift. And since now there were a couple of hours left before diving, the main character decided to ask if he could leave the final finishing of the details to Sonia. The guy had already prepared everything for the girl and he could do everything on his own. But the reason why Sing asked her to do it was because, to tell her that he recognizes her work and is doing his best to complete what the girl has done so far. In the clan, Sonia was like a piece of metal unable to function normally. She acted so disrespectfully towards the director. And I also heard that he would no longer need the main character. Not only did he sympathize with her, he also recognized her value in this huge field of activity. The guy thanked the girl for everything, for all the work she had done up to that moment, said goodbye to her and left. From this moment the girl became even more tearful. After all, it was she who had to say goodbye to him. She was the one who had to thank him and say that it was a great honor for her to work with him. But at one point, when she opened the laptop, she saw a very strange document file called Open and Read. It said that if she was fired because of what happened then, changing jobs would not be a bad option. The main character was thinking about hiring her after a strict check of documents and interviews, taking into account. Sonia did not have time to read the entire message before a smile began to appear on her sweet face. She was happy about this, because even here Sing was able to amaze her. Whatever the results, it will not change anything when the operation is over. Victor will take away all rights from Yugal. This is exactly why everything was done. His eyes were lifeless. Guys motivated by their own ambitions were always like this. When their spirit was broken, they left just like that. If he doesn't want to end up like the other guys who set an example for him, the best thing to do is for the guy to try to cooperate with them in the process of change. After all, Yugal did not want to live the rest of his life without his own veins. After these threatening words, the guy threw himself on the ground, knelt down and began to beg Victor that he understood everything. No matter how soundproof this trailer was, Yugal must think about the countless people watching them outside. A huge crowd of people stood near the truck, which was located at the epicenter of the fault, and everyone was waiting impatiently for the hunters to come out of there. The operation will begin soon. Was the guy going to get out of the car with such an expression on his face when he had everything to look at? No one thought that this would correspond to proper etiquette in relation to the people who would be cheering for them. When the guy wanted to argue that this was not the case at all, he felt a sharp pain. The hunter stood right in front of him and asked if he allowed him to open his own mouth. The guy held his face. He was shocked that he couldn't see the arrow and didn't even see how he shot from a bow and how it was even possible to do it in time. This member of the Venerable Ten, Master Ken, who was at the highest level, was a demon archer. Then, in a conversation with Victor in the forest, he asked to stop all this, because the guy understood everything a long time ago, and repeated not to forget about who was their real goal. And since it was the speech of their president, everyone immediately stopped. As long as Yugal manages to correctly hold the prey, his arrows will definitely not miss. Victor noticed that Master Ken also had some problems with self-control. But despite all this, he remained calm, and his skills were incredibly accurate. This guy's skill was already at the highest level among the Venerable Dozen. This wonderful art of archery reaching the highest limit was the most successful attempt among all the things he had invested in. The detachment led by the president immediately stood up and was ready to get out of the car. All preparations had already been completed, and it seemed it was time to start meeting their prey. When the hunters got out of the car, journalists and correspondents immediately began reporting. They saw the president of the company, and this meant that now everything would begin. Singh and Frey were already waiting for them on the street. They had long been ready to enter the portal. When Victor saw the guys, he was immediately upset that he had made them wait, and added that the preparation had been delayed on his part, and he was very sorry. The man extended his hand towards Singh, and said that he would then look forward to working with him on today's operation. It was at that moment when the main character shook his hand that everything would begin, and Victor began to look forward to when Simca would allow him to hunt him. Singh looked at this hand, and wondered for a second whether he should accept such a generous offer from President Victor. When other hunters saw the guy in such a suit for the first time, they noticed that he had pretty cool armor. Ken thought that if he managed to pierce his head, could this mean that he would be able to keep his armor? The president told him that they would attack as soon as Singh extended his hand for a handshake, and everyone was waiting for just this. They were going to attack the main character immediately after meeting him today, but one of the hunters began to object because, in his opinion, it seemed too reckless, and, in addition, there would be reporters everywhere. But this was precisely the main goal. As everyone could see, the main character was quite cunning. And that is why they cannot give him any opportunities. When there will be a lot of reporters around, this will be their chance. The main character cannot expect that they will attack him where everyone is watching. In addition, it is worth noting that the way he works with his feet is also something that is worth paying special attention to, and there is a chance that they will lose him if he dares to run away, despite the fact that reporters will be watching all this from the side. As for the reporters, Victor could do one tricky thing, and he immediately demonstrated it, and found himself right behind the hunter, and the man immediately began to clap his hands because he saw something amazing in it. President Victor's spell truly lived up to his name, so the hunter knew that he was going to deceive the feelings of the reporters. Everything was absolutely true, so no one needed to worry about other people. Their chance will come when the main character extends his hand forward to shake hands, and when this happens, they will have to attack him directly. That's exactly what President Victor said. But was there really such a need for this? No one seemed to be able to detect his movements as he walked across the stage, but Ken's eyes did not miss him. And if he had had a bow at that moment, he was absolutely sure that he would have completely pierced him with sharp arrows. When the reporters looked towards the hunters and were reporting, the spell had already been cast. The main character could only grab Victor's hand, so that the man could catch him to find out how he learned the heavenly harmonious art. But the guy was not as simple as it seemed to Victor. He immediately turned to him and said that everything was as expected for him, because he had seen all his intentions a long time ago. The main character noticed how they asked to shake his hand while emitting such a strong, murderous aura, and it seemed like a very funny sight. And before Singh shook Victor's hand, he offered to show him something first. The guy took out a ticket right in front of Victor's eyes. The men were very surprised by this, because the main character had his talisman in his hands, and he could not understand how he got it. And the guy said that he found it when he was searching the body of the man whom Victor had once abandoned. It was the Yugal talisman that the man put on him when the guy was unconscious in order to escape. But unfortunately, the main character was able to find it. Singh turned to Victor and said that then he should know how he will use this talisman. The main character grabbed Freya by the waist and was already ready to perform this trick. And President Victor guessed what would happen in the next seconds. With one deft movement of his finger, this talisman burned out in his hands, and this meant that the guy used the method of shrinking the earth. This was a rare technique for reducing the spatial distance between opponents. The hunters couldn't believe who in a second the guys were so high above them, and once again Singh simply fooled them. The main character, along with Frey, were already near the portal and were ready to get inside. Master Ken could not allow them to so easily miss the main character right before their eyes, and he immediately took up his bow and arrows. The bow of the 9 collections that Ken used was a true masterpiece made from 3 different metals and sinews from 6 different giant monsters. In his hands, the man held the best bow in China. They said that it could withstand a ton of weight with just one thread. The guy pulled the bowstring with all his strength to make a powerful shot right at the main character. The force that the man summoned had a powerful shockwave just from the fact that he just pulled the bowstring. All the hunters and journalists around this place suddenly grabbed their heads because the sound and noise that this force made was simply unbearable. A man with the words "die" fired a powerful arrow at the main character, which instantly flew out of his bow. The speed of the arrow was so incredible that the guy couldn't even understand what happened, and the arrow overtook him at that moment. The hunters who stood on the ground were glad for this development of events, because it only meant one thing, that they were finally able to catch the main character. But Master Ken immediately shouted for Yugal to close his mouth, and the guy could not understand why this was so. Thanks to the plum petals, the main character managed to protect himself from this shot, and the man could not believe that he had succeeded. At that moment, Singh was holding Ken's arrow in his hands and said that it was very dangerous, and he really almost got shot down. The man was furious. After all, this guy, at the moment when he fired the arrow, in that split second, Singh prevented him from shooting. Since he felt their intention to kill him as soon as the rift entered, the main character activated the auto-protection on his own suit, after which the arrow hit him with the accuracy with which he expected. As expected earlier, the man had really good skills as a demon archer, and this name suited him very well. After the main character managed to literally catch the hunter's arrow with his bare hands, he turned to Miss Freya and asked if she was ready to move on. The girl replied that she would not mind at all, and President Victor could not believe that his enemy was leaving in such a brazen manner right before his eyes. Before going into the portal, Singh released the arrow that he had caught earlier, and it began to fall straight down, when she landed on the ground and made an incredibly loud noise from such a sound. None of the people present could withstand this noise. The president turned to the hunters and shouted that the guy had entered the rift, and they should hurry up if they wanted to catch up with him and finish with him. Suddenly, Victor heard the voices of journalists. They ran straight to meet him, and wanted the man to give a couple of comments about where the noise came from, and what it all meant. Journalists literally surrounded Victor in a second. They asked various questions about where this arrow that had just fallen came from, and where Singh could have gone, because he had just been right with him. The man asked everyone not to worry about it, and not to worry. The president could not possibly think that this noise had just broken all his spell. The man said that the main character entered the rift earlier, not Victor wanted to find him as soon as possible, and he could not think that he could get stuck here for a long time. I couldn't believe that the guy managed to catch his arrow, which he shot, because with such actions he was able to insult him even more. The hunter swore that when he sees the main character, he will be the person who will kill him. At this time, when the guys landed directly in the rift, they considered that the squad had lost them, and the main character decided to run straight forward because there was a forest not far from them. There was unbearable heat around when they found themselves in the forest. Freya was simply dying of thirst, and then Singh offered her a bottle of water. He offered to drink a little because this water was much more necessary for her since the girl had been running at the limit for more than 2 hours. Directions gladly agreed to take a bottle of water. These were the most long-awaited moments in her life, because her desire for thirst overwhelmed her, and now she could finally enjoy clean water. It looked like the guys managed to break away from their pursuers for some distance. However, they should never let down their vigilance. At that moment, in the girl's eyes, the main character revealed himself to be simply an amazing person. And despite the fact that the guy was tired because he was running at the same pace as her, his breathing did not falter at all. This was not because the main character had amazing stamina and no aura at all. It was his mental control that did not manifest itself with any signs of discomfort. The girl was so immersed in her own thoughts that she did not notice that the guy literally came close to her, so that she could finally hear him. When the girl began to hear Singh again, he turned to her and said that he had one request for her. Freya agreed to hear this request, but she did not understand why Singh suddenly came so close to her, and this embarrassed her greatly. If you stop everything for a second and think, it was a completely different world, and that meant that the only people who were here were Singh and Freya. When the girl began to spin these thoughts in her head, she began to get even more lost, and curiosity from within was simply torn apart, because she did not understand what the main character was going to ask her for. But all the main character just wanted to achieve from the fairy were video cameras. He asked to look at them because they were installed directly on her suit. The girl was clearly disappointed with this answer because she was expecting to hear something more romantic. But the main character was not thinking about romance. He was talking about the video cameras that were installed in their suits to record this diving and belonged to the Grom company. This may end up with the hunters and President Victor being able to track them down, so the main character decided that it would be better if they got rid of them right now. Some strange things began to bother Freya. The main character noticed this and asked if everything was okay with her, but the girl replied that everything was fine. Of course, if they take down these video cameras, people on the Thunder side could use it to pick on them for trying to get rid of the devices that are used to document precious dive footage. This didn't concern the guy since he was a foreigner. But the Red Dragon clan and the girl could have been worried about this. But Freya said that everything was fine, and it was just a great decision on his part. The main character held out several other devices in his hand, and said that he had prepared them in advance, and there would be no problem if they removed them using this. And since the girl didn't mind, Singh asked her to turn her back a little to him so that he should put them on her. When the girl turned around, the main character began to carefully remember where the cameras were, namely on the right shoulder and on each elbow, and also on the left knee. While Singh was thinking and wondering where to hook the cameras, the silence incredibly embarrassed the girl, and the look of the main character made her more and more embarrassed every second. At one point, the main character put his hand directly on her shoulder to set up the camera. The girl screamed sharply, and the guy was afraid of this. She immediately turned around and told him to continue doing what he started. In the depths of her soul, she was calmed by the fact that the guy simply touched her, only to put that device on her. It was hard for her not to explode like last time in the hospital, and not start a fire in the middle of the forest. And the only thing she was thinking about now was focusing on the task. A few seconds later, he said that I would finish, and the girl didn't even notice. When he managed to do it, she was very happy about it. Then she was already thinking about when it would be her turn to outfit Singh, because it was like how a wife ties her husband's tie, just like in her favorite TV series. At this time, Singh was glad that fortunately the girls did not show that she was uncomfortable. The main character had some problems with the girl's equipment when the warmth of her flame transferred to his body from her fingertips, and one could guess that she was in a good mood. After all these things, the guy suggested thinking about how they would act at the time of the operation from this place. Previously, the main character invited the girl to work with him. But it seems that at the moment he should change his plans. Freya was surprised that the guy thought it would be difficult for them to stay together on this dive. The guy decided to stay here even after the appointed time ended without going through the exit, and this caused great surprise on the part of the girl. Freya couldn't understand what the main character was talking about now. There was no reason to stay here. Of course, the guy will help her get to the exit safely, and there was no talk about it, and he assured that it would absolutely not be such a big problem for them. But to the great surprise of the main character, these were absolutely not the things that the girl was worried about now. She admitted that she was only worried about him who was going to commit this dangerous act, and she did not understand why he would do something so reckless. Such emotions made the guy cry. He didn't expect Freya to react like that, but he couldn't explain all this to her. That evening, Jin Peck asked the guy if he had ever heard of something like this. It was about different worlds, specifically theirs and the other world, and why they don't know anything about it. The old man wanted to say by this that no one on Earth fully knows what this other world hides, and no one knows what awaits everyone when the hunters dive there. The old man found this very funny because any unexplored Earth was completely explored in just 20 years in the history of mankind. In addition, the number of people who experience the immersion in this world would not even reach a 3-digit number. If he only wants to know this, he has the mentality of a thief, as if this age has become impatient. This may indeed have been true. At least 400 years ago, people's minds were better suited to enter into this world. But nevertheless, even after such a speech, the main character was not at all surprised by this. He really didn't know how he should have reacted to this information. Only a few decades ago, a crack appeared in this world. But Jin Peck now says that it has existed for several centuries in that book Master Yan, that the guy received from the Red Dragon clan definitely wrote something similar, and there was information about the world above the rift. If then the main character had not read it, he would have been greatly shocked by this information. The old man decided to put everything on the shelves. He began with the fact that the passage had been formed quite recently. But the point was not that the place behind the entrance did not exist, but that no one knew exactly how. But this world was called by many different names. The names were different from the heavenly world to Kunlun Mountain. Even if the main character is not from this country, he probably heard about these places. After all, they were considered legends or myths. But in fact, they were records of research done at the expense of precious lives, and the guy did not expect that it would be so simple that the man invested money in it, just to prove his own fantasies. But these were not fantasies. This was complete reality. And for this there was enough evidence that what the main character should do is simply take the things that the old man spoke about from the place he had already told. At that moment, the main character realized that this would not end in one day, and it would last about 30 hours. And Jin Peck was glad that the guy quickly understood all this. This hunt belonged to the #1 group of hunters in China, and he told him that the person who could handle the risk that came with this fact was Singh. For diving, they use 2 rifts that appear with a difference of 30 hours as an entrance and exit. If the guy misses the exit, the rift that opens after 30 hours, he will be trapped in the other world. When this happens, according to the rules, anyone is considered dead until he gets out of there. The skills necessary to survive in a dive for a long time, and the stranger, whose disappearance from this world will not have any consequences, as well as the position that the government will also allow the main character to dive met all the criteria. Originally, Jin intended to send Sing on a dive after he trained him by sending him on 4 other hunts. In the end, wasn't this dive beneficial to everyone? And if successfully completed, the guy could even claim a good bonus. If the main character suddenly becomes scared during the dive, he can go out through the exit rift. The old man wouldn't mind this much, and this flash drive was also a very valuable resource. It was kind of a waste of time to give it away just like that. Sing did not understand why the old man was one of those people who made such unfavorable deals for him. What the guy brings will probably cost many times more than this flash drive, and perhaps the old man thought that the SIM card would eventually keep it, and not give it to him. And Jin Peck might actually have thought about it after all. It wasn't an obvious situation to worry about. And even the people in this place who look like they are full of pride on the outside, are bad on the inside, if he looks at them carefully. At this moment, the main character noticed that after this sentence the old man made a face that had a different meaning than usual. The guy was clearly not one of those people. The old man didn't think that the main character was one of those people who thought about something like that. In any case, he didn't consider him righteous. Well then, he remembered that the main character always said that he was a hunter, and would always be one. And therefore he completely trusted him, and knew that Sing would not betray him. Jin handed the flash drive to the main character, and said that in any case, he would leave everything else to him. When the guy thought about these words, he could not explain it all to the girl, and there was only one way left. The guy said that they were some kind of entrepreneurs. He had obligations to ensure the security of his business, and therefore he was not going to disclose them freely. The girl did not deny this at all, and if she knew what was happening, she could have helped him with pleasure. If she is truly a professional, then she should also know this is a risk. This is part of his job. But why did a girl who had nothing to do with this at all suddenly start trying to interfere in this? The main character, I understood that they could create emotional connections with each other when they did their work together. But it is not profitable for a professional to mix his own emotions with his work. These words greatly affected the girl, and she replied that she had never had such selfish intentions. The main character saw how angry the girl was, and he had no other choice but to say that, and if he didn't draw the line here, Freya would be in even greater danger. Unlike him, she was associated with such a group as the Red Dragon Clan, and therefore, although it was cruel, he had to draw a line between them here. At that moment, the girl said that the promise he made that would help her get out of here safely before leaving was still in force. This would mean that during the dive, they would be together, and while they were together, she would not have problems performing the tasks that the guy would perform. Maxime tried to explain that in any case, this was still a dangerous job, but the girl was not interested in what kind of work Sing would do, and she was not even going to ask about it. But as the guy promised, he must complete tasks with her until she leaves through the exit from the rift, because Sing could not refuse his own words as a professional. The main character could not have expected that a girl would be able to say such things directly to his face. And then the guy agreed that as long as he travels with her, he will receive her help. This will be their promise. At this moment, the girl suggested going right now because the main character had already decided on the place where he would do his own business. And despite the fact that the girl was stubborn, she took him by surprise. But still it was not a bad premonition. After some time, the guys came across monsters in a rift, and the girl immediately pounced to attack them. It took Freya a few moments to defeat all the monsters in a second and come out of the water dry. When Sing watched all this, he admitted that it was simply amazing, and noted that her skills had improved significantly. The girl was shocked by such words because she did not agree with such a statement since she was still far away in comparison with her father, or the main character. The guy noted the excellent technique of working with feet, and Freya replied that this technique was passed down from generation to generation in their family, and it was called Step in Pursuit of the Dragon. It was an energy that uses the PSI of flame transmitted in the blood of the Yang family. She used psi within her own body to move quickly, and even her father said that in terms of speed, it would be one of the best kicking techniques in this world. However, no matter how fast she was, her disadvantages included only straight movements, and the inability to freely change direction like the main character did. If you think about it, she also had some troubles back then. Although she was not as good as Sing or her father, she really improved her own skills compared to what it was then, and then she asked once again to let her help the guy in his hunt. But such skills were not enough. The main character made it clear that no matter how much she insisted on this, she still would not do it. The guy was going to hunt absolutely alone because it was his job, and he hoped that the girl would simply accompany him during the dive as she had promised. It was difficult for the main character to cope with her stubbornness, because it was really something with something, and here, he must maintain absolute composure and clearly draw the line. At this time, one of the hunters in the squad decided that he would join Ken's squad. The guy noted this with a wise decision, as one would expect from such a person who is a master of the arts. But at this time, President Victor was still sitting 2 hours after they entered the rift and did not say anything. It seemed that he was up to something, and they should go after Singh as soon as possible to find and kill him. And then the guy decided that from that moment on, there was absolutely no need to follow Victor's orders. But Yugal immediately tried to stop him. Kem asked him to leave as soon as possible and not disturb him. But the guy had to protect the company representative. Then Victor turned to him and said that everything was in order, and asked him to let him in, so that they could discuss the further plan of action together. Ken asked Victor not to look at him with such eyes, as if he was the only one who had made a critical mistake. The hunter was thinking about working separately from the company representative Victor from now on, because in his opinion, he could no longer help here. The hunt and the expedition and, first of all, the contract was the only reason he was brought here. The guy has already settled everything with the owner, and they are going to disperse in twos to explore the surroundings, and as soon as he finishes, meet at the expected exit point. But Victor had a plan. Ken and the Master of Arts were factors that could not be excluded from this plan, and he could not allow this. For a second, it seemed to the guy that Victor was mocking him, and asked him to clarify everything again about what results they would still get after they carried out his plan. After all, it seemed to him that they had already disgraced themselves after they succumbed to the influence of the main character. The only reason Ken lent him his own time and name for this worthless show was because he wanted it too. But it didn't produce any results. He decided to go after this guy who grabbed his arrow and dared to insult him. The hunter repeated that he would act separately from the president, and therefore he should think carefully about this right now. And then Victor told him to do as he wanted. And these words greatly surprised Ken, because he didn't think that the president would allow him to do all this so easily. And he expected that he would have to try hard for this. For complete freedom, Victor considered that he needed one more person and pointed his finger directly at Yugal. In his case, he can always ensure safety with the help of spells, and it will be better if they go on a search together. And first of all, this is the other world, and you never know what will happen here, and maybe a situation will arise that even two people cannot cope with. These words made Kino think a little, but he thought that everything would be fine, and the two of them would go there first. Victor wished them luck and they set off, and when Ken left him, he didn't know what the president was thinking about. But now was clearly not the time to fight him one-on-one. And at the moment they have received the freedom they dreamed of, and so it's time to focus on hunting the main character. Exactly 2 days had passed since they entered the rift. No one knew whether they were approaching the place that was written in Master Yan's book, just after they passed through the forest in a northwest direction. He said that it lives right under this huge cliff, and the main character felt that it was down there, and he had enormous pressure. It was a top-level predator among monsters. Many said that it was the 9th child of the creature from the dragon legends, and it was called the Hornless Dragon. The closer the guys got to the cliff, the colder and colder it became both inside and outside. And this cold was not at all due to the freezing winds. That was absolutely not the point. This frightening and eerie energy was definitely the predator's killing lust, and it definitely came from the monster named Charlie. As soon as the guys approached the cliff, the main character turned to Frey and said that from now on, he would hunt alone. The girl could not leave everything aside and really wanted to help the main character, and she asked to let her also hunt with him. When the guy looked at her body, he saw that the girl felt a thirst for murder that was coming from under the rock, but she still continued to say it. The main character tried to tell Freya that this idea would be very dangerous, but she calmed Sing down and said that she would be fine. Then at one moment, the girl felt something was wrong. The main character apologized to her in advance, and suddenly she felt like her body absolutely could not move. Taking advantage of this situation, Sing took the girl in his arms and carried her away from this place. At that moment, the girl wanted to know why the guy was doing this to her. When he had moved to a sufficiently safe distance, he walked up to one of the large trees and carefully laid the girl right next to its trunk. Freya asked the guy why he was doing this, and the answer did not keep her waiting long. The main character replied that from now on, his job is hunting and this is not something she should interfere with. He asked to listen carefully. The paralysis will disappear after a while when this happens. He asked to leave this place to explore the other world for the remaining time and return when the exit rift opens. And even at that moment the girl made a completely stubborn face, and then Sing simply said it once. He didn't like that the girl clung to him so tightly every time and, to be honest, her presence would not greatly affect the outcome of the hunt. But if she goes straight there with him, she will simply disturb him. And these words of the girl made her feel very sad. The main character asked to stop bothering him and come back, and from that moment they would never see each other again, and he immediately said goodbye to him. When the guy ran towards the monster, he was sure that he did absolutely the right thing, even though this decision was not easy for him. But he had to stop her, otherwise Freya would be in great danger because what he would soon have to hunt was a monster that no one had ever seen before. And suddenly the main character was stopped by a huge shadow that blocked the sun, and he could not believe his own eyes. The guy did not understand when it happened, but the monster came out from under the cliff. He was incredibly huge. With such dimensions the main character had to meet for the first time, and he appeared quite abruptly. Sing did not feel his presence at all, because there was not a single sound that he made, and for something so large to appear from under the rock so suddenly was like the behavior of a ghost. Perhaps he had already noticed their movements since they were much smaller than him, and even the auto-hunt at that moment told the main character to run away, and this could mean that Charlie is too much even for him in his current state. If someone else saw the guy trying to hunt this monster, in their eyes he would look like a crazy idiot. And even though the guy didn't particularly like the sound of it, would he really be just a crazy bastard? The main character immediately began to attack the monsters. Thanks to his fast foot technique, he immediately ended up right next to his head. Sing decided to activate the acceleration to maximum speed with the help of a rotation and a click. So he was going to confuse the monster by running up his body like a rock. Thanks to this technique, the main character discovered that the monster had literally disappeared. But at one moment the earth began to quickly move away from under his feet. And this was not very good news for him. At that same second, Charlie burst out of the ground and threw the main character into the air, and was ready to destroy him completely. The main character could not believe that the monster was going to swallow him so easily, and thanks to the plum petal technique, he managed to dodge the attack and pushed away from them. But as soon as he turned around, he saw how a terrible monster began to spew out flames and flew right behind him, and it was so fast that it was too late to make any decision at this second. A powerful jet of flame penetrated the main character in a second, and thus he found himself right in this epicenter, and the chances of survival were minimal. This fiery whirlwind seriously set the guy on fire, and it was very dangerous for him, and when he flew down, his eyes literally clashed face to face. The moment he met Charlie's gaze, he immediately noticed that he was about to breathe fire. Then the protagonist instantly launched the harmonic art, and used a defense called the Iron Curtain. And thanks to this trick, he barely had time to change the direction of his own jump, and slightly change the trajectory of his movement. If he had jumped a little later, Sing would have instantly evaporated in those columns of flame that he exhaled. The guy never expected that it would be a monster even stronger than the one described in the ancient books. This was a completely different level compared to the monsters he had fought so far. He had a massive body and super high movement speed to match it. For a huge mass moving at such speed, it produced a very terrifying impression, and the power of its flame was clearly higher than the main character imagined. The crazy amount of heat was enough to burn everything around with its own breath. And as I expected, it would be impossible to hunt Charlie in a battle for power. This is of course a stronger monster than the one he read about in books, but he is no stronger than Sing expected, and if he just follows his own plan, who can defeat him? When the guy landed on the plum petals in the air, he raised his head and looked at the monster and shouted that the hunt was resuming. Thanks to the petals, the main character had support in the air, which gave him a slight advantage, and he could push off, and thanks to this, attack the monster. When he used the harmonic art defense, he created various platforms in the air, thanks to which he could push off and close the distance, and he used this technique to confuse the monster. And finally, when Charlie spews fire again, the main character uses what happened by combining these two techniques together. It was his completely new skill to make his afterimages caused by moving at high speeds look like his clones, and thanks to this technique, Sing had a slight advantage in numbers, and therefore could easily take the monster by surprise. At one moment the monster was preparing to cast down the fire. He sharply opened his mouth, but then he closed it and tried to eat the guy, but they deftly dodged it. And then at that moment, the hero began to use the technique, and thanks to it he was able to multiply a large number of copies of himself. Thus a huge number of Sing began to attack the monster. Dozens of his clones ran at high speeds, and he wanted to ask his personal monsters whether he could now discern where the real him was. What the main character was striving for was his only weakness. For this, he created a loophole in his defense. After reading about his location and weaknesses in a book from Master Yan, the guy developed this plan. These eyes, which seemed to say that they possessed the purest harmonic essence, were an incomparable force on the entire earth, and the main character's goal was that he was going to pierce them. Of course, It would be difficult to face dozens of clones one after another, because the monster's breath was getting closer and closer each time. At one point, the guy managed to transfer his attention to the clone. But these were simple illusions, and the real one was there from the very beginning, above the top of his head, and everything went exactly as it was according to his plan. And when Sing decided to fly into him, the monster noticed him, but for him, it was already too late. After all, the guy was much faster, and he was going to gouge out his eyes with this sword. But unexpectedly for the main character, his sword was cut by someone's arrow, and his plan failed right before the monster's eyes. For the guy, it was a very unexpected arrow on the ground. There was Ken, who was very glad that he was able to find Sing. The main character could not have expected this demon archer to be in this very place, right in the battle with the monster. At this moment, Ken only wanted to kill the main character as soon as possible, and immediately loaded another arrow. When the arrow flew straight at Sing, he did not know what to do, because his blade broke from the previous arrow that the hunter fired. Moreover, behind him there was also a ferocious monster who was ready to release huge flames. There was practically no time left to think, and all the main character came to was to simply protect himself from two elements at the same time. When it was over, the guy couldn't believe that he had just barely stopped it. Right in front of him now was a dragon named Charlie, and behind him below was the demon archer Ken. The guy understood that he was cornered like an animal. Despite the fact that Sing left them so that they wouldn't even think about pursuing him, they still found the guy. The hunter noticed how the guy was greatly panicking at the top, and apparently the main character was wondering how he managed to track him down so quickly. His partner didn't know how in the other world they could correctly determine the direction and guess where the main character went. And for them, finding the guy who ran away a long time ago would be tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. But Ken had another method of his own, which was to have this guy do all the work to find the bastard. When he opened the box, a fox 1,000 miles away came out of it. It was a creature that, as everyone said, existed only in legends. They said that she tracks prey by smelling its scent from a distance of more than 1,000 miles. And to be more precise, it is a fox 1,000 miles away. One company tried to create the legendary fox 1,000 miles by experimentally breeding razor fox monsters. But as you can see, they failed. It had an extremely short lifespan, and they are quite ferocious and therefore impossible to tame. But when the project was wound up, the guy secretly took a couple for his own purposes, and thought that they would be useful for this hunt. There was a musk smell in the jar. The guy let me smell the musk, because he was a meticulous person, and therefore always applied a small amount of musk from a 1,000-mile vessel to his own arrows. When he first shot at Sing, he caught all the arrows that had that smell. This smell immediately transferred to the main character. And at that moment the fox smelled the scent of prey. And this only meant one thing: it was time to track down the main character. Sing realized that the power of his arrows was definitely high, but he did not fire them consecutively. This meant that Ken could not attack a name in a row. This meant that he was waiting for a critical moment to shoot him. If this was the case, then even if he kills one of his clones, the main character will be able to simply dodge him. There will be no problem if Sing hunts Charlie, being careful of the arrows fired from Ken's hands. On the ground, the guy liked the main character's footwork technique because it was at a good enough level for the clones to be visible, and in his eyes the guy turned out to be even more talented. But the main character did not know that even such fast movements were clearly visible to Ken's eye, and he fired an arrow directly at the desired target. The main character was surprised that the arrow flew straight at him and not at his clones, and this was already dangerous because he had to take a stance before the next arrow flew at him. But before he had time to finish this, several dozen axes immediately flew into him, and the guy certainly could not have expected such a development of events. At this time, his partner fired several axes directly in the direction where the arrow had just been fired. And thanks to their joint efforts, the hunters understood that for the main character, the end was just around the corner. The next arrow that was fired hit the bull's eye, and it was Sing's helmet that shattered. Ken immediately started cheering and screaming. He was glad that he hit the target, and they finally caught him, and they managed to do it. From such a powerful blow, the main character lost consciousness and balance and fell to the ground with all his strength and lost consciousness. When they began to approach the guy, the man asked his partner to quickly go there and check his body. Although it didn't matter, they had to make sure of it. The man didn't like it much because he simply collaborated with him, and was not his subordinate, and asked him not to order him what to do anymore. But on the other hand, they could check his corpse a little later. After all, they had another problem here that needed to be taken care of. The hunter didn't pay attention to this as he was busy concentrating on the Sing. But if you look at it carefully, it was a very magnificent monster. This was definitely a big shot in the world of monsters, and it must have been the dragon that everyone was told about only in legends. The two masters fought with each other, and today was supposed to be the day when they would finally settle things with each other. But for Master Yang, this battle was incredibly boring, and he decided to end it as soon as possible. At one point, he stopped the man and said that they had no reason to fight each other. He proposed giving the first hunting rights to the newly formed fisher near the castle. That is why they had no reason to quarrel, because they met by chance, and there was no need to shed blood here and now. The Red Dragon Society will have a second wave of hunting, and the master immediately said goodbye, and the man didn't like it that some old man would decide when they should stop and when not. And even though the man really wanted to fight with him, the old man said that the Red Dragon Society would leave anyway, and wished him good luck on the next hunt. This man was always ahead of him. They said that the two groups of hunters that share Shanghai are Reno Castle and the Red Dragon Society, but the man knew how the whole of Shanghai judged him. When Master Yang spread his own name far and wide throughout China, rising to second place in the Elite 10, this man always felt unnecessary to the Shanghai team. Although he could not share his own power in Shanghai, his skills could never surpass those of Master Yang, and therefore there were times when he visited the Red Dragon Society with a request to fight with Master Yang, but he always refused him. The man did not understand why the old man did not want to fight with him. But if he managed to kill this dragon, he will definitely have the honor of being the first hunter to defeat the monster, with this man being able to achieve more than Master Yang. When the hunter aimed at the monster, he was glad that today was his lucky day, because he was able to destroy Sing and hunt down such a big shot as Charlie, despite the fact that his partner was the master of the Reno Castle. Even though he was an annoying old man, his skills were something with something. Master Chan, who was called the most powerful hunter in Shanghai along with Master Yang, if he ever swings his own axe, then he will be able to inflict such colossal damage, especially if the master uses the overwhelming power of his own aura to destroy everything around him. If Chan takes a position in the vanguard and Ken reinforces it with his own bow, then there will be no monsters that they cannot hunt together. Things were going too well, and the guy had already hunted countless such giant monsters, and this one turned out to be another one for him. Size turns his weak points into bigger targets. He was too slow and couldn't even dodge the arrows. Well, it just seemed at first that the dragon was really powerful and dexterous, and this arrow did not create any problems for him, and he repelled it without difficulty. Next, Master Chan got into action. He jumped straight onto the dragon's head, and was sure that he would definitely not be able to dodge his axe, and thus he would be able to open his head in one movement. But when he struck the dragon's skin, his axe literally began to crumble into thousands of fragments. And for him it was simply impossible. This development of events could only mean the fact that this monster could use aura. Something clearly didn't go according to their plan, and the master immediately jumped from the dragon's head straight to the ground. If the monster used an aura, then its attacks could not have any effect on it. There was no way he could have dealt with such a monster alone, and all he could do was run away from here. They needed other hunters, not just him. They needed a whole group, because alone he could not cope with this monster. Suddenly the master felt that the monster began to chase him and got up too quickly. There was incredible fear in his eyes, because he didn't want to die, and already regretted getting into a fight with such a monster, because he wanted to defeat Master Yang. That's why he tried to hunt down this monster, but in truth, he didn't want to fight him. It wasn't that at all. He just wanted to pretend that he wanted to fight. The Red Dragon Society was Shanghai's business rival. That's why the man pretended to fight with him to get a position there. He didn't want to fight this man, but he already understood his thoughts, and the fact that he tried to challenge him was just an act. Then Master Chan realized that Master Yang had guessed everything, and at that moment the monster immediately slammed him into the ground with a huge paw, and these were his last thoughts before death. He watched all this with someone he couldn't believe because there were absolutely no sounds about the movement of the monsters, and he killed Chan like a phantom with such speed that his movements were almost impossible to see. He was definitely immediate. The monster remains motionless because it only moves when necessary. And since it turned out that the hunter was tired, I wonder what Sing was aiming at, and when he prevented him from finishing with the monster. The eyes of this monster were definitely its weak point, and the guy decided that he would aim there. It's a bad idea for hunters to aim for the eyes just because they are a weak point. It was best to aim between the eyes of the prey and take care of it with one shot. These were the first things he learned from his father when he learned to hunt. The father asked his son if he was going to that guy named Victor. The guy replied that everything was exactly like that, and he was going to this man. For his father, he turned out to be dangerous, and it seemed to him that he was telling Ken not to come too close to him. But in his son's opinion, it was better than chasing animals in a deep forest like this. The guy understood perfectly well that Victor was a dangerous person, and that he planned to use him. But he tried to convince his father that the world had changed a lot, and he would not be the same. If they can hunt monsters, they can pay them a huge amount of money, and thanks to this, they can greatly improve their own financial status. The guy was not going to live as poorly as his father lived, and he would not allow the world to laugh at him, and he was going to put the whole world under his own feet. And on this day, there was the last meeting and the last words of the father that the son remembered. It was concern for his own life. After this, the guy managed to do it. He managed to rise to 6th place in the Elite 10, with only 10 participants in China, and grew to such an extent that he became equal to Victor, who used him and all the energy that he collected from the past he put into this arrow. The desire to kill the monster was too high, and when he released the arrow, it hit him right in the eye. The guy began to scream loudly and rejoice that his shot turned out to be incredibly accurate and reached the desired target. But to great disappointment, the arrow that rushed straight to the monster's eye melted without reaching the target. And at that moment, the guy realized that he could not accept this, and all he could do was run away from here and hide nearby in the forest, and this would be the only way to hide from the monster. The guy was sure that everything would be fine because, unlike Master Chan, there was a fairly large distance between him and the monster, and he would be able to escape. But Charlie didn't even try to catch up with him. He simply released a huge column of flame towards the fleeing hunter, and at that second he realized that the end had come for him. And the last thing he remembered were the words of his father. After 2 merciless deaths, the dragon let out an incredibly loud roar. From such noise, the main character came to his senses. He was shocked by the fact that he lost consciousness after Ken's arrow hit him. The paralysis that was caused by the blow of the arrow had not yet passed, but the dragon was approaching him closer and closer. In order to continue fighting, the guy just needed to press one single button, but his hands simply couldn't move. If he continues to lie in place, at this rate he will fall under this flame. But at that moment, Freya appeared and with lightning speed ran straight to the main character to help him. Who could have expected that the girl would appear at exactly the right moment to help the guy? And she immediately screamed for Sing to extend his hand to her as soon as possible. The girl found herself in front of the guy and tried to take him in her arms to dodge the line of fire, but it was too late, because right behind her the dragon released flames. A huge column of flame was aimed directly at the guys, and the bloodthirsty monster rose above it to see if it managed to defeat them. But they survived, although the main character suffered too many different injuries. But thanks to Freya, they were able to dodge this fiery blow. But unfortunately, when the girl barely managed to save Sing, the dragon, while running away, hit her leg. She didn't think that she could carry the guy on her own, and asked if everything was okay with him. And the main character replied that more or less. Sing was still trying to get up on his own, even after receiving such life-threatening injuries, and the girl decided to help him. Despite the fact that she also could not move due to her injured leg, she tried to lift the main character and try to leave here. Singa said that he was fine and that the girl saved his life, and for this he was infinitely grateful to her. But why did she help him when the guy was sure that he then told her to come back? After all, everything was exactly like that. The guy really told her that, but fortunately for Sing, she ignored what he told her. With this action, the guy did not blame the girl, and if she had not saved his life, he would have been fried to a crisp in this place, and he was just sincerely curious. Why? Freya said that her body simply moved without thinking. After she somehow managed to get rid of paralysis and get out of the forest, she saw that this monster began to chase the guy, and at one moment, her body began to act on its own without her control. And at that moment, she only thought about saving it as soon as possible. The guy clearly didn't expect such words because he didn't think that the girl had such a good opinion of him, and it was mutual. Well, suddenly Charlie appeared right in front of them and quickly found them. But unfortunately, the main character's paralysis had not yet passed, but he just needed to press one button. And at that moment, the guy looked at Freya and called her name, and she immediately understood what the main character wanted from her, because she knew about it every time he was going to fight with someone. They lay together, and the girl knew that the guy always makes such a gesture with his hand, and helped him stretch it forward. And at that moment they touched this blue button together, and when they touched it, the auto-hunt was activated. Some kind of magic happened near them, and plum petals began to fall straight from the sky. The main character rose to begin the battle with Charlie. The girl was shocked. After all, Sing was too seriously injured to fight such a monster. But the guy looked at the girl and told her that everything would be fine from now on, and asked her not to worry. The main character picked up the girl's spear and said that he would borrow it, because the blade he had prepared in advance suddenly broke. The girl was not against this, and replied that the guy should take him as soon as possible, and immediately reminded that they should hurry up and run if his body felt much better. But the main character was not going to retreat with the girl's wounds. Now it was difficult to escape, and he was also not in the best condition. Sing looked at Freya and said that this monster could be destroyed and told her not to worry and wait for him. And at that moment the guy shouted, rushed, and instantly rushed at the monster to attack him. When Charlie saw the creature rushing at him, he remembered that it was the same creature that had just appeared. It was the one that made him feel fear for the first time in hundreds of years, and it was the most terrible creature for him. Thanks to his fast-running technique, the main character again created doubles to confuse the monster. It was small and agile. It was very difficult to catch. This creature was very annoying for him, and Charlie knew that he would aim for its eyes just like then. But unfortunately this time for the main character, this method will not work because the monsters used an aura of flame. There was nothing in this world that would not melt after contact with his fiery ki, and a creature that dared to attack him could also melt in a second. But the main character was not at all surprised because for him everything went exactly according to plan. The guy had double red dragon spears in his hands, and they were a little special. They tended to absorb fiery ki energy and thereby overcome the barrier with the same fiery defense. And thanks to this action, the guy managed to hit the monster with a spear right in the eye where it was needed. After that, the guy should have done what he had to do right away because it would be applied to his Queen's Hug costume. Twin spears of the red dragon in Charlie's eyes. All they had to do was bring them all together and unite them. Thanks to this power, the guy had the opportunity to put an end to the Charlie monster once and for all. When the main character was sitting at home, in front of him was the hand that he had recently created. Charlie's weakness described in this book left by Master Yang was his eyes, and for an eye to contain pure ki flame meant that he would be able to use the ki flame aura. Although the aura can be penetrated with the help of a blade in an attacking form, the problem is, what can happen after even if the main character overcomes the aura? He needed a stronger method to destroy his eyes, and this method was to absorb a huge amount of aura flames into his equipment to remove his protection. And the only way to do this was through a combination of skills, such as how he managed to make this armor. It was necessary to check to what extent his combination skill could be used. According to tests in this situation, he has an even better catalyst in the form of double copies of the Red Dragon, and the task of combining Charlie's eyes and his aura was completely feasible. And after the main character managed to complete this unification, his suit immediately acquired a different color. It was already burgundy scarlet in color, and meant that the unification was successful. Freya couldn't believe her own eyes. She didn't know it worked like that and was very surprised by it. At this moment, Charlie was in absolute shock, along with the pain that arose from the disappearance of his eyes. There was the fact that even the enormous amount of heat he stored in his eyes was absorbed by this insignificant creature. And for the first time in his life, Charlie learned what true fear was, and all he could do was run. Singh was incredibly tired of this fight, but he could not miss this opportunity. With all his strength, he swung his spear and hit Charlie right in the eye with such force that he could cut right through it. When the guy succeeded, he hit the inside of Charlie's body. Right in the center of this creature was its heart, which was dark purple in color. The dragon was furious because this creature had entered his body, and he could not forgive it. Thanks to the thermal energy that he constantly coughed up, he will shoot directly at this creature. But thanks to the combined elements, the eye aura combined with the armor could even stop his breathing. As expected, Charlie fought until the very end, and now it was difficult to break through all this defense, and there was only one way left. The main character began to approach Charlie's heart, and immediately used the Qui aura of the parasitic bees. Thousands of parasitic bees began to destroy Charlie right from the inside of his body. And thanks to this skill, the main character managed to defeat the monster, and he immediately died after falling into the rift. Singh had difficulty getting straight out of the rift, and with the last of his strength, he rose to the surface. Completely exhausted from this battle, he threw his spear and was glad that he managed to defeat him. The guy was very lucky because his aura also reached a critical minimum if he had not been able to use the QI of parasitic bees. But the main character succeeded in following the original hunting plan and defeated Charlie. He was glad that he did this, and now all he had to do was meet with Freya and return to the exit point. But at that moment Victor approached him and said that it was an amazing sight because killing a dragon was an amazing feat. President Victor, together with Yugal, congratulated the guy with all his heart on this feat. Directly behind them was Freya. She was unconscious, which means she was knocked out by the president. Next to the man was Yugal, who protected him. And if the guy looked for a loophole between them, he could save the girl. But suddenly the main character heard another voice. It was Ken who shouted that President Victor was a bastard and dared to use him for his own purposes. The man replied that he simply sent him ahead because he wanted it so much, and all he did was follow him. This hunter was not the only meticulous one in this world, and Victor also had to take some precautions by secretly placing the talisman in his equipment. It seems that Ken was very angry with him that Victor hid the talisman in his equipment. But if he had not activated the Shikuchi with this talisman, thanks to which he reduced the spatial distance between the opponents, He would now be having a nice conversation with Master Chan in the underworld. At one point, Victor stopped their dialogue because there was something more important than arguing right in front of the main character. And Ken immediately kicked the girl and said that they would discuss this later after taking care of it. The guy immediately outlined the rules, which were simple. If Sing takes even one step in their direction, he will crush this girl with his foot. And it seemed to everyone from the outside that it would be much easier for the main character to give up than to fight with all of them. The guy knew well that it was difficult for him to close the distance right away, even with the speed of his footwork technique. As he had just experienced, demonic archer Ken's true strength lay in his keen vision. Regardless of whether the protagonist activates the harmonic art and uses his own clones or tries to distract him, he will not be able to escape the eyes of the hunter. And unfortunately, the life of a Freya from such a funny move can be interrupted literally in a second. What they will ask will be very easy to do. The suit that the main character was wearing suddenly became better like the other dragon eye, and he probably would have grabbed this eye too, although he had no idea how the guy managed it. If Sing gives them all these artifacts, the president promises that the girl will be safely returned to their world, but at the same time they cannot promise the same for the main character. It all sounded like nonsense, but considering the current situation in which the main character was, the deal was pretty good. The president suggested forgetting about everything that happened between them, and if Sing joins them, he will guarantee the safety of him and Freya. And that sounded much better. Such conditions clearly did not suit Ken, and he asked to wait because this was not exactly what he agreed with. But Victor ordered the hunter to shut up because it was he who was speaking now. The hunter was very surprised, and the president understood that he was probably thinking why now. Sing was very surprised by their dialogue. Of course, the president also became furious when he thought about what he did to him. But still Victor thought about it well, and the main character became interested in what. After he lost it in the other world, one thought came to his mind regarding improving his skills, and Victor thought that this was happening too quickly. The reason why all his plans to get rid of the main character failed is because his skills always increased beyond what he predicted, and then he thought what an amazing growth rate this is. And after studying it, he discovered that there was something special about it. Something that could not be explained by chi energy, by spells or thoughts. For a second, the guy thought that Victor had already guessed that the main character uses automatic hunting. The secret of the main character Victor wanted to know about him. Such a feeling that it was connected with why he had been racing all his life. It was about this world, about the world inside the rift. How can such a mysterious world like this exist? Although he may not have looked like it, Victor was a scientist and conducted all sorts of experiments to learn about this secret. And all this led him to one thought. Perhaps the path that will lead him to this answer lies in the hands of the enemy whom he despised so much. Wasn't the main character curious about the truth behind this world, and the secret of the talent in which he has personality, and the secret of the world inside the rift? If you think about it, Victor knew nothing about Sing, but continued to investigate this mystery, and did everything he could. He studied the martial arts that existed in ancient times, spied on Jin Pek who was ready for conflict, and discovered unique talents such as Yugal and Ken, and began to research them. He raised all these hunters who were absolutely unknown to anyone into the high-level Elite 10, and also made Yugal, who was just a martial artist, one of the Elite 10. The reason why all this was possible was because Victor analyzed their talents, told them the truth and guided them. If not for this, everything would have been impossible. And if the main character also wants to hone his own talents, then he offered to join Victor's team. The president suggested leaving everything in the past and starting all over again together, because it should be very interesting for the main character. But the guy replied that he was absolutely not interested in this. It was about this secret or something else. Truth and mystery didn't matter to him. What was more important was what he wanted to do now, and what the guy should do as a true hunter. And the main character was not going to join forces with Victor because he didn't need such an old swindler as a business partner. At that moment, Ken fired an arrow because it was the first time he said something he liked, and as a reward, he would kill him. Victor was disappointed because he wanted to leave him alive, but the main character chose to die. Qi Xing's energy has almost reached its limit, and if he continues in the same spirit, his stamina and strength will run out. And how one of the plans was to leave the guy in this state, and he would immediately die here because he would not be able to leave here. The hunter was wondering how long the guy could dodge his arrows with such a tired body, 3 to 5 minutes or more. As President Victor guessed, the main character could not shorten the distance only with the help of running skill, and also would not be able to tear himself away from Ken's eyes. However, if he uses this footwork which is known to be the fastest in the world, it is the fire chi that has been integrated into the goddess's embrace. Using this, the guy will also use the footwork techniques of Freya and the Red Dragon Society. And at that moment the main character disappeared for a split second, and immediately appeared in front of Ken's face. He screamed at who he was trying to trample and immediately hit him with the vacuum cleaner with such force that it bounced off the girl's body. The hunter could not believe that the Sing had disappeared from his field of vision, and in addition, he must maintain some distance between him and must get away from him. But even before he had time to finish this thought in his head, another blow from the main character immediately came, and this was impossible for the demon archer Ken. The others couldn't believe that it was too easy for the guy. After all, he killed the hunter in just a few seconds. The main character immediately rushed to Freya's body. He checked her breathing and pulse and was glad that it was normal. And for him, it was a great relief. And at the moment, all that was left to do now was deal with these two. The main character activated his aura and went towards these guys to end this. Yugal asked if it would all be over now and why they didn't run away from here. But Sing interrupted him and told them to let him first say that there was absolutely no point in running away from him. After he entered the other world, he replaced the video camera here, and everything they said and did to him was recorded on his suit. There is, and the main character will leave through the exit from the rift and use this as evidence that his career as a hunter will come to a real end. Victor thought it was very surprising. As I expected, this time the guy exceeded all his expectations and was simply amazing. And he didn't even know what else he could expect from Sing next time. But the guy said that there wouldn't be a next time, and they would all end up behind bars after he dealt with him here and now. These words greatly impressed Victor. The man felt a feeling of suffocation, as if he had been checkmated in a chess game. He didn't want to run away from here or go against him, but he thought that there was nothing he could do about it. And then he threw out 3 golden tickets, which meant that he accepted his challenge. Direct confrontation was not what the president preferred, but nevertheless, he offered to fight with everything that was at stake. At this time, Yugal also understood that now nothing would stop him, and if he could not kill Sing, then everything would be over for him. But the main character was not going to engage in battle with them. He was going to do something else, something that could not be called a fight. And from that moment on, the guy announced that now he would hunt for them. And after these words, the main character immediately disappeared, which greatly frightened Yugal along with the president. They decided not to panic, but suddenly there were explosions from under the earth. It felt like the guy had gone underground and they began to follow her. Victor realized that he was planning to use the tunnel through which the monster had broken through as a passage. If he jumped out, they could catch him with the help of his spell and the jugal blade. But suddenly the main character grabbed one hunter right by the leg and was about to drag him underground. The guy immediately panicked and began waving his sword with all his might and shouting for him to get back into the ground. The president understood that it was all a bait. The main character was smart and used it as a way to get everyone distracted by it. The man immediately felt a presence behind him that he guessed and knew about. But when he made a blow to this area, it turned out to be a stone and not the main character. And this greatly surprised the president since he was mistaken this time. And at this time the hunter continued to be pulled straight into the ground. 2 legs were completely immobilized and literally fell into the ground. At one point, the main character flew out of the ground and hit Yugal right in the jaw with a powerful uppercut. Thanks to a double decoy, Sing managed to deceive the president and kill one of them. Next in line was President Victor himself, who saw how the guy deftly fought with his defense. The president was surprised because the main character managed to withstand Yugal's attacks with the help of this reinforced armor, and even broke his legs. And thanks to these actions, Sing again exceeded all his expectations. The man saw that the guy had truly become a monster that he could not cope with alone. If this continues, he will kill him. However, the fact that Sing will exceed all his expectations is already part of his forecast. The main character immediately began to attack the president, because this was the moment when he could finally end it all. The huge robot that stood behind him did not allow him to get closer to the president, and after several unsuccessful attempts, the guy began to use the same method as in the fight with Yugal. Then the president decided to lay out all the knowledge and spells that he had collected up to that moment and put it into practice. He ordered the Autobot to break everything that was underground on which he stood and get rid of the main character. Prabha immediately began to destroy the land and put his captain's order into action. Victor understood that all this would also not be enough, because the strength of his armor exceeded all expectations, and it would be difficult even if he put all his strength into it. But thanks to this action, he can distract the guy and hide his own true intentions. In his hand was the last Shikuchi talisman, and he cannot escape as long as he has incriminating evidence. There was only one thing he had to strive for, and that thing was that Freya had lost, and the president would be able to use her and thus have a chance to win. When the man approached her body, he immediately took her to pick her up, and was sure that now everything would be over for the guy. But to his great surprise, there was a main character who knew that the president would do just that, and immediately punished him with a kick. The main character knew that from the very beginning, the one President Victor was hunting for was absolutely not him. It was Freya. Finding out the habits and behavior patterns of prey and predicting their movements was the basis for becoming a hunter. President Victor understood that this time he had failed, and there was nothing he could do. At that moment, the girl woke up. She turned to the guy, and he asked her to rest because now everything was almost over for them, and soon they would get home. She touched the guy's shoulder and asked him to let her also fight President Victor. But unexpectedly for her, the main character turned around and hit her with his fist right in the chest. The girl was very surprised and screamed why he did it. But the guy did not answer, that he told her that the hunter will always have to predict the movements of his own prey several steps ahead. And this was a completely different person, which means the protagonist's premonitions did not deceive him, and he hit not the girl, but the enemy. Victor couldn't believe it because it couldn't be, he screamed. How did the main character find out that it was a deception? But Singh replied that the man had deceived Ken, who was also on the same side as him. The man set it all up from the very beginning using a cognitive transfer spell to switch the places of the real girl and her fake. However, he did not take into account the fact that Freya injured her leg today while hunting, and the fact that she suddenly approached him was slightly strange. The main character almost fell for this bait, but he missed one small detail: a terrible, incompetent fraudster. The man couldn't believe it because this guy and everything that was with him made no sense. He managed to reveal his final plan, which Victor hid until the very end. But he figured out the loophole in a matter of seconds, and now it was really possible to end everything. Then Singh approached Victor and told him to prepare for his own fate. For the main character, this was an obvious pattern, given everything that he had done. Until now, predicting his actions was the basics written in Chinese hunting textbooks. Of course he was not a hunter, so he would never have guessed this. But now there was no time for panic, and Victor decided that he should buy some time and tell him something, and then he shouted to Singh that he would tell him something. But the guy was not going to succumb to these tricks again, and immediately shouted at him to shut up and then attacked him. With a powerful kick, he broke Victor's leg, and that was the end of all his chatter. On this day, everything was over for Victor here and now in this other world. The main character looked at Yugal, who was left alone, and said that he was a hunter, so he was not going to kill him on his own. But the main character was also not a good guy to save people who tried to kill him, and also touch the person he has been caring about for the last few days here. And if he gets to the exit, the most he will do is tell them the coordinates of where they will be, but until then, while they are injured and isolated in the middle of this world filled with monsters, it will not be his problem whether they survive here or not. The main character called for help, and Freya was already on a medical stretcher that was ready to transport her to the real world. She opened her eyes slightly and saw that Singh asked to tell the boss Ginpek that he thanks him for listening to his request, and therefore, he is going to do one more thing. After some time, the girl found the strength to rise slightly. She was shocked that she was still in this place because she fought the monster along with Singh. The main character saw that the girl woke up when he approached her. She immediately asked where they were. The guy said that they were outside the fault, and it was completely safe here. And the rescue team of the TENS company with which he had entered into a contract was waiting for him right here. It would be much better if the girl lay down again because she didn't need to be overtired. But she said that everything was fine with her body, which was even more important. The girl understood that there was one more thing left that the main character had to do, and she asked what it meant. Everything was exactly like that, and she heard the task that he received from Jin Peck from the TENS company was not completed yet. Freya screamed that it was too reckless, and the guy must be incredibly tired. She turned to another hunter and said that he should also know how reckless this act is, and asked him to make him stop doing it right now. But these words did not convince either the main character or the other hunter, because everything that Singh did was his work as a hunter. In the area, I could believe that I had met a guy who would never give up, and would follow his own line to the end. The guy said that her safety would be guaranteed by the local hunters, and asked her to return home safe and sound. Someday he will repay her for what she did for him. But all this will happen at their next meeting. But the girl shouted to the guy to stop, because if he really believes that he is indebted to her, then he must definitely keep that promise. The promise was to make sure that Singh would come back and go on a date with her. The promise they made then, he would be able to keep it. The main character didn't say anything to her, but smiled sweetly and raised his hand up. And this gesture meant that he really promised this to the girl. She was infinitely glad that Singh would be able to keep this promise, and they would finally have dinner together. Thus, the main character remained in the rift, leaving a promise to return back to the girl. Exactly 6 months have passed since Singh disappeared into the rift. Terrible monsters continued to attack cities and countries. In the specific case of Seoul, the hunters could not cope with the influx of monsters because there were a very large number of them. The world has changed a lot lately. Faults have begun to appear too often. Now, countless rifts were opening up, forcing more and more monsters to raid the land to the point where there weren't enough hunters to defend. Even if the hunters spent 2 or 3 shifts to hunt, they couldn't help but feel tired when facing so many enemies. When the hunter injured his leg, he could not continue to move, and the monsters immediately sensed the weakness of the enemy and were ready to attack him. The young man was surrounded. Was this the end for him? And then he thought it would be cool if they had that guy. A hunter named Singh who, as they say, was the only one who remained in the rift until the very end. He was amazing, and the guy also wanted to become a great hunter like him. When the monsters began to attack him out of fear, he closed his eyes because he understood that he was about to die. But at that moment the hunter who was his idol appeared, and he clearly did not expect this. The guy didn't believe that it was all for real, and Singh returned to Earth to save people. And at that moment the guy turned to the monsters and right in front of them, with one movement of his hand, activated the start of the auto hunt.